valid FSSAI license or any safety clearance. The accused has been arrested and legal action is underway. A card game dispute in Kanchiganala village, Bengaluru rural, turned violent on leaving several boys injured. The groups reportedly attacked each other with sticks in the middle of the road. A case has been registered at the Dodablapur Rural Police Station and investigations are underway. Well, Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, has signaled a major escalation in the ongoing conflict, saying that the joint US-Israel operation against Iran will intensify in the coming days. He has also warned of continued targeting of key figures within the Iranian establishment as tensions rise across the region. The statement comes amid the fresh strikes, including an attack at Iran's Natanz nuclear facility and continued missile exchange between both the sides. Take a look at this report.
Israel's defense minister said that joint US-Israeli military operations against Iran will intensify in the coming week.
השבוע עוצמת התקיפות שיבצעו צה"ל וצבא ארצות הברית נגד משטר הטרור האיראני ונגד התשתיות עליהן הוא נשען תעלה מדרגה באופן משמעותי והמערכה בהובלת נשיא ארצות הברית דונלד טראמפ וראש ממשלת ישראל בנימין נתניהו תימשך.
Defense Minister Israel Katz said that Israel would continue targeting senior figures within the Iranian regime.
אנחנו נחושים להוסיף ולהוביל את המתקפה נגד משטר הטרור האיראני, לערוף את ראשי מפקדיו ולסכל את יכולותיו האסטרטגיות עד להסרת כל איום ביטחוני מעל מדינת ישראל ומעל האינטרסים של ארצות הברית באזור.
This warning comes as no shocker as Iran had recently warned all the Gulf nations and told them to stop supporting the US. Earlier today, Iran's Natanz nuclear enrichment facility was hit in an airstrike with reports claiming that there was no radiation leakage. In Israel, fragments from an Iranian missile slammed into an empty kindergarten as the war in the Middle East enters its fourth week. In the latest, Iran has initiated its 72nd wave of Operation True Promise 4. With fresh warnings being issued, the war escalates with no clear end in sight.
Let's take you to Manipur, where the recent clashes in Manipur are no longer just ripples of a domestic ethnic conflict. They are actually unfolding against the backdrop of a major national security investigation, which has involved around foreign mercenaries and high-tech weaponry. Now, within the days of NIA arrest of 7 foreign nationals in connection with the training militants in India's northeastern Myanmar, gunfire has broken out in Ukhrul. While the state was reeling from fresh escalation, armed miscreant operated fire at residents in Imphal East. Are these sporadic incidents or are they connected? Let's find out in this full report.
Just a day after fresh gunfight broke out in Ukhrul and Tamenglong districts in Manipur between Kukis and Naga groups, similar incidents have also occurred towards Meiteis in the Pukau at Imphal's East district. Residents of Pukau and adjoining villages entered the nearby hills to collect firewood when armed assailants opened fire. Residents claim that despite being accompanied by security forces, they were targeted by suspected armed Kuki groups.
Since the ancient history, the hill is protected by the villages of this Pukau area and adjoining villages. But after the conflict and the deployment of this 133 CRPF in the hilltop of this Kapupi Hill Range, one of the cadre of KRA, namely Lekhau, he gave his report to the deployed Central Forces, Security Forces CRPF there, that he reported that the hill belonged to him, and he is not just and Kedar of KRA, but also the village chief of Sadang village under Kamkopi district. So this clearly implies that just after the arrest of the 7 foreign nationals by the NIA,
Witnesses claim that armed assailants were positioned roughly 500 meters away and opened fire towards the civilians. Fresh communal tensions are now brewing between the ethnic communities in the volatile region. The series of incidents coincide with the news of 7 foreign nationals arrested by the NIA over alleged militant links in Mizoram and Manipur. As reports of an international terror conspiracy begins to unfold, the question arises if the incidents are linked and part of a larger terror plot.
Republic has accessed exclusive visuals from the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical oil and shipping routes, now caught in the middle of an escalating conflict that is almost in its third week. Fires and explosives can be seen at sea, with multiple vessels caught in the crossfire, including several Indian ships still stranded in the region. As tensions rise, seafarers remain trapped in dangerous waters and with many still waiting for a safe passage home. Here's a report.
Republic has accessed fresh visuals right from the Strait of Hormuz. Fires broke out everywhere. Fresh strikes have resulted in further escalation of the war in the Strait of Hormuz. A visual from the ship shows huge blazes with plumes of smoke, which can be even seen through the darkness of the night. Around 20 Indian vessels remain stuck in the war-torn seas of the Strait of Hormuz. A chief officer of a vessel told Republic that 2 vessels of the Shipping Corporation of India have exited the strait, but they still remain stranded. Republic also spoke to the seafarers who safely came back home from the Strait of Hormuz. One of the seafarers told Republic that 2 seafarers went missing.
मैं उस टाइम सुबह 1 मार्च 2026 को मेरा सुबह 7 बजे का ऐसा मिसाइल या ड्रोन कोई देखा नहीं था, कोई कंफर्म नहीं है जो मिसाइल या ड्रोन अटैक है, बट अटैक था। तो उस टाइम हम लोग मेरा ड्यूटी स्टार्ट होने वाला था 7:30 तक, तब मैं उस टाइम बैकअप आ गया था, नॉर्मल उड़ गया था, ऐसे ही रूम पे था। तो उस टाइम इतना जोर धमाका हुआ तो उस टाइम सभी पैनिक हो गया था, डर गया था उससे। तो मैं डोर खोल के देखा, इतना स्मोक अंदर आ गया, तो फिर मैं डर के डोर क्लोज कर दिया, क्योंकि वो फायर प्रूफ डोर रहता है तो रूम के इनसाइड में कुछ स्मोक नहीं आएगा, वो बाद में आएगा, लेकिन एलिवे में फुल फैल गया था स्मोक। फिर दोबारा ओपन करके मैं मेरा मोबाइल उठाया, जैसे था ऐसी सेम सिचुएशन में मैं निकल के गया।
The FSUI secretary told Republic that more than 20,000 seafarers remain stranded.
As Government of India has already declared that around 23,000 seafarers are stranded in this Hormuz Strait along with the other Middle East part. But presently we are worrying about the seafarers who are mainly stranded at Iranian port where the battle is on. And these numbers are not feasible or not totally available with the Government of India, what we believe. Because continuously we are coordinating with these seafarers apart from the other area like the Qatar, Kuwait and the Dubai where strike is also on. But again, the Iran is the most damaged area where this continuous strike is going on, and most of the seafarers are not able to communicate with their family.
While the war still escalates in the Strait of Hormuz, stranded seafarers still wait for the day when they set foot on land.
In a troubling development, Iran has struck a kindergarten in Rishon LeZion, Israel, damaging civilian infrastructure. Now, with no casualties that have been reported, the strikes come days after a deadly attack on a school in Minab, Iran, raising serious concerns over civilians being caught in the conflict. The both sides trade accusations, and the war is increasingly impacting non-military targets. Here's a report.
In fresh wave of attacks, Iran struck a kindergarten in Israel. Windows destroyed, only rubble left behind. Such was the scene after the attacks by Iran. Luckily, in this strike, no casualties were reported.
We are here in Saturday morning. It's the weekend in Israel. Most of the people are in their homes. But you can see here the penetration of a bomb, a cluster bomb, into this kindergarten. Fortunately, there weren't any kids in this garden. But just imagine what would have happened if kids were here playing, staying during their daily routine. Once again, we see that our enemies aim their targets to civilian population. They try to kill and to impact as much as they can.
This attack comes after US-Israeli strikes on a girls' school in Minab. The strikes on Minab claimed the lives of more than 170 people. According to the reports, outdated targeting data given to CENTCOM led to the strikes on the girls' school. According to reports, the school was originally part of an adjacent Iranian base. And reports claim that this outdated data led to the strikes on the school. First, a strike on a girls' school in Iran, and now a strike on a kindergarten in Israel. The war is not only posing a threat to energy reserves and top Iranian leaders, it also now poses a threat to innocent civilians.
Let's go on the global news, where Egypt's President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi on Saturday met with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia in Jeddah to discuss West Asia war. Gulf countries have reported more attacks from Iran. A missile alert sounded Saturday night in Dubai. Saudi Arabia is downed 20 drones over a couple of hours in its east, home to a major oil installation. Next, the UAE experienced heavy rainfall on Saturday, with thunder and lightning reported across Dubai as the seasons shift. The National Center of Meteorology has warned of possible heavy rains and hail in the coming days. This comes amid ongoing concerns after a record-breaking flood hit the city in the month of April back in 2024. Residents are advised to stay alert as weather conditions continue to change. Severe flooding struck across Oahu, Hawaii, as heavy rainfalls caused muddy waters to inundate streets, damage homes, and prompt evacuations. Authorities warned of possible failure of the 120-year-old Wahiawa Dam, ordering residents downstream to evacuate immediately. Cuba says that it is prepared to defend itself amidst the rising tensions with the United States. President Miguel Diaz-Canel announced a nationwide defense readiness plan. He emphasized of its defensive, not aggressive plan, where that involves participation of an entire population. Meanwhile, hundreds of international activists have arrived in Cuba with 20 tons of humanitarian aid, including food, medicine, and solar panels, as a part of the Our America convoy to Cuba from 33 countries. Well, there's breaking news that's coming in from Israel. The Iran attacks has struck a lot of areas near Iran's nuclear center. And this time, the research center is targeted for the very first time. This breaking news is coming from Iran, where the attacks have followed on the Natanz center. And reportedly, dozens have been injured in this Iran's Israel attack, as Iran has targeted the near nuclear research center. Like I said, dozens of people were injured in the Israel attack after Iranian missiles strike targeted areas in the southern Israeli near the country's main nuclear research center. It is for the first time that in the war that Israel's nuclear research center has been targeting. And the Israeli military said that its defense were not able to intercept the missile that hit the southern cities of Dimona and Arad. The attack came hours after Iran's Natanz main nuclear center enrichment site was hit. And as the war spun into a really dangerous new direction at the start of its fourth week. Well, this is breaking in news. The nuclear research center has been targeted for the very first time. And the government has removed fare cap, as we can see. The attack has been followed. But coming up, the government has removed fare cap on airlines that was imposed in December 25, and new fares are to be implemented from March 23rd.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem.
ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिम, MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिम।
जीरा सिम, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है, मंडू भेज रहा है। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल गिरा नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, दादा बोलते का गाड़ी मारता है। Yes, ठीक है ना, हम बात करेंगे भैया कहीं और हम लेके चल क्या हुआ? ठीक है ना भैया बोलेंगे आप गाड़ी जा ही रहा है, कौन बोलता गाड़ी नहीं जा रहा है? गाड़ी तो 4 बजे निकला हुआ है, आप पता है लोग ये FFCCS मतलब फाउंड्री फॉर कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी। वहाँ लिखा हुआ है भैया ना, आज केवल है, गाड़ी आ जाएगा उससे खत्म। अभी तो राकेश आया था, हाँ राकेश आया था, बोला भाई कोई दिक्कत नहीं यार, तुम दूसरा बाइक चलाना चला, मुलाकात हुई थी राकेश, हाँ बोला भाई बाइक से हमारा दोनों बाइक में कोई दिक्कत तो पीछे दिक्कत है। यहाँ जो कोर कंपनी मेंबर है वो HEC एम्प्लॉई है, बाहरी व्यक्ति नहीं रहते हैं यहाँ पे। बोलो 60 रुपये लाएगा, 50 रुपये लाएगा, करेगा बोलो से ना, फिर कोई बात नहीं। गाड़ी का बिल गाड़ी का बात कर लीजिए भाई वहाँ पे, हाँ कहाँ लीजिएगा, कब ला के दीजिएगा? नहीं वो नैनो कट है अभी, नैनो कट अभी वो भी माल बंद हो गया है आना, 19 किलो का जो माल है वो भी आना बंद हो गया अभी। अभी मिलेगा 19 की जगह ही मिलेगा, नैनो कट मिलेगा थोड़ा उसका स्टैंडर्ड थोड़ा ज़्यादा वही मिलेगा। क्या कुछ चाहिए?
And if you look at the oil sector as a whole, since oil is a very important
Viewers, Iran's Natanz facility, a primary underground uranium enrichment facility, has come under attack, and after that, retaliatory strikes by Iran has taken place on Israel's Dimona nuclear site. Now, this is raising concerns for further nuclear risks and further escalation in the West Asia war. We get you this and all the latest, but first, the headlines. Donald Trump threatens Iran that if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened within 48 hours, America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Government removes fare cap on airlines imposed in December 2025. New fares to be implemented from 23rd of March. Pre-poll violence breaks out in West Bengal. TMC and BJP workers clash. BJP claims TMC vandalized party office. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian tells Prime Minister Modi BRICS must act independently to halt aggressions against Iran. Russian oil tanker Aqua Titan arrives off the Mangaluru coast with crude oil offloading process to commence today. Israel denies responsibility for any attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear site. Russia calls for international assessment. Israel Defense Minister Israel Katz vows significant escalation in strikes on Iran, says intensity to increase next week. We have a big piece of breaking news coming in. Iranian strikes target Israeli city of Arad, damaging buildings and leaving dozens injured. Now, Israeli rescue services on Saturday were responding to what appeared to be a direct strike in the southern Israeli city of Arad, which is close to Israel's main nuclear research center. Now, you can see, in fact, the videos of the drones in Arad securing, in fact, the helicopters which are there, the search and rescue operations ongoing. Now, remember, viewers, this is a direct strike in the southern Israeli city of Arad, close to Israel's main nuclear research center. Now, a video also showed a bus with its windows blown out and heavy damage to several buildings, and dozens of firefighters and police responding to two separate sites. We're talking about Arad and Dimona. Now, the Israeli military said that its defenses were not able to intercept missiles that hit the southern cities of Dimona and Arad. Now, dozens of people have been injured is what we know, and several people, in fact, are in serious condition after these strikes. Now, Israel's rescue services said that it provided treatment to at least 33 people. Authorities were still searching for a number of people who are unaccounted for. These are the visuals of the fire and rescue team in Arad. All right, I have another piece of breaking news for you viewers. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has released a statement. He said, and I quote, that this is a very difficult evening in the campaign for our future. This comes right after the strikes that took place in Dimona and Arad. He also says that he spoke, in fact, with the mayor of Arad, Yair Maya, and conveyed him, on behalf of all Israeli citizens, prayers for the peace, in fact, of the injured people in these strikes. Now, remember, viewers, dozens of people have been injured in these strikes, fresh strikes, in fact, retaliatory strikes by Iran that Israel could not intercept. And this, in fact, laid an impact on these two cities of Arad and Dimona. He, in fact, also posted in the statement that he instructed the Director General of his office to provide all necessary assistance together with all the government ministries to the injured in these strikes. And he calls on everyone, all the Israeli citizens, to also understand and pay heed to the instructions being given by Home Front Command. And even he also made an assurance to the people that we are determined to continue to strike our enemies on all fronts. So a big statement by Benjamin Netanyahu after these fresh strikes launched by Iran. Ballistic missiles, in fact, targeted towards Israeli residential cities. We're talking about Arad and Dimona Nuclear Research Center. Now, viewers, we have seen how earlier a statement also came out by Iran, who actually accused United States and Israel for carrying out these joint strikes on Natanz facility, which is located in Iran's Isfahan province. Now, this is a facility that we're talking about, a primary underground facility used for uranium enrichment. And this was a bone of contention for both US and Israel. Israel, of course, fighting, it says, for its existential existence is what it is fighting for. But this is a big statement by Netanyahu after these fresh strikes. Now, remember, viewers, this is an escalation in the war in West Asia, because earlier we saw strikes taking place, multiple interceptions as well, and debris and hits on residential buildings as well. But these strikes, in fact, led to serious injuries. We're talking about dozens of people, with multiple reports also saying that it could, in fact, be about 100 injuries taking place, and several of them in critical condition. And Netanyahu, of course, communicated to the people of Israel as well to pay heed to all the instructions being given by Home Front Command. Now, remember, viewers, there are grave concerns about the human cost of the war in West Asia as it continues in its fourth week. Now, remember, earlier we saw that military sites were being targeted in Israel. In fact, we saw how Haifa port also came under attack. But here we are talking about residential buildings and residential infrastructure with innocent civilians. And we have another piece of breaking news coming in, where aerial footage shows damage in Arad after Iran targets nearby Israeli nuclear research site. We have the fresh visuals that will play shortly for you. Now, aerial footage showed the extent of damage. These are the visuals that you have, top shot of the damage that was caused in Arad city in Israel. Now, aerial footages that we are getting you from Arad on Republic TV. Now, footage showed the extent of damage. You can see the extent of damage, how the missile made its impact on this Arad residential city. On Saturday, in fact, you can also see how rescue services are responding to what appears to be a direct strike in the southern Israeli city of Arad. Now remember, viewers, this city is in fact closely located to Iran's main nuclear research center of Dimona, which in fact also came under attack. And these are the footage. In fact, this is exactly when the missile made its impact on Dimona. These are the visuals from Dimona, which is a nuclear research center, and you have the missile making its impact on the ground in Dimona in Israel, causing huge destruction in the nearby areas. Now, footage from the scene showed heavy damage to residential buildings and dozens of firefighters and police also responding to the strikes. Now, Israel, of course, put out a statement saying that it was, in fact, unable to intercept. Now, remember, viewers, Israel has Iron Dome, which intercepts most of the missiles which are targeted towards its cities and protects the citizens of Israel. But this strike was, in fact, missed by Israel and could not be intercepted, and thus made an impact in Dimona and, of course, in the close-by residential city of Arad. And we have another piece of breaking news coming in, where Israeli Defense Forces has released a statement on the strikes aimed at Tehran. Here is what it has said. IDF initial reports: IDF is currently conducting strikes on Iranian terror regime targets in the heart of Tehran. So now we have a huge warning by Israel Defense Forces after these strikes in Dimona and Arad, where IDF is in fact vowing an attack on Tehran, which is the heart of Iran. The capital city of Tehran is going to be attacked. Now remember, viewers, this is an escalation, a clear escalation in the West Asia war. We saw how Trump earlier, in fact, posted that if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened by Iran within the next 48 hours, in fact, Trump is going to attack multiple power plants located in Iran. And now we have Israeli Defense Forces also putting out a statement saying that it will conduct strikes on the Iranian regime, in fact, in Tehran. And viewers, we have another big breaking news coming in, an explosive claim from the US President Donald Trump, who in fact posted on social media issuing a warning against Iran on the Strait of Hormuz issue. The threat says, and I quote, "If Iran does not fully open the Strait of Hormuz, then," in fact, he gives a deadline of 48 hours that if Iran does not open the Strait of Hormuz, there will be consequences. In fact, is what Trump said, that there'll be consequences. And after 48 hours, if Iran continues to play out this strategy in the Strait of Hormuz, the USA will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. So this is the latest that we have, where US is in fact giving out a straight warning to Iran about the Strait of Hormuz. Now remember, viewers, Donald Trump is shifting his tunes related to the war and its strategy, in fact, in West Asia war. Remember, earlier he said that he's going to wind down the military operations in West Asia war, but now he is in fact threatening Iran and talking about a further escalation in war, saying that if Iran does not open the Strait of Hormuz, he's going to attack the power plants located in Tehran. And if it does happen, it is going to have a huge impact on Iranian citizens, and the complete city of Tehran, in fact, and the entire of Iran could plunge into a blackout. And viewers, Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, has signaled a major escalation in the ongoing conflict, saying that joint US-Israel operations against Iran will intensify in the coming days. Now, he also warned of continued targeting of key figures within the Iranian establishment as tensions rise across the region. Now, the statement comes amid fresh strikes, including an attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear facility and continued missile exchanges between both the sides. We have a full report.
Iran claims the US and Israel carried out a fresh strike on the Natanz uranium enrichment facility earlier today. Iranian authorities say no radioactive leak has been reported and there is no danger to residents nearby. Natanz is located about 220 kilometers southeast of Tehran and remains a key uranium enrichment site. Natanz remains a critical site as it houses thousands of advanced centrifuges used to enrich uranium, which is utilized for civilian energy and nuclear weapons. The facility has been repeatedly targeted, including during the earlier Israel-Iran conflict and ongoing fighting. The latest attack comes days after a projectile struck near Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. The strike hit a structure just 350 meters from the reactor, though no damage to the reactor or radiation leak was reported. The incident has triggered global concern, with warnings over the risks of strikes near nuclear facilities. These developments also come after the Diego Garcia strike, marking a further escalation in the conflict. With repeated strikes on nuclear-linked sites, the conflict is entering a more dangerous phase. As attacks expand to sensitive nuclear-linked locations, concerns over escalation and safety risks are growing rapidly, with no signs of de-escalation.
We have a big breaking news coming in. This is another latest video of the attack on Israel's Dimona, where IDF was unsuccessful in intercepting the missiles. Now remember, viewers, several people were injured in southern Israel's Dimona. In fact, the ballistic missile was launched towards Israel. These are the visuals that we are getting you from Dimona when missiles were launched towards the Dimona city, where in fact the nuclear research center is also located of Israel. These are the visuals that we're getting you. You can see the massive explosion taking place right after the impact that was made on ground in Dimona. You can see the massive fire erupting. The visuals, the latest visuals that we are getting you from Dimona in Israel. These are the ballistic missiles, in fact, that were launched towards Israel, which Israel was unable to intercept. These are the latest visuals. Now remember, viewers, many people also got injured. You have the pictures of the damaged infrastructure, and in fact you can see rubble everywhere. This is the exact moment when the strike took place, and you can see people in the background rushing to shelter, in fact protecting their lives. And now you have statement also from Home Front Command asking all the citizens to ensure their safety and security. But these are the latest visuals that we're getting you from Dimona, in fact, which is a residential area, also is where the nuclear research center is located of Israel. So you have this projectile, in fact, striking the residential area in Dimona. You have the damage. You can see how the structures are completely damaged in these visuals after these strikes. These are the visuals from the aftermath of the strike that took place in Israel. A ballistic missile impact, which was in fact launched from Iran, is what we are getting to know. And these are the fresh visuals and impact and the aftermath of the strike that took place in Dimona and in Arad, of course raising serious concerns over where this war is heading in West Asia, because remember, this will have a huge human cost as well. Till now we have seen multiple casualties, and not to forget the Minab school attack in Iran. So the casualties are now rising on all the sides. We have already seen how US troops lost their lives in the war in West Asia. Now this attack. And viewers, we have another big breaking news coming in. United Kingdom sends nuclear submarine to Arabian Sea. Now, these are, as per the reports, what we are getting to know, that now United Kingdom is also seems to be entering the war. Till now, it has been talking about the defensive posture, but now we are seeing that a submarine, in fact, has been deployed to Arabian Sea. Now, these are, as per the reports, the UK has also said that armed for a strike on Iran if conflict escalates, is what the UK has said. A UK nuclear-powered submarine positioned in Arabian Sea amid regional tensions. So a clear warning by United Kingdom as well, saying that this particular submarine is armed to strike just in case the conflict escalates. So this is a big news, in fact, where United Kingdom is also now taking a hard line on this entire war that's going on in West Asia, and talking about the strike that could potentially happen if the conflict escalates from this point in time. Now remember, viewer, we are talking about this British nuclear-powered submarine equipped with Tomahawk cruise missiles. These submarines have in fact taken positions in the Arabian Sea, giving Britain the capability to launch long-range strikes if the regional conflict escalates. Now, this is a serious escalation in the war. Remember, viewers, we are seeing reports from United States talking about how Iran is now, in fact, increasing its capabilities to strike 4,000 kilometers away. In fact, on several countries in Europe. So now you have European countries and, in fact, including United Kingdom, of course, trying to also make a statement towards Iran. In fact, in this conflict, United Kingdom saying that it is going to send the nuclear submarine in the Arabian Sea if the conflict escalates from this point in time. So you have this nuclear-powered submarine equipped with Tomahawk cruise missiles, which is in fact this ship we are talking about capable of long-range missiles. And now, viewers, Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, has signaled a major escalation in the ongoing conflict, saying that the joint US-Israel operations against Iran will intensify in the coming days. He also warned of continued targeting of key figures within the Iranian establishment as tensions rise across the region. Now, the statement comes amid fresh strikes, including an attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear facility and continued missile exchanges between both the sides. Here's a full report.
Israel's defense minister said that joint US-Israeli military operations against Iran will intensify in the coming week.
השבוע עוצמת התקיפות שיבצעו צה"ל וצבא ארצות הברית נגד משטר הטרור האיראני ונגד התשתיות עליהן הוא נשען תעלה מדרגה באופן משמעותי, והמערכה בהובלת נשיא ארצות הברית דונלד טראמפ וראש ממשלת ישראל בנימין נתניהו תימשך.
Defense Minister Israel Katz said that Israel would continue targeting senior figures within the Iranian regime.
אנחנו נחושים להוסיף ולהוביל את המתקפה נגד משטר הטרור האיראני, לערוף את ראשי מפקדיו ולסכל את יכולותיו האסטרטגיות עד להסרת כל איום ביטחוני מעל מדינת ישראל ומעל האינטרסים של ארצות הברית באזור.
This warning comes as no shocker, as Iran had recently warned all the Gulf nations and told them to stop supporting the US. Earlier today, Iran's Natanz nuclear enrichment facility was hit in an airstrike, with reports claiming that there was no radiation leakage. In Israel, fragments from an Iranian missile slammed into an empty kindergarten as the war in the Middle East enters its fourth week. In the latest, Iran has initiated its 72nd wave of Operation True Promise 4. With fresh warnings being issued, the war escalates with no clear end in sight.
And now, viewers, in a troubling development, Iran has struck a kindergarten school in Rishon LeZion in Israel, damaging civilian infrastructure. Now, while no casualties have been reported so far, the strike comes days after a deadly attack on a school in Minab in Iran. So, of course, the conflict is increasing, the war is increasingly impacting not just the military targets, but also civilian infrastructure. Take a look at this report.
In fresh wave of attacks, Iran struck a kindergarten in Israel. Windows destroyed, only rubble left behind. Such was the scene after the attacks by Iran. Luckily, in this strike, no casualties were reported.
We are here in Saturday morning. It's the weekend in Israel. Most of the people are in their homes. But you can see here the penetration of a bomb, a cluster bomb, into this kindergarten. Fortunately, there weren't any kids in this garden. But just imagine what would have happened if kids were here playing, staying during their daily routine. Once again, we see that our enemies aim their targets to civilian population. They try to kill and to impact as much as they can.
This attack comes after US-Israeli strikes on a girls' school in Minab. The strikes on Minab claimed the lives of more than 170 people. According to the reports, outdated targeting data given to CENTCOM led to the strikes on the girls' school. According to reports, the school was originally part of an adjacent Iranian base. And reports claim that this outdated data led to the strikes on the school. First, a strike on a girls' school in Iran, and now a strike on a kindergarten in Israel. The war is not only posing a threat to energy reserves and top Iranian leaders, it also now poses a threat to innocent civilians.
And viewers, at least 10 people have been killed so far and dozens injured after a massive fire tore through an auto parts factory in Daejeon in South Korea. Now, rescue teams have spent the night searching through the charred wreckage after the blaze reportedly triggered a massive explosion ripped through the building. Now, authorities say that several workers are still missing as emergency crews continue rescue operations at the site. Here's a detailed report.
A massive fire at an auto parts factory in Daejeon has left at least 10 people dead, 59 injured, and 4 workers missing. More than 500 firefighters, police, and emergency personnel were deployed, along with aircraft, firefighting robots, and unmanned water cannon vehicles. Authorities say the remains of 1 victim were found on the 2nd floor, while 9 others were discovered in a gym on the 3rd floor of the east building.
현재까지 연락이 되지 않던 14명 중 10분을 수습하였습니다. 전일 23시 03분 동관 2층 휴게실 인근에서 1명을 수습하여 병원으로 이송하였고, 금일 00시 19분경 동관 3층 헬스장에서 추가로 9명을 수습해 이송하였습니다.
Officials say 4 workers are still missing and are likely trapped under collapsed rubble as rescue teams prepare for debris removal following further safety inspections. 25 people suffered serious injuries while 34 others sustained minor injuries. Some victims were hurt after jumping from the building, while others suffered smoke inhalation. At least 28 people remain hospitalized, with 4 undergoing surgery for fractures and other injuries.
향후 안전진단 결과에 따라 중장비를 투입하여 위험지역까지 인명검색 범위를 확대할 예정입니다. 남아있는 4명의 조속한 구조를 위하여 모든 역량을 동원하겠습니다. 현재까지 총 인명피해는 69명으로 사망 10명, 중상 25명, 경상 34명입니다.
Search operations continue as authorities race against time to locate the remaining missing workers and determine the exact cause of the deadly explosion-triggered fire.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंटू आलू से नहीं होगा तुमचा कुणाला केला नीचे अजून गाडी पूर्ण होला त्याला कुठे गाडी मागवा
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंटू आलू से नहीं होगा तुमचा कुणाला केला नीचे अजून गाडी पूर्ण होला त्याला कुठे गाडी मागवा
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching headlines. First, to begin with, Donald Trump has threatened Iran that if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened within the next 48 hours, America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Coming up next, following an attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear center, Iran launches wave of strike on sites near Israel's nuclear research center. Israel has denied responsibility for attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear site. Russia calls for international assessment. Israel's defense minister Katz vows Israel escalation in strikes on Iran, says no intensity to increase next week. Government has removed fare cap on airlines imposed in December 2025. New fares will be implemented from March 23rd. Unfortunate pre-poll violence breaks out in Bengal. TMC and BJP workers clash, but BJP claims that TMC vandalized the party's office. Iranian President Pezeshkian tells PM Modi BRICS must act independently to halt aggression against Iran. Russian oil tanker Aqua Titan arrives off the Mangaluru coast with crude oil. Offloading process to commence today. We have some breaking in news that's coming where several are injured in Israel after Iran targets the city near nuclear research center. It is the first time that in the war that Israel's nuclear research center was finally targeted. The Israeli military said its defenses were not able to intercept missiles that hit the southern cities of Dimona and Arad. This attack has come hours after Iran's Natanz main nuclear enrichment center was hit, and as the war spun into a really dangerous new direction at the start of its fourth week. Yes, you heard it right. This is the beginning of the fourth week. From residential buildings to civilian infrastructure, the wave of strikes have spared none. As fresh visuals are coming in, please take a look.
Whoa!
Look at that. There is plumes of smoke that is coming out as the research center was hit, and this is images coming in from Arad, Dimona. The Israel's nuclear center, which is called Natanz, was finally targeted for the first time, and this was an airstrike that took place later hours of the morning and the beginning of the night, and there is a severe damage that has been reported. These are the strikes that are taking place, that took place in fact, at Iran. Breaking in news, the nuclear center, research center was targeted for the first time. This is the live and breaking from Dimona, Arad. And it has been reported that the damage was severe. This is for the first time that the Natanz Research Center was targeted. In the entire 4 weeks of the attacks or the war that has taken place between Israel and Iran, none of the research centers were targeted, but this is the first time the research center is not just targeted, but there has been severe damage that has taken place. The Iran war is escalating further, with fresh strikes now targeting the key nuclear infrastructure. Iran says Natanz uranium-enriched facility was hit in a US-Israel attack today, even as concerns grow over repeated strikes near sensitive nuclear sites. This comes days after a strike near the Bushehr nuclear plant and follows earlier attack linked to widening conflict. Here's more in this report.
Iran claims the US and Israel carried out a fresh strike on the Natanz uranium enrichment facility earlier today. Iranian authorities say no radioactive leak has been reported and there is no danger to residents nearby. Natanz is located about 220 kilometers southeast of Tehran and remains a key uranium enrichment site. Natanz remains a critical site as it houses thousands of advanced centrifuges used to enrich uranium, which is utilized for civilian energy and nuclear weapons. The facility has been repeatedly targeted, including during the earlier Israel-Iran conflict and ongoing fighting. The latest attack comes days after a projectile struck near Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. The strike hit a structure just 350 meters from the reactor, though no damage to the reactor or radiation leak was reported. The incident has triggered global concern, with warnings over the risks of strikes near nuclear facilities. These developments also come after the Diego Garcia strike, marking a further escalation in the conflict. With repeated strikes on nuclear-linked sites, the conflict is entering a more dangerous phase. As attacks expand to sensitive nuclear-linked locations, concerns over escalation and safety risks are growing rapidly with no signs of de-escalation.
We have more breaking news coming in from Israel, where the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu commented on the strikes as well. Well, his comments says, and I quote, "This is a very difficult evening in the campaign of our future. Just a short while ago, I spoke with the mayor of Arad. His name is Yar Mayan, and asked him to convey on behalf of all Israeli citizens our prayers for the peace of the injured. I have instructed the Director General of my office to provide all necessary assistance together with all government ministries. I strengthen the emergency and the rescue forces operating in the field right now, and I call on everyone to heed the instructions of the Home Front Command." And that's not all. He goes on to add that Israel is determined to continue to strike our enemies all fronts. Well, that was Benjamin Netanyahu and his comments that he's ready to go all out on his enemies on all fronts. And he's also hoping and praying that those who've injured in the city of Arad, that may peace bestow upon them, may they get well soon. Israeli PM Netanyahu spoke all of this on the Iranian strikes that took place today, and he's also determined to continue to strike all his enemies. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has recently spoken on how he is concerned about the well-being of all of those who are injured in the strike, and that he is completely and absolutely determined to wipe out the enemies on every front, be it the military, be it the air, or be it Navy. He is strengthening his forces and working on plans as they are intended and completely in alignment to wipe out the enemy. Well, coming up, more on Israel's defense, as the defense minister Israel Katz has signaled a major escalation in the ongoing conflict and saying that the joint US-Israel operation against Iran will intensify in the coming days. He has also warned of continued targeting of key figures within the Iranian establishment. And as tensions rise across the region, the statement comes amid the fresh strikes that took place, including an attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear facility. This is the first time a nuclear facility has been targeted, and continued missile exchanges are taking place between both the sides. Here's more on this report.
Israel's defense minister said that joint US-Israeli military operations against Iran will intensify in the coming week.
השבוע עוצמת התקיפות שיבצעו צה"ל וצבא ארצות הברית נגד משטר הטרור האיראני ונגד התשתיות עליהן הוא נשען תעלה מדרגה באופן משמעותי, והמערכה בהובלת נשיא ארצות הברית דונלד טראמפ וראש ממשלת ישראל בנימין נתניהו תימשך.
Defense Minister Israel Katz said that Israel would continue targeting senior figures within the Iranian regime.
אנחנו נחושים להוסיף ולהוביל את המתקפה נגד משטר הטרור האיראני, לערוף את ראשי מפקדיו ולסכל את יכולותיו האסטרטגיות עד להסרת כל איום ביטחוני מעל מדינת ישראל ומעל האינטרסים של ארצות הברית באזור.
This warning comes as no shocker, as Iran had recently warned all the Gulf nations and told them to stop supporting the US. Earlier today, Iran's Natanz nuclear enrichment facility was hit in an airstrike, with reports claiming that there was no radiation leakage. In Israel, fragments from an Iranian missile slammed into an empty kindergarten as the war in the Middle East enters its fourth week. In the latest, Iran has initiated its 72nd wave of Operation True Promise 4. With fresh warnings being issued, the war escalates with no clear end in sight.
Well, let's talk about the global front, the international news, where Egypt's President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi on Saturday met with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia in Jeddah. and they discussed the West Asia war. Gulf countries have reported more attacks on Iran. A missile alert sounded on Saturday night in Dubai, and Saudi Arabia said it downed 20 drones over a couple of hours in its east, home to a major oil installation. More from UAE. The UAE has experienced heavy rainfall on Saturday, with thunder and lightning reported across Dubai as the season is shifting. The National Center of Meteorology has confirmed and warned of possible heavy rain and hail in the coming days. This comes amidst the growing concern after a record-breaking flood hit the city last year, which was in April 2024. Residents are advised to stay alert as weather conditions continue to change. Severe flooding struck in northern Oahu, which is in Hawaii, as heavy rainfall caused muddy waters to inundate streets, damage homes, and prompt evacuations. Authorities warned of possible failure of the 120-year-old Wahiawa Dam, ordering residents downstream to evacuate immediately in Hawaii's Oahu. Cuba is back. Let's take you to Cuba now. Cuba is prepared to defend itself amidst the rising tensions with the United States. The president of Cuba, Miguel Diaz-Canel, announced a nationwide defense readiness plan, emphasizing in its defense not aggression, and involves the participation of the entire population. Now, meanwhile, hundreds of international activists have arrived in Cuba with 20 tons of humanitarian aid, including food, medicine, and solar panels, as a part of Our America convoy to Cuba. Now, all of these people have come in from 33 countries. Well, that was from Cuba, but in a more troubling development, Iran has struck a kindergarten in Rishon LeZion, Israel, damaging civilian infrastructure. While no casualties have been reported, but these strikes come days after a deadly attack on school in Minab in Iran, raising serious concerns over civilians being caught in this conflict. As both sides trade accusations, the war is increasingly impacting non-military targets.
In fresh wave of attacks, Iran struck a kindergarten in Israel. Windows destroyed, only rubble left behind. Such was the scene after the attacks by Iran. Luckily, in this strike, no casualties were reported.
We are here in Saturday morning. It's the weekend in Israel. Most of the people are in their homes. But you can see here the penetration of a bomb, a cluster bomb, into this kindergarten. Fortunately, there weren't any kids in this garden. But just imagine what would have happened if kids were here playing, staying during their daily routine. Once again, we see that our enemies aim their targets to civilian population. They try to kill and to impact as much as they can.
This attack comes after US-Israeli strikes on a girls' school in Minab. The strikes on Minab claimed the lives of more than 170 people. According to the reports, outdated targeting data given to CENTCOM led to the strikes on the girls' school. According to reports, the school was originally part of an adjacent Iranian base. And reports claim that this outdated data led to the strikes on the school. First, a strike on a girls' school in Iran, and now a strike on a kindergarten in Israel. The war is not only posing a threat to energy reserves and top Iranian leaders, it also now poses a threat to innocent civilians.
Well, more unfortunate news coming, where at least 10 were killed and dozens were injured in a fire that tore through the auto parts factory in Daejeon, which is in South Korea. Rescue teams spent the night searching through the charred wreckage after the blaze, and reportedly triggered by an explosion ripped that ripped through the building. Authorities say that several workers are still missing as emergency crews continue to rescue operations at the site. Here's more on the report.
A massive fire at an auto parts factory in Daejeon has left at least 10 people dead, 59 injured and 4 workers missing. More than 500 firefighters, police and emergency personnel were deployed along with aircraft, firefighting robots and unmanned water cannon vehicles. Authorities say the remains of 1 victim were found on the 2nd floor, while 9 others were discovered in a gym on the 3rd floor of the east building.
현재까지 연락이 되지 않던 14명 중 10분을 수습하였습니다. 전일 23시 03분 본관 2층 휴게실 인근에서 1명을 수습하여 병원으로 이송하였고, 금일 00시 19분경 동관 3층 헬스장에서 추가로 9명을 수습해 이송하였습니다.
Officials say 4 workers are still missing and are likely trapped under collapsed rubble as rescue teams prepare for debris removal following further safety inspections. 25 people suffered serious injuries while 34 others sustained minor injuries. Some victims were hurt after jumping from the building while others suffered smoke inhalation. At least 28 people remain hospitalized, with 4 undergoing surgery for fractures and other injuries.
향후 안전진단 결과에 따라 중장비를 투입하여 위험지역까지 인명검색 범위를 확대할 예정입니다. 남아있는 4명의 조속한 구조를 위하여 모든 역량을 동원하겠습니다. 현재까지 총 인명피해는 69명으로 사망 10명, 중상 25명, 경상 34명입니다.
Search operations continue as authorities race against time to locate the remaining missing workers and determine the exact cause of the deadly explosion-triggered fire.
Well, after years of displacement and conflict, Kurds are returning home to Syria's Afrin, celebrating Nowruz, which is celebrated and identified with the Festival of Hope. And the festival, once banned, is now officially recognized, marking a major political and cultural shift. But if you want to know, then you got to follow this report.
Eight years after fleeing a Turkish offensive, Abdul Rahman Omar is back in Afrin. Joining hundreds of returning Kurds, he celebrated Nowruz, the Persian New Year, for the first time since exile. From vibrant street dances to torchlit processions in the hills, celebrations carried both joy and symbolism. Afrin was captured by Turkish-backed forces in 2018, forcing thousands of Kurds to flee, and many who stayed behind reported discrimination, while others found their homes occupied. But a recent deal between Kurdish-led forces and the Syrian government has changed the ground reality, as the agreement allows displaced Kurds to return and integrate Kurdish forces into the national army. The Syrian government has also taken historic steps recognizing Kurdish as an official language and declaring Nowruz a national holiday, which marks a stark shift from decades of repression under Assad regime.
السنة غير مثلا أول مرة بتاريخ سوريا أنه أنا ككردي فيني أحتفل، فيني أحكي بلغتي، فيني أشغل النار مثلا بمناسبة احتفالية نوروز، فيني بكرة مثلا أروح أحتفل بعيد نوروز وأنا يعني ما في خوف، ما في شيء.
Meanwhile, across the border in Turkey's Diyarbakir, thousands gathered to mark Nowruz, where crowds waved Kurdish flags, danced and raised political slogans. From Syria to Turkey, Nowruz this year is more than a festival. It's a powerful statement of identity, return, and political change.
All right, we have another big breaking news that's coming in, an explosive claim that has been made by the US President Donald Trump, and he has taken onto the social media issuing a warning against Iran on the Strait of Hormuz issue. And he says in a threat, and I quote, "If Iran doesn't fully open without the threat, the Strait of Hormuz within the next 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States will hit and obliterate their various power plants, including with the biggest one first." These were the tall claims and threats that have been issued by President Donald Trump on Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz if he does not want the war to further escalate. These are not just big words. We've known President Trump of also saying things in the past and making them happen. Well, this is Operation Fury in its fourth week, and Trump has threatened that the war will escalate within the next 48 hours for sure. Well, Republic has accessed exclusive visuals from the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical oil and shipping routes, now caught in the middle of an escalating conflict. Fires, explosions can be seen at sea, and multiple vessels are caught in crossfire, including several Indian ships still stranded in the region. As tensions rise, seafarers remain trapped in dangerous waters, with many still waiting for safe passage home. Here's more in this report and in these exclusive visuals.
Republic has accessed fresh visuals right from the Strait of Hormuz. Fires broke out everywhere. Fresh strikes have resulted in further escalation of the war in the Strait of Hormuz. A visual from the ship shows huge blazes with plumes of smoke, which can be even seen through the darkness of the night. Around 20 Indian vessels remain stuck in the war-torn seas of the Strait of Hormuz. A chief officer of a vessel told Republic that 2 vessels of the Shipping Corporation of India have exited the strait, but they still remain stranded. Republic also spoke to the seafarers who safely came back home from the Strait of Hormuz. One of the seafarers told Republic that 2 seafarers went missing.
मैं उस टाइम सुबह 1 मार्च 2026 को मेरा सुबह 7 बजे का ऐसा मिसाइल या ड्रोन कोई देखा नहीं था, कोई कंफर्म नहीं है जो मिसाइल या ड्रोन अटैक है, बट अटैक था। तो उस टाइम हम लोग मेरा ड्यूटी स्टार्ट होने वाला था 7:30 तक, तब मैं उस टाइम बैकअप आ गया था, नॉर्मल उड़ गया था, ऐसे ही रूम पे था। तो उस टाइम इतना जोर धमाका हुआ तो उस टाइम सभी पैनिक हो गया था, डर गया था उससे। तो मैं डोर खोल के देखा, इतना स्मोक अंदर आ गया, तो फिर मैं डर के डोर क्लोज कर दिया, क्योंकि वो फायर प्रूफ डोर रहता है तो रूम के इनसाइड में कुछ स्मोक नहीं आएगा, वो बाद में आएगा, लेकिन एलिवे में फुल फैल गया था स्मोक। फिर दोबारा ओपन करके मैं मेरा मोबाइल उठाया, जैसे था ऐसी सेम सिचुएशन में मैं निकल के गया।
The FSUI secretary told Republic that more than 20,000 seafarers remain stranded.
As the government of India has already declared that around 23,000 seafarers are stranded in this Hormuz Strait along with the other Middle East part. But presently we are worrying about the seafarers who are mainly stranded at Iranian port where the battle is on. And these numbers are not feasible or not totally available with the government of India, what we believe. Because continuously we are coordinating with these seafarers apart from the other area like the Qatar, Kuwait and the Dubai where strike is also on. But again, the Iran is the most damaged area where this continuous strike is going on, and most of the seafarers are not able to communicate with their family.
While the war still escalates in the Strait of Hormuz, stranded seafarers still wait for the day when they set foot on land.
From seafarers, let's take you for the national headlines where a big road major accident was reported at Sasupara area at the Vasai-Virar road, which is along the Mumbai-Ahmedabad National Highway. It involved a collision between 6 vehicles. Now, this incident has led a heavy congestion on the highway and significantly disrupting traffic movements for several hours. The collision caused severe damage, trapping some drivers inside the vehicles. Local residents and highway traffic police rushed to the scene to conduct rescue operations, extricating all of those who were involved. More from Mumbai. In a major crackdown at Mumbai port, the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence has seized around 11,000, yes, you heard it right, 11,000 banned walkie-talkies which were imported from China. Now, these devices are prohibited in India, and they're prohibited for security reasons. Because of their illegal import, it constitutes a serious offense. Preliminary investigation indicate a Mumbai-based businessman is behind this shipment, and the DRI is probing the wider network. Let's take you to Hyderabad, where the food safety authorities have busted an illegal samosa making unit in Jiaguda, which has seized 5 lakh rupees worth of unhygienic ingredients and equipments. The 73-year-old accused, whose name is Abdul Rashid, was found using stale eggs and repeatedly using oil that was used to prepare snacks without a valid FSSAI license or any safety clearance. The accused has been arrested and legal action is underway.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Vice Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं हम। ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा? हो गया। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे। अब तुम फिर गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, दादा बोलते का गाड़ी मारता है।
I see the Navy has kept us anchored throughout the day. So trust Air Force to take you on a quick precision strike before we dock for the night. So ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Today I'll be speaking on a topic of shaping, that is aerospace power shaping maritime futures. Now, before I dig deep into the topic, I'll tell you something very interesting. Now, if you conjoin what Admiral Mahan said in late 18th century and what General Dubhe envisioned in early 19th century, you will get a very profound statement, and that is, command of the sea decides the fate of the nation, and command of the air decides who commands the sea. And this statement aptly captures the presence of an air power practitioner in a seminar which is of naval edition of Republic Seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have always viewed Indo-Pacific and IOR from a blue water lens. We always speak about freedom of navigation, tonnage of hulls in the water, carrier strike groups, etc. But if you see the friction points from Red Sea to Taiwan Strait in last 2 years, what emerges is that the reality is changed. The threat to maritime domain is not from the horizon, but it is coming from directly above. Now, if that is the reality, let me form the central postulate of this talk, and that is, we are witnessing a transformation from air power supporting maritime operations to aerospace power enabling maritime security itself. And this distinction definitely matters. Now, when I say aerospace power, I do not just mean Air Force. Here, I mean an integrated air, space, cyber, information, and electromagnetic spectrum to create awareness, denial, deterrence, and control in the maritime domain. In the maritime domain, this integrated construct is important and decisive because the character of the vulnerability has changed. Now, as we proceed, I would like you to consider maritime domain not as a surface to be controlled, but a volume from seabed to space. Even CNS in his morning briefing alluded to this aspect. Now, having established that maritime security begins in aerospace domain, I will explain why this is structurally true. Now, this is not an episodic risk. It is geography and physics coming together with technology. IOR and Indo-Pacific has always been defined by vast distances, narrow choke points, and dispersed island chains. The travel time is in days and weeks. The ports, logistics hubs, FOL depots are fixed and predictable. Now, this predictability creates vulnerability. Now, let us see the asymmetry of time and reach. Now, aerospace domain shortens your compresses time and shortens warning cycles. This time compression leads to deterrence, altering the deterrence dynamics. Now, layer in technological shifts, space-based ISR, armed UAVs, air-launched high-precision anti-ship weapons, loitering munitions, swarm drones, the barrier to entry has fallen. Capabilities which were once restricted are now available to middle powers and are accessible to even non-state actors. Now, this maritime exposure is no longer restricted to high-end conflicts. This structural reality is, and it is also extended to the gray zone competition. The structural reality is that this control of SLOCs is no longer dependent on fleet size or hull count. it is dependent on three aerospace conditions, and these are control of air, air and missile defense, and aerospace-enabled awareness. Without these, the naval presence becomes symbolic rather than decisive. To summarize, vulnerability is not episodic, it is structural. And the structural exposure creates condition for aerial threats. Recent events demonstrate that we are in an era where threat to maritime domain are routine. Let me substantiate it with few examples. Now let us look at the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden over the last 2 years. Since last 2023, the Houthi movement has effectively held a 3 trillion global supply chain hostage. They didn't do this with a blue water navy. They did it with Shahid class of drones, which cost anywhere between 15,000 to 20,000 USD. And all of you would have seen this in news nowadays, because Iranians are using it every day. Now, by early 2025, the vessel traffic through the Suez Canal had plummeted by nearly 75%. We also saw the fiscal asymmetry of this fight. In early 2025, the US Navy disclosed that they had used close to 200 high-end and expensive interceptors to down drones which cost less than the cost of a mid-size sedan. If the Red Sea was about kinetic disruption, the South China Sea is about aerial coercion. And we are all aware of the same, and we've been watching it in news every day. The sinking of merchant vessel Rubimar was not accident of history. They were proof of concepts. Together, these events mark a conceptual shift. That is, use the air to paralyze the sea. Aerial threats are persistent even in peacetime. Maritime security is not sustainable without aerospace dominance. Therefore, aerospace power is not only relevant to maritime security, it is foundational. The question arises, what does aerospace power actually do for maritime security? I would argue it performs 5 essential roles. First is deterrence and escalation control. Forward deployed aerospace forces are visible, flexible, and a fighter's con surge, long-range bomber presence, or increase in ISR sorties. They are signals. They can be calibrated, they can be reversed. They provide option short of naval escalation. In contrast, surface fleets are high signature and are politically weighty. Moving a carrier strike group is a strategic signal and act. Aerospace forces allow policymakers to modulate response, presence without permanent basing, and signaling without immediate surface confrontation. Second is early warning and domain awareness. No shipborne radar can see over the horizon. Airborne and space-based ISR addresses this critical gap. Without aerospace-enabled awareness, naval forces operate reactively. With it, they can anticipate, position, and deter. In modern maritime competition, the side that sees first shapes the battle space. Next is counter A2AD and kill web. I had our army colleague covering something about this. Now, A2AD systems are designed to hold maritime forces at risk from shore. The primary instrument for degrading this system is aerospace power. Air and space capabilities can suppress launch platforms, disrupt targeting networks, degrade ISR nodes, attack command and control links. This is a systems competition. It is not ship versus ship, it is network versus network. Moving on, the other role is integrated air and missile defense at sea. Now, recent operations have demonstrated that ships alone cannot defend against a sustained or saturated aerial attack without being part of an integrated network. No ship, no matter how advanced it is, can survive a saturation strike of 50 drones, 10 cruise missiles, and 10 fighter aeroplanes on its own. The magazine capacity just isn't there. Survival now depends on integrated air and missile defense. This means any sensor, best shooter. The survivability begins well beyond the sea surface. And the last is the collaborative enablement. The IOR and Indo-Pacific is not secured by any single actor or a single service. It is secured through joint strategy and networks of partnerships. Aerospace power is uniquely suited for the same because air and space systems can share ISR data, early warning feeds, and can create a common operational picture. In a region defined by vast distances, speed of integration, and the unique ability of aerospace power to plug and play really matters. To cite an example, in March 2024, when the merchant vessel Ruin was hijacked by Somali pirates in the Arabian Sea, the response was not purely naval, it was joint. Long-range surveillance aircraft provided MDA. C-17 was used for precision drop of Morcos and rafts. What is important is not just that the vessel was recovered. What is important is how. To summarize the aerospace contribution, aerospace power is not simply protecting maritime forces. It is shaping the entire environment in which the maritime forces operate. If aerospace power is now foundational to maritime security, then the strategic postures of various IOR and Indo-Pacific actors reveal how seriously they take this reality. So basically, there are three models which appear. First is the model which is used by United States, that is assurance and access model. The United States ensure maritime security through an aerospace-enabled assurance framework. The United States Air Force plays a very critical role in this. The objective is not simply sea control, but freedom of access. Increasingly, this posture relies on distributed basing, agile employment, resilient space architecture, and deep integration with allies. The next is what is followed by China, which is aerospace-enabled denial. The PLAF integrated with missile forces and naval aviation supports a layered A2AD architecture along China's maritime periphery. This model utilizes land-based long-range anti-ship missiles, integrated air defense, persistent ISR coverage, and coercive air presence in contested areas. The goal isn't to fight a naval battle. The idea is use an air umbrella for sea denial. And the last is the balancing model, which is followed in our context. Now, India's posture emphasizes on long-range ISR and strike, joint, aerial and naval strategy, and interoperability with regional partners. This balancing model seeks influence, stability, and strategic autonomy in its maritime approaches. Taken together, IOR and Indo-Pacific actors have realized following key lessons. First, fleet size alone is no longer decisive. Second, the decisive variable now is aerospace power. And if that be so, there is a requirement of investing upwards. As I conclude, I want to have you leave you with three fundamental messages to carry forward from this session. First, the threat has migrated. It is no longer just a naval problem. It is an aerial and orbital reality. The most efficient way to paralyze a fleet or disrupt a supply chain is to strike from the high ground. Second, the roles have inverted. Aerospace power is no longer a supporting arm of the fleet. It is the primary layer of defense and the essential engine of maritime awareness. And the last, jointness is no longer doctrinal preference. It is an operational survival. I just want to focus on the top. What you can see is in the modern times, the control of air is not an end in itself. It is a gateway to influence, deter, and victory across all domains. With that, I have finished. Thank you for patient listening. And I want to take this opportunity to thank Republic and Navy for inviting an air power practitioner in this seminar to have an Air Force perspective on this issue. Thank you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Vice Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, दादा बोलते का गाड़ी मारता है। चला हो 10 भाई ठीक है ना, हम बात करेंगे भैया कहीं और से हम लेके चल क्या हुआ। हाँ ठीक है ना भैया बोलेंगे आप करिए गाड़ी जा ही रहा है, कौन सा गाड़ी नहीं जा रहा है, गाड़ी तो 4 बजे निकला हुआ है। आप पता है लोग ये FFCCS मतलब फाउंड्री फॉर कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी। फाउंड्री फॉर कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा, रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड। आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। नहीं तो फोन तो करा अरे अनुसरी होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो गोटे का गाड़ी में चला। Yes, दो पूरा दे दो दे देंगे क्या दे दो मुझे चला हो 10 भाई ठीक है ना हम बात करेंगे भैया कहीं और से हम लेके चल क्या हुआ हाँ ठीक है ना भैया बोलेंगे आप करिए आप करिए काम घर बाकी गाड़ी जा ही रहा है कौन बोलता गाड़ी नहीं जा रहा है गाड़ी तो 4 बजे निकला हुआ है आप पता है लोग ये FCCS
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching Republic Nation First. My name is Nayan. But before we delve into anything, let's get on and read the headlines. Legends Devi Shetty. All right, we'll speak with Donald Trump, who's threatened Iran that if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened within the next 48 hours, it will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Following an attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear center, Iran launches wave of strikes on cities near Israel's nuclear research center. Coming up, more from Israel, where Israel denies responsibility for attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear site. Russia calls for international assessment. Israel Defense Minister Katz vows significant escalation in strikes on Iran, says intensity to increase next week. Speaking of our nation, the government has removed fare caps on airlines imposed in December 2025. Now, new fares will be implemented, but that's going to happen in the month of March 23rd. We take it up from Bengal, where pre-poll violence has broken out. TMC and BJP workers are into a clash, and BJP claims that TMC has vandalized the party office. Back to Iran, where the Iranian President Peshkian has told Prime Minister Modi that BRICS must act independently to halt the aggression against Iran. Prime Minister Netanyahu reacts on strikes. Netanyahu reacted on the strikes on Arad and Dimona, the southern cities of Israel, vowing to continue strike enemies. We have a breaking news coming in that the cargo ships, which is the PY-Axis Pioneer carrying the LPGs from Texas, has arrived at Mangaluru port. The cargo ship PY-Axis Pioneer shipping LPGs from Texas has arrived at the Mangaluru airport. Well, according to this new Mangalore airport, the authorities have to say that the daily vessel's position, the Singapore flag tanker with a gross tonnage of 47,236 tons, has been docked at berth number 13 about at 6 p.m. at the Mangaluru port today. The vessel had sailed from the port of Netherlands, Texas on the 14th of February and is scheduled to discharge 16,714 tons of LPG for Aegis Logistics Limited at the port before it departed early on Monday. All right, we have some things from the geopolitical and energy security expert, Colonel Rohit Devji, who has joined us. Colonel, how are you doing? My question to you is that with this current state of art and state of fury that's been happening across the world in the 4th week of the war, how are you viewing this and what is your take?
So thank you, and to the viewers as well. I think the take is very simple, that the geopolitical leverage which India has gained, it is coming to bear and be fruitful for India in today's crisis which has emanated from West Asia. So what India has done, and you should, you would be aware as well, that in 2026 we have signed off a huge contract of nearly 2.2 million tons, catering to about 10% of our needs in India through the US. And all three, BPCL, HPCL, and IOCL, have signed those contracts. Of that contracted value, nearly 480,000 tons has arrived in just about 2.5 months from the US. And also, we are having, in this crisis period, like the news you mentioned, the ships are still docking in. Now, India is also diversified. So let me tell the viewers as well that countries like Mozambique, where the transit period is just about 7 days, to Australia, which is a little more of 15 days, to even Nigeria now, where about 15 days transit time is there. We are seeking more sources, and even the Russian input, at least for the LNG part, has enhanced, and non-Hormuz kind of influx in the last 8-9 days has increased to about 70% of share. And that is just the immediate measures which the country is taking. Much apart from the already in motion, the infrastructure development along the east coast of India for the eastern corridor connecting Chennai to Vladivostok. Everything is in the pipeline, it's happening, but that's futuristic. But currently, India is able to manage through trade, through diversion of ships which are going to elsewhere in the world by paying that extra brokerage and money. Obviously, the costs have nearly doubled for the government of India from a few sources, but the government is still managing without increasing those costs. The oil major companies are taking a little bit of, the burden off the population. That's continuing, and that's totally a little different strategy when it's compared to the crude part. So in the crude part, since we have reserves and stocks, we are able to manage the costs better. And whatever is the extra additive part and such like mixes to be made with the crude gasoline and its derivatives, that higher cost has been already levied by the government on the premium category of fuel, whereas the common sources are intact. All in all, I think the LPG is still something which is a challenge, but the opportunities which come to our countries because of our diversification of the bouquet of these sources, which has enhanced to more than 40 countries, including Guyana in the crude sector, Algeria in the gas sector. And I think that is where India has been able to very effectively use the geopolitical leverage, the economic leverage, and so to say, a G2G connectivity with these global South countries and other African states as well, which is today helping us. And the Russian story only grows bigger from here. I think that India is doing the best to get from the best sources at the cheapest price for consumers, and that endeavor in our country will continue as we progress ahead.
All right,
so I
Rohit.
think no reason to panic.
So I just have another question for you, Rohit. So what do you think is, as the energy security expert, what do you think is the future strategies that are going to be kept in mind, continuing and knowing that there is just no end to this war that we can see at this hour? What are the kind of strategies that the government is putting in place to ensure that we continue to have the oil supplies, the crude oil supplies, the LPGs, or basically the energy supplies? Your take on that?
Right. So the energy supply diversification started in India about 4.5-5 years back. Like I mentioned, the sources have increased to 40, but India is more of a country which is looking at a sustainable energy security, which emanates from the renewable sector. Whether you see compressed biogas, and today the government is making more endeavors to push that to the city grid as well. Whether you see the piped natural gas, Whether you see infrastructure development coming, like I mentioned, along the East Coast, alternate routes, including connectivity to Russia, these are the things which are futuristic. But I must also say that when it comes to pure, facility of the cooking gas itself, because that impacts more lives, a population like ours, we have slowly transformed from an era where we used to, burn wood and cow dung in villages and rural areas. Even those have got LPGs today. So I think to sustain this effort, there has to be a right mix of energy. And I think that is where the renewable energy will play. I'll just give you a short example. If you see the cooking world, in the cooking world, whether it's the, chains like, we have Haldirams and others, and very small shops, the shops on the streets, the tellers, the cooking of the people in the rural, which is distributed system of cooking, that can slowly diversify even to pellet-based cooking, solar-based cooking, and such like. And India is doing it. The government is giving a lot of incentive for the last few years for that to get refined. So I think India going forward should look at the renewable energy part, and it also augurs well in terms of cost and economics part of it as well. When you compare cost, when you compare the energy value, so it happens like that.
That's exactly what I wanted to actually ask you about. You spoke about the cost and economics. What is your take on the cost and economics that are going to unfold, considering the sanctions are not going anywhere and tariffs are not going anywhere? So what is your take on that?
I think for a long time, we left some sources in the Gulf area, especially Iran. We drained out our supplies from there for a long time. But the Russian story is quite different. No matter sanction, no sanction waiver, the crude factor has to be seen by the country, because it's both for the use of domestic and industrial use as well. Our entire supply chain in-house on mainland depend on that. So we cannot take any dictations from anybody. So let me put the viewers and also the news agency at rest, that no matter somebody says sanction, waiver, permission, it has got no bearing on how India buys the crude today. So it's just a very polite way, because they know India is going to buy it, and they're going to call it whatever term. I heard a very casual term from the press secretary of the White House saying that we have been given permission. No, sorry, we didn't ask for any permission there. We didn't ask for permission for even buying a S-400, and we won't buy any permission when it comes to energy and defense security of this country. So that's a backstage thing. It's all about semantics, how people talk in geopolitics. But I think India is going to do that. The only thing which I see in the future is that if our own reserves of oil and gas, especially in the littoral states of our country, which we're trying to develop, trying to put airfields there, trying to put the oil major companies into the front end of all the Andaman Nicobar story which you heard till now, if that has to fructify, India has to get a lot of technology, India has to get a lot of investments, and that is where the smarter moves will be made for the future to enable this story of crude and gas to be more self-reliant. But besides that, we have no option currently to import, and we will import from the best friends, the trusted partners, the best prices we can get over long-term contracts. So similarly, if we have signed for gas for a long-term contract with the United States, all three major OMCs, so I think nobody's got the business to tell us from whom not to buy. And tariff, it's a joke. You can keep putting 500% of tariff. It's going to be paid by your citizens, and we will find a lot of market. So that's the story of the Indian geopolitical and diplomatic effort. So I think everybody will come around, because 1.47 billion, you cannot ignore this market, a democratic setup where things are getting open and ease of doing business is getting better by the day. I think people have no option but to look at India from that perspective. So we should be able to pitch and sell from that perspective and that confidence as well.
Yes. Thank you so much. That was Colonel Rohit Dev, and he is the geopolitical and energy security expert. Thank you so much for joining us at Republic TV in this exclusive conversation. And you spoke about the various parameters and seafarers and the kind of safety that they have also experienced, and the kind of future that you envision for the country. That's commendable. Thank you so much. But now let's look at the seafarers who have in fact
जब पहले जो मिसाइल आपके शिप पे गिरी थी, तो एग्जैक्टली कैसे सिचुएशन थी वहाँ पे?
सर मैम, मेरा नाम अब्दुर्रहमान मंडल, मैं स्काईलाइट का क्रू हूँ, मैं एबी हूँ। तो मैं 6 बजे तक, मॉर्निंग 6 o'clock तक मैं ड्यूटी में था ब्रिज में। तो मेरा रिलीवर आया था, मैं उसको हैंड ओवर देके मैं सोने चला गया था। मैं केबिन में गया था, मैं सो रहा था उस टाइम। तो 7 बजे तक, 7:01 या 2 ऐसे कुछ होगा, 7 बजे तक 2 मिसाइल अटैक हुआ था उसमें सडनली। मतलब एक मिसाइल अटैक हुआ, मैं बेड से गिर गया नीचे, इतना ज़ोरदार धमाका हुआ, मैं बेड से नीचे गिर गया। फिर सेकंड 2 या 3 सेकंड या 5 सेकंड के बाद सेकंड अटैक हुआ था। तो उस टाइम मेरा दिमाग, मतलब मेरा माइंड काम नहीं कर रहा था, मैं क्या करूं, मतलब मैं बाहर जाऊं क्या ना जाऊं, अंदर रहूं, केबिन का अंदर रहूं, क्योंकि बाहर का सिचुएशन उस टाइम मेरे को पता नहीं है। जब मैं मेरा केबिन का डोर ओपन किया तो मैं देख रहा हूँ एकोमोडेशन का अंदर पूरा ब्लैक है और लाइट तो ऑलरेडी चला गया था, ब्लैक आउट हो गया था। स्मोक अंदर इतना भरा है, कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है। मेरा मतलब साइड में ही बहुत बंदा चिल्ला रहा है, लेकिन मैं कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है जो क्या है क्या नहीं है, इतना स्मोक था। तो मेरा जस्ट साइड में मेरा पार्टनर का एक केबिन है, तो वो आके मेरे को नॉक किया। मैं फिर दोबारा मेरा केबिन लॉक कर दिया था, तो मेरे को आके वो दरवाज़ा नॉक कर रहा है, तो मैं उसके सहारा और वो मेरे सहारा दोनों मिलके हाथ पकड़ के एलोवे का जो रेलिंग है उसको पकड़ के स्टारबोर्ड साइड का जो डोर है, स्केप डोर, उधर से बाहर गया। बाहर जाके देख रहा हूँ पूरा आग फैल गया था बाहर। तो किसी भी तरह हम लोग 8 बंदा जो है स्लोली फॉरवर्ड में गया, जो सेफ जोन है थोड़ा उधर फायर कम है, तो उधर फायर नहीं गया था, तो उधर सेफ जोन में जाके हम लोग बहुत साउंड किया, क्योंकि हम लोग 8 बंदा है, 2 बंदा ऑलरेडी मिसिंग हो गया, दिखाई नहीं दिया। तो कैप्टन था उसमें और एक दिलीप कुमार था, ऑयलर जो है, इंजन रूम में काम करता है। और फिर दोबारा हम लोग 3-4 बंदा आके एकोमोडेशन जिधर आग लगा है, फायर हुआ है, उधर आके हम लोग बहुत साउंड किया, उन लोगों को बुलाया। तो बुलाने के बाद कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आया, तो फिर हम लोग फॉरवर्ड की तरफ आया और बहुत ज़ोर ज़ोर से चिल्ला रहा हेल्प के लिए। कुछ रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आ रहा था। बहुत दूर में एक सप्लाई वेसल था, वो भी कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं कर रहा था। बाकी शार्ट ओपन किया, मेरा एक दोस्त ने शार्ट ओपन किया, जो सिग्नल जाता है दूसरा शिप में या पोर्ट में कोई रेस्क्यू के लिए बुला रहा है, ऐसे सिग्नल जाता। शार्ट ओपन करने के बाद तो शार्ट ओपन किया और 10 मिनट के बाद, मतलब हादसा होने का 40 या 50 मिनट के बाद एक नेवी का बोर्ड हम लोगों को दिखाई दिया, तो उन लोगों को चिल्लाया। तो वो लोग ऑयल टैंकर था जो तो रिस्की है, इसीलिए वो लोग भी दूर में खड़ा होकर देख रहा था, वो सडनली नहीं आ रहा था अंदर साइड में। तो 10 मिनट के बाद वो लोग आके मैं एक रोप नाट मार के सी में फेंका और 1 बाय 1 कोई जाम किया, जिसका स्विमिंग आता था वो जाम किया, जिसका नहीं आता था वो सी रोप पकड़ के जाके उस बोर्ड में रेस्क्यू हुआ। बाकी उन लोग
बिना जैकेट के आप कितने समय के लिए वो समुंदर में थे और कितने मिनट में आपको मदद पहुंची थी?
ब्लास्ट होने का 1 घंटा बाद ओमान का जो नेवी का बोर्ड आया था और बिना जैकेट का ईरानियन बंदा था, वो उसको प्रॉपर स्विमिंग आता है, वो बिना जैकेट का भी जाम किया था सी में। और इंडियन पर्सन था, उसके पास लाइफ जैकेट था सबके पास। बाकी हम लोग रोप पकड़ के
कितने मिनट के लिए थे अंदाजा में?
मैक्सिमम 5 मिनट 7 मिनट ऐसे थे पानी में, जो सी में जाके 1 बाय 1 जाके उठ रहा है, जो टाइम लग रहा है शिप से सी में जाके या उस बोर्ड में जाने का जितना टाइम है 5 मिनट 7 मिनट ऐसे कुछ।
सब ये जो अटैक हुआ था वो शिप पे, बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान भी हो गया था, तो आपके पास आपके डॉक्यूमेंट्स भी नहीं थे ऐसा पता चला है। तो हाँ,
अभी भी नहीं है मैम कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स। उधर से हम लोग जान बचे का है, यही बहुत बड़ी बात है। और ऊपर वाला का बहुत बहुत शुक्र है जो हम लोग बच के अभी भारत में अगर धरती में ऊपर खड़ा है हम लोग। मेरा नाम है विक्रम घोष, मैं एमटी स्काईलाइट का क्रू था, चीफ कुक था मेरा रैंक। मैं उस टाइम सुबह 1 मार्च 2026 को मेरा सुबह 7 बजे का ऐसा मिसाइल या ड्रोन, कोई देखा नहीं था, कोई कंफर्म नहीं है जो मिसाइल या ड्रोन अटैक है, बट अटैक था। तो उस टाइम हम लोग मेरा ड्यूटी स्टार्ट होने वाला था 7:30 तक, तब मैं उस टाइम बैकअप आ गया था, नॉर्मल उड़ गया था, ऐसे ही रूम पे था। तो उस टाइम इतना जोर धमाका हुआ, तो उस टाइम सभी पैनिक हो गया था, डर गया था उससे। तो मैं डोर खोल के देखा, इतना स्मोक अंदर आ गया, तो फिर मैं डर के डोर क्लोज कर दिया, क्योंकि वो फायर प्रूफ डोर रहता है, तो रूम के इनसाइड में कुछ स्मोक नहीं आएगा वो। बाद में आएगा, लेकिन एलओए में फुल फैल गया था स्मोक। फिर दोबारा ओपन करके मैं मेरा मोबाइल उठाया, जैसे था ऐसी सेम सिचुएशन में मैं निकल के गया। तो क्या उधर से ये लोग निकल रहे, वही मैं साउंड सुन के ये लोग का पीछे पीछे जाके मैं उधर से स्टारबोर्ड साइड से, क्योंकि पोर्ट साइड से हमारा अटैक हुआ था, हम लोग स्टारबोर्ड साइड से शॉर्टकट जो रूट है एस्केप होकर हम लोग बाहर गया फॉरवर्ड में, मतलब मेन डेक पे चला गया, जिधर सेफ जोन है सेफ जोन की तरफ गया। उसके बाद हम लोग सब हेड काउंट किया, जो इंडियन हमारा कितना बंदा है, क्योंकि इंडियन 10% था और ईरानियन हम लोग 12% था। तो ईरान जितना ईरान पीपल थे परसेंट था, वो लोग आ गया सब। इंडियन जो 10 था उसमें 8 आ पाया, 2 नहीं आ पाया। फिर देखा कौन नहीं आया, एक कैप्टन साहब था आशीष कुमार और एक हमारा दोस्त था जो दिलीप सिंह, वो आ नहीं पाया, वो भी ड्यूटी में था इंजन रूम पे उस टाइम। तो हम लोग फिर सब हेड काउंट करने के बाद उन लोग को बहुत साउंड किया, जो कोई किधर से भी साउंड दे, हम लोग तो रेस्क्यू करने मतलब जा ही नहीं सकते, उधर सिचुएशन इतना ख़राब हो गया, दोनों तरफ फायर और स्मोक आ गया। फिर भी हम लोग ऊपर से 3 बंदा ब्रिज में भी फंसे थे उस टाइम, हम लोग नॉर्मली उन लोग को रेस्क्यू किया उधर से। हाँ, वो लोग कैसे भी करके नीचे आए। फिर सबको में कोई इंजर हुआ, लेग में लगा, कोई थोड़ा फायर से जल गया था, बाकी सब फॉरवर्ड लेके गया, थोड़ा उन लोग को सब शांत किया। हम लोग भी पैनिक हो गए थे उस टाइम सब बंदा। फिर देखा दूर से हम लोग चिल्लाने के बाद बहुत टाइम बाद देखा एक ओमानी आर्मी क्या नेवी का कुछ बोट होगा, वो साइड से जा रहा था। तो वो देख के बहुत दूर में वो लोग रुक गया, देख ये टैंकर है, कुछ भी हो सकता है, अभी वो एम्प्टी है क्या फुल ये है फील है, वो पता नहीं चल रहा है वो लोग को, वो भी कॉन्फ्यूज में। फिर पास में 10 मिनट बाद हमारा पास में आया, हम लोग एक रोप का सहारा लेके लाइफ जैकेट पहन के सब एक एक करके सी में गया। उसके बाद वो लोग एक एक करके रेस्क्यू करके हम लोग पोर्ट कसाब में वो लोग लेके गया। जो इंजर्ड था उसको एम्बुलेंस सर्विस उधर ही था, वो लोग उस टाइम ही हॉस्पिटल लेके गया, बाकी जो लिटिल थोड़ा बहुत था तो वो लोग को उधर ही ट्रीटमेंट किया।
All right, we have another breaking in coming in. The government removes fare cap on airlines imposed in December 2025. New fares to be implemented from March 23rd. The Ministry of Civil Aviation, MOCA, on Saturday withdrew temporary fare caps on domestic fares that had been in place since December, saying the situation that prompted the controls had stabilized, but warned the airlines that excessive pricing would invite re-imposition of controls. We have our reporter Harsha live on this, joining in. Harsha, I have a question that how is this situation been taken by and understood on the larger scale? What is the future like?
So yes, in the larger scale, we have to understand that how it will be a very problematic situation for passengers, because in the month of December, when these fare caps were imposed on the airlines, that was because of the volatile surging of prices by other airlines during the aviation crisis. During the Indigo crisis, all the other airlines thought it's the best time to earn money, it's the best time to earn profit out of the crisis situation, and that was the reason why the fare caps were introduced. And fare caps were very nominal for the passengers. Let's say for less than 500 kilometers, it was 770-500 rupees. For between 500 to 1000 kilometers, it was 9500 rupees. And till 1800 to 2000 kilometer, it was 15,000 rupees. So the amount was not much, and not much in variation also, that could hamper the pockets of passengers. At that particular time, we saw how airports were flooded with passengers. They were facing problem, and because of volatile pricing by the other airlines, they were not being able to go to the tier 1, tier 2 or tier 3 cities.
Right.
But the removal of the fare caps, you understand, if the fare caps are completely removed, that means if a person has to go to the major trunk sectors, let's say Delhi to Mumbai, Delhi to Bengaluru, Delhi to Kolkata, or let's say to a farther route, then this gives the authority to the airlines that they could impose any sort of ticket pricing depending on their routes, however they want to, from the passengers.
Right.
Removal of fare caps gives the authority to the airlines to allow them to have the profit through their commercial means, and that is what the passengers should not suffer. However, in the letter it has been clearly stated by ministry that if during the peak time, if during the disruptions, and during the other times, if seen that the airlines are imposing volatile surging, then the order can be reversed as well.
Harsha?
That means they will be monitored as well. That means airlines will be monitored that they can't put up heavy volatile prices even
Harsha,
if the caps are removed.
That's exactly my question. Do you think that ultimately it is the customer that will be bearing the brunt of all of these on caps and then removal of caps and then bringing the caps back? Do you also believe that it's the customer at the end of the day who is going to be paying a heavy and hefty price for this?
Yes, you rightly pointed out. It's the passengers who are going to face the backlash, who are going to face the brunt of whatever is going in the Gulf region, in the Middle East airspace. We have to understand why these fare caps have been removed. It has been removed because Federation of Indian Airlines wrote to Ministry of Civil Aviation that because of closure of the Gulf space, because of the closure of the Middle East airspace, they are facing huge losses. And there's also not cut in the fuel surcharge, and that is the reason they have to cover their losses through the removal of the caps. Right now, they are bound to ensure that the caps are insured, and through those particular capping only, they will be able, passengers have to book the ticket. And now, once the capping is removed, they can take money, any sort of money they can imply on the tickets for the tier 2, tier 1 and tier 3 cities. Let's say tomorrow you have to go from Delhi to Bengaluru. Earlier the ticket was supposed to be 9,500 rupees, but now you never know if you will have to pay 30,000 or 35,000 owing to the present situation.
Right.
In the present situation, airlines can clearly say that right now the Middle East airspace is closed. We are facing heavy losses. So domestically we are taking longer routes. We have less number of flight because of FDTL. We have less number of crew.
Right.
So we have to surcharge. We have to surcharge the price of the ticket. That's the reality right now. What the passengers will have to face from 23rd of March.
Well, that's very unfortunate, but thank you for giving us all of that information, Harsha. Truly grateful. But let's get on to Cuba, which has announced the second nationwide power blackout in the week and third time this month. This is the big breaking news that's coming in. Cuba has announced a nationwide power blackout. And the power grid struggles under the US oil blockade. All right, the power outrage has struck and it has destabilized the entire system. Of course, since the power grids are struggling because of loss or no crude oil, Cuba is now announcing for the second nationwide blackout, and this is the third time that something like this is happening in Cuba. Like we told you before, there are also air packages that have come in terms of food, for hygiene packages that have also been delivered to the country of Cuba. And 33 countries have participated in providing these relief packages for Cuba. Like I said, this is the second nationwide power blackout that has taken place in the country of Cuba. And this is the third time in a single month that such outrage or blackout has taken place. We talk more about the Iran war, which is escalating further with fresh strikes now targeting key nuclear infrastructure. Iran says that the Natanz uranium enrichment facility was hit in a US-Israel attack today, even as concerns grow over repeated strikes near sensitive nuclear sites. This comes days after a strike near the Bushehr nuclear plant and follows earlier attacks linked to the widening conflict. Here's more on the report.
Iran claims the US and Israel carried out a fresh strike on the Natanz uranium enrichment facility earlier today. Iranian authorities say no radioactive leak has been reported and there is no danger to residents nearby. Natanz is located about 220 kilometers southeast of Tehran and remains a key uranium enrichment site. Natanz remains a critical site as it houses thousands of advanced centrifuges used to enrich uranium, which is utilized for civilian energy and nuclear weapons. The facility has been repeatedly targeted, including during the earlier Israel-Iran conflict and ongoing fighting. The latest attack comes days after a projectile struck near Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. The strike hit a structure just 350 meters from the reactor, though no damage to the reactor or radiation leak was reported. The incident has triggered global concern with warnings over the risks of strikes near nuclear facilities. These developments also come after the Diego Garcia strike, marking a further escalation in the conflict. With repeated strikes on nuclear-linked sites, the conflict is entering a more dangerous phase. As attacks expand to sensitive nuclear-linked locations, concerns over escalation and safety risks are growing rapidly with no signs of de-escalation.
Well, this week on Republic TV, legends bring you to a closer look at Dr. Devi Shetty, a name that has steadily reshaped how healthcare is delivered across India. From building large-scale hospital networks to focusing on affordability and access, his work has touched millions of lives. What shaped his vision and what continues to drive it today? Find out this week only on Republic TV. But right now, we're getting into a short break.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू। नहीं तो फोन तो करा अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुमचा कुणाल केला नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला कुठे का गाडी मारला।
To be described as a mentor to generations of Assamese leaders and to be called a patriarch of Assamese student politics is by itself, something which is worthy of one round of opening applause, perhaps. Samujjal Bhattacharya. Thank you so much for coming, and let me begin. I would want my team also to flag when I have to stop, because this can be a very long conversation otherwise. Okay, so my first question. Northeast Rising, Assam or Guwahati as its capital. How far have we traveled in the last decade or so?
Okay, first of all, I'd like to, on behalf of the people of Assam and on behalf of the people of Northeast, we'd like to express our gratitude and thanks to Republic and Arnab Goswami for organizing this conclave here in Guwahati. Traveling, I have not calculated actually, but throughout Assam, throughout Northeast, 7 states, day and night.
Right. Do you, let's talk about Assam. From Lahe Lahe to, advanced landing grounds and highways. It's been a journey.
It's actually it's a wrong conception, actually, perception. And there is no lahe lahe. The Assam is moving fast. And see, why lahe lahe? There is a wrong perception. The social fabric of Assam is something unique. We feel proud about it. Here, the economy of the states is also something different. In our villages, if we have some paddy lands, if we have a pond, yeah, people are very happy. Because there is a unique character in our society. There is no dowry system in our society. जब एक लड़की पैदा होते हैं तो we feel it's Lakshmi is coming to our family. So that economic pressure is not on the families actually. So paddy field है, खेत है, तो pond है, economy है, everybody is feeling happy. So it's a wrong perception, lahe lahe. But Assam is moving very fast. The young generation, they are doing very well. And you can find everywhere in our states, and you can find our students and youths in other parts of the globe and also country, they are doing very good.
What has changed that is getting reflected in this go-getter young generation, many of them sitting in front of us? What has changed in Assam and the Northeast, which makes this generation such a go-getter generation?
See, the young generation, they have a very competitive mind. See, one aspect that some of our students, they are going, they want to go to the competitive exams, and that process has started. And I'd like to inform you, as a student body, the All Assam Students Union had taken a pilot project to give supports to the 25 students studying in Assam and other parts of the country. And out of that, one had qualified. That was a pilot project. He is now the IPS officer in our states. I won't name him. If you want, I can name him. Now, this time we have started a project. It is called Pratyasa. 26 students from Assam and 14 from other Northeast states. We are supporting them. They are now studying in Delhi. It's a project, Pratyasa. We'll make IAS and IPS officer for our states and Northeast. You'll see after 2-3 years, we can say that all Assam students in a Northeast students organization, we are creating an atmosphere to prepare or to create an atmosphere to have our more IAS and IPS officers in Assam and Northeast. It's an initiative of all Assam students in a Northeast student organization. And the students, they have a bright future. Young generation, they are doing very well in research work and in other activities in the field of entrepreneur. You'll find our students. And in every field, you can find our students of Northeast and Assam. They are growing, they are shining.
You know, what you mentioned just now made me recall a conversation I had a couple of years back with the then Navy Chief Admiral R. Harikumar in his office in South Block in Delhi. And you know what he mentioned? He said, I have a brief from the government that I should be holding exposure come employment seminars in the Northeast, all the states. And he mentioned a certain percentage, I don't recall exactly the number, that the government wants from the Northeast to be in the Navy. The government wants youngsters from the Northeast to be part of Indian Navy, a certain percentage of them. You know, that was a conversation I recall having with the Navy chief at that time. Maybe it must be getting reflected in other government departments and forces specifically. But Mr. Bhattacharya, that takes me to the next question. As Chief Advisor to ASU, how do you reflect on the fact that if you look at the present generation of Assamese leaders at the helm, including the present Chief Minister, including the Shipping Minister in Delhi, many others, most leaders, they have an ASU background. Does that make ASU a very powerful student organization? And if yes, do you think it's controlling the politics as much as it would want to insofar as its core philosophy or core agenda is concerned?
Again, there is a wrong perception. Before that, I'm coming to that question. Reacting to your previous question, I would like to highlight one unit that is called Numaligarh Refinery. That's a product of the Assam Accord. It is now expanding to 9 million ton refinery. And we'll feel proud that all the engineers, technocrats, 99% belong to our states. They are the leader of Numaligarh Refinery. We feel proud of that. Coming to your next question. There's a wrong perception that all the leaders of all Assam Students Union, they are joining politics. Yes, some of them, they are joining politics. But what is the percentage? 1%. 1% of the leaders of ASU, after returning from ASU, they are joining politics. But where is the other rest 99%? Rest 99% ASU's product. Where are they now? They are the school teachers, they are the school principals, they are the college teachers, they are the college principals. 3 vice chancellors are there working in Assam now. One of them who was the executive member when I was the general secretary of ASU. So you will find the administrative officers in other different capacities. So you will find the various administrative officers in our states. Then you will find journalists, chief editor, executive editors. Then you'll find the sportsmen, sports organizer, Hima Das. We know all Hima Das. Hima Das was the sports secretary of our regional unit. Then you'll find the scientists in Bhabha Atomic Centers. You'll find everywhere. 99% of products are there in different capacities, in different areas of the societies of the state and the country. We feel proud of them. That is the strength of the All Assam Students Union.
Okay, that brings me to part B of my question, which is the core agenda, the core philosophy. How much of the core philosophy of ASU has been achieved in Assam in the last, say, a decade or so?
See, there is a long history, since independence. If I start from the independence, what we have faced
before independence, actually.
Yeah, before independence also. If we discuss about that also, during independence movement, our people had sacrificed their life. They were the martyrs of the independence movement. But unfortunately, during the partition of the country, the national leaders, they wanted to put us in the group C with Pakistan. For that also, to be with India, we had to fight. Look up here, Gopinath Bordoloi, then Vishnuram Reddy, then Bhimbo Deori. They all had taken initiative to protect our identity and to be with India. That was the sad story, but at the same time, we feel proud of the then leaders. Then again, in '62, the then Prime Minister had given goodbye to us. These are all history. And after that, after independence, there is a debate that whether the student community should be under the umbrella of a political party or not. So majority of the student community have decided that we should stay non-politically, not aligning with any political party, but we should carry our issues. And briefly, if we discuss, without movement, we are not getting anything in our soil of Assam. For language, in '60, we have a language movement. We had to sacrifice our life. Martyrs were there. In '72, there was a media movement. For that also, martyrs were there. We had to sacrifice our life. For a refinery movement. For a refinery also, we had to fight. There was a movement for Guwahati refinery. Then in '74, there was the economy movement. And emergency was imposed on us. All leaders were put behind bar. Then Assam movement started. And during Assam movement, 860 people have sacrificed their life. They are the martyrs. It is not the number. 860 is not the number, it's a life. Thousands become physically handicapped. 58, our mothers and sisters were raped during that time. This was the situation. With that sacrifice, with that history, after that history, Assam movement, the Assam Accord was signed. And we are yet to get result. And this vexed for a national problem, it's
Why do you say so that after 40 years, you are yet to get results?
Yeah, because see...
What is left? Or how much is left?
The core issue is not yet implemented. See, 6 years Assam movement. after signing of Assam Accord 40 years. That means in these last 46 years, we are fighting to protect our language, culture, identity in our own motherland. That is the reality. You won't find anywhere in the states, any states, you name it. You won't any states in our country where the indigenous people of that state is fighting for protect their own language, culture, and identity in their own motherland. But here in Assam, we are fighting to protect our language, culture, and identity in our own motherland. Why? Where is the solution? You can say. See, the scenario during Assam movement and scenario at present is something different. It's changing. The illegal foreigners from Bangladesh, they have entered in the forest land, government lands, they have encroached our lands of Satras. The whole demographic pattern of Assam has changed. Why? Because of the continuous influx of illegal foreigners from Bangladesh. Where is the solution? You can say that student body, they are shouting, yes, we are shouting, we are fighting for a cause to get a result. Where is the result? Result lies in Assam Accord. And I have 9-point solution for that.
But, you know, if we scan the headlines coming out of Assam, they are predominantly about evictions and removing encroachments. If you look at, say, if you scan the headlines of last 6 months alone,
right?
It's just about evictions and, encroachments. So a lot of work seems to be happening.
Right, it has started. I should be very honest to my statement. There is a clause in Assam Accord, clause 10, to evict the encroachers from forest land and government land also. The present state government, they have started the process of eviction, which we are fully supporting. Because it should be, it must be. I have 9-point solution for the solution of this vexed foreign national problem. Number 1, implement all clauses of the Assam Accord within a specific time frame. 46 years is not a short period. Now we need a time frame. Number 2, seal the Indo-Bangla border, 268 kilometers only. If the central government can seal the East New Park border, why not in the case of state of Assam? Seal the Indo-Bangla border, issue suit and side order in the border areas. Third, detect, delete and deport all illegal Bangladeshis residing in the state of Assam. 3D. Fourth, give us constitutional safeguard. Give constitutional safeguard to the indigenous people of Assam as per clause 6 of the Assam Accord and as per the recommendation of the retired Justice Biplab Kumar Sharma Committee, which was formed by the Union Home Ministry. Implement all recommendations. Now, some recommendations which are under purview of the state government, they are in the process of implementation, but some are under the purview of the central government, that should also be implemented. So, it's the indigenous people of Assam must get the constitutional safeguard as per the commitment of the Assam Accord. Fifth, update NRC. For the first time, the procedure to update NRC was adopted under the supervision of the Supreme Court of India, but we are yet to get result. So the NRC must be foolproof, free from illegal Bangladeshis names. 6, give us economic safeguard. We are all discussing about constitutional safeguard, but there is a provision in the Assam Accord to give economic safeguard to the indigenous people of Assam. 7, the process of eviction must continue. The process of eviction from the government lands, forest land, that must continue. 7. 8, very important point, which we cannot avoid. That is the CAA. CAA was imposed on the people of Assam and Northeast. So initially, the government of India had failed to pass this bill in the parliament, but ultimately when the new government came, they have imposed it on the people of Assam and Northeast. But there was an amendment. I'm just discussing about the amendment. The perception of state of Assam and Northeast and other parts of the country is something different regarding CAA. We are against foreigners, he may be Hindu, he may be Muslim. The stand of people of Assam and Northeast is something different. Asu is something different. We are against foreigners, he may be Hindu, he may be Muslim. I'm just asking that my number 8 issues, that is regarding CAA. The recent amendment has said that the inner line covered area states of Northeast is exempted, like Mizoram, Nagaland, Manipur, and Arunachal Pradesh. There is no CAA in 4 states. Interesting amendment. Number 2, 6 civil areas are exempted. 98% of Meghalaya is exempted. 70% areas of Tripura are exempted. 8 districts out of 35 districts of Assam are exempted. That means Assam is the worst sufferer. 27 districts of Assam is affected. I'm just carrying a map. Give me 1 second only.
Yeah.
You see the map. This is northeast. The red colors is covered under inland covered areas and 6 little covered areas. These all red colors are exempted for CAA. Or only 8 districts out of 35 districts are exempted. So exclude Assam and other parts of northeast from CAA. So it is number 8 position. Number 8. Number 9. There should be a special operation. What is special operation? Through this border, the fundamentalist groups, the Houthis, the other fundamentalist group, they are entering. And Assam and Northeast is a transit route and transit camp for the fundamentalist groups and Bangladeshis. Now Bangladeshis, see, during Assam movement days, what we had said, save Assam today to save India tomorrow. Nobody had listened. Now Bangladeshis are there in Delhi, Bangalore, Pune, other parts of the country. Now the fundamentalist group, they are also entering. So there should be a special operation against all these fundamentalist groups and Bangladeshis. There should be effective measures to evict all fundamentalist groups and Bangladeshis from the soil of Assam and Northeast. And for that, we want a special operation. I'd like to tell you, India is for Indians. Do you agree with that?
I fully agree with that.
Yeah.
Everybody would agree with that, right?
Paris whole house is agreeing to that. India is for Indians. So, India is for Indians. Assam and Northeast is in India. So, there is no place of illegal Bangladeshis in Assam, Northeast and India. That should be the approach.
I think this applause really gives you a clear idea of where the House is going to vote. I'm talking only about the House, the state of Assam. Elections are different. Election Commission is yet to announce, possibly tomorrow. But we are now running absolutely cut to cut with our panel of guests, many of whom have arrived. I think your 9-point charter that you have given, Mr. Bhattacharya, some of these things are actually getting implemented. Some perhaps you would want to be implemented with more vigor. And some perhaps are only in the domain of, legislation and perhaps topmost levels of judiciary on which just a conversation like this has a limited influence. But what I would...
To seal the borders, that immediate effect can be there. Seal this border.
Absolutely.
Suit and sites should be there. Detect, delete and deport them.
Thank you so much for opening up with this very clear conversation on where things stands in Assam and in entire Northeast. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Republic. Thank you, Arnab Goswami. Thank you.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार पर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. The price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला चलो गोटे का गाड़ी मारवा
Iran says that the Natanz uranium enrichment facility was hit in a US-Israel attack today, even as concerns grow over repeated strikes near sensitive nuclear sites. This comes days after a strike near the Bushehr nuclear plant and follows earlier attacks linked to the widening conflict. Here's more on the report.
Iran claims the US and Israel carried out a fresh strike on the Natanz uranium enrichment facility earlier today. Iranian authorities say no radioactive leak has been reported and there is no danger to residents nearby. Natanz is located about 220 kilometers southeast of Tehran and remains a key uranium enrichment site. Natanz remains a critical site as it houses thousands of advanced centrifuges used to enrich uranium, which is utilized for civilian energy and nuclear weapons. The facility has been repeatedly targeted, including during the earlier Israel-Iran conflict and ongoing fighting. The latest attack comes days after a projectile struck near Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. The strike hit a structure just 350 meters from the reactor, though no damage to the reactor or radiation leak was reported. The incident has triggered global concern with warnings over the risks of strikes near nuclear facilities. These developments also come after the Diego Garcia strike, marking a further escalation in the conflict. With repeated strikes on nuclear-linked sites, the conflict is entering a more dangerous phase. As attacks expand to sensitive nuclear-linked locations, concerns over escalation and safety risks are growing rapidly with no signs of de-escalation.
Well, this week on Republic TV, legends bring you to a closer look at Dr. Devi Shetty, a name that has steadily reshaped how healthcare is delivered across India. From building large-scale hospital networks to focusing on affordability and access, his work has touched millions of lives. What shaped his vision and what continues to drive it today? Find out this week only on Republic TV. But right now, we're getting into a short break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू नहीं का फोन तो करा अरे आलू से नहीं होगा तुम फोन गिरा दो नीचे अब फिर गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला ना लोगों का गाड़ी में खड़ा चला हो ठीक है ना हम बात करेंगे क्या हुआ ठीक है ना भैया बोलेंगे आप गाड़ी जा ही रहा है गाड़ी नहीं जा रहा है गाड़ी तो 4 बजे निकला हुआ है आप पता है लोग ये FFCCS मतलब फाउंड्री फॉर कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Donald Trump threatens Iran that if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened within 48 hours, America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Following an attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear center, Iran launches wave of strikes on cities near Israel's nuclear research center. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reacts on the strikes on Arad and Dimona, southern cities of Israel, vowing to continue striking enemies. Israel denies responsibility for attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear site. Russia calls for international assessment. Israel Defense Minister Katz vows a significant escalation in strikes on Iran, says intensity to increase next week. Iranian President Pezeshkian tells PM Modi BRICS must act independently to halt aggressions against Iran. And government removes the fare cap on airlines imposed in December 2025. New fares to be implemented from March 23rd. Pre-poll violence breaks out in Bengal. TMC and BJP workers clash. BJP claims TMC vandalized party office. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first big breaking news that we are getting in this bulletin. Big development, an explosive claim from the United States of America's president, that is Donald Trump, who has taken to social media and has issued a warning against Iran on the Strait of Hormuz issue. And he says the threat, he says, and I quote, if Iran doesn't fully open without a threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours for this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. So this is a clear, stern warning from Donald Trump, from POTUS, on striking the power plants of Iran if they do not open the Strait of Hormuz. So this is a clear warning that we will be striking your energy infrastructure. It's a clear indication of what the future plans of United States of America are in context to opening the Strait of Hormuz. And this is a clear warning regarding the Strait of Hormuz because various attempts have been unsuccessful in keeping the Strait of Hormuz clear. The IRGC is striking vessels which belong to either United States or even Israel. Maximum Israel and US-linked ships will be their prime target, which was told by the IRGC, conveyed by the IRGC. And now the Strait of Hormuz is, there is a virtual blockade by the IRGC, and there is an imminent threat on various vessels who are passing from that location now, except for certain countries who are in good terms with Iran. Now, they are being allowed a safe passage by the IRGC. But there is a threat to various ships of other countries, especially those who are allies of America or Israel. Now, there is a threat to those ships. Now, this is a big threat by Donald Trump against opening of the Strait of Hormuz issue. He has warned Iran that on Strait of Hormuz issue, he has threatened them, and he said that if Iran does not fully open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours now, from exact point in time, from right now, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. So it's a clear warning that we will be striking your power generation plants, and if you do not open the Strait of Hormuz, because there is a global energy crisis as we speak. There has been shortage of fuel in various countries because of the virtual blockade, because of the ongoing war that is happening right now as we speak. All right, viewers, we have another big breaking news. Now, this warning of Trump has earned a reaction from the Iran Defense Forces. Now, the IRGC has put out a statement saying, to all those concerned, we warn for the last time that at the slightest attack on our infrastructure, we will destroy all energy, information technology and water desalination infrastructure belonging to the United States and the Zionist regime in the region. So this is a very clear warning to the United States of America from the IRGC that we are not afraid of your threats, and if you strike our infrastructure, we will hit back harder, and we will attack, even on a slightest attack on our infrastructure, we will destroy all your energy, information technology, that is IT, and water desalination infrastructure belonging to the United States and the Zionist regime in the region. A clear mention of desalination projects also, because that's very important, because in the initial days of the war, that desalination plant was also struck in the war. Now, this comes from IRGC, from Iran, a warning from Iran that if you do any sort of strikes, if you conduct any sort of strikes, even a slightest attack on our infrastructure in this regard, and we will be destroying all your energy, IT and water desalination infrastructure belonging to the United States and the Zionist regime in the region. Iran claims retaliation if the US were to strike in that region. A clear threat after Donald Trump's warning that if you do not open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours, then we will hit hard and we will obliterate the energy infrastructure of Iran, starting from the biggest one first. Now the reaction has come from the IRGC, who said that we are not afraid, and this is clearly a warning from the IRGC, who have put out a statement that to all those who are concerned, a clear warning to the United States of America and the allies, especially Israel, that we will be attacking the water desalination infrastructure, energy infrastructure, information technology infrastructure that belongs to the United States of America and the Israeli regime, which they call the Zionist regime in the region. Now, we have another set of big breaking news that we are getting right now. Admiral Brad Cooper, the head of US CENTCOM, US Central Command, have said that US forces have struck Iranian coastal missile sites and infrastructure, degrading Tehran's ability to threaten shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, now as Washington vows to continue targeting its regional military capabilities. Now, this comes from US CENTCOM, and he's the head of CENTCOM, Admiral Brad Cooper, who has said that US forces have struck Iranian coastal missile sites. They have struck the missile sites of Iran and also the infrastructure, and they claim that they have degraded Tehran's ability to threaten shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, as we speak, as Washington vows to continue targeting its regional military capabilities. Now, this issue is of the Strait of Hormuz. The issue of Strait of Hormuz, there has already been a warning by POTUS, that is the President of the United States, Donald Trump, who has clearly said that if you do not open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours, we will be attacking your energy infrastructure. And this comes from CENTCOM, Admiral Brad Cooper. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, the Iran war is escalating further with fresh strikes now targeting key nuclear infrastructure. Iran says the Natanz uranium enrichment facility was hit in a US-Israel attack. Now, even as concerns grow over repeated strikes near sensitive nuclear sites, this comes days after a strike near the Bushehr nuclear plant and follows earlier attacks linked to the widening conflict. Here's a report on everything we know so far.
Iran claims the US and Israel carried out a fresh strike on the Natanz uranium enrichment facility earlier today. Iranian authorities say no radioactive leak has been reported and there is no danger to residents nearby. Natanz is located about 220 kilometers southeast of Tehran and remains a key uranium enrichment site. Natanz remains a critical site as it houses thousands of advanced centrifuges used to enrich uranium, which is utilized for civilian energy and nuclear weapons. The facility has been repeatedly targeted, including during the earlier Israel-Iran conflict and ongoing fighting. The latest attack comes days after a projectile struck near Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. The strike hit a structure just 350 meters from the reactor, though no damage to the reactor or radiation leak was reported. The incident has triggered global concern with warnings over the risks of strikes near nuclear facilities. These developments also come after the Diego Garcia strike, marking a further escalation in the conflict. With repeated strikes on nuclear-linked sites, the conflict is entering a more dangerous phase. As attacks expand to sensitive nuclear-linked locations, concerns over escalation and safety risks are growing rapidly with no signs of de-escalation.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz has signaled a major escalation in the ongoing conflict, saying joint US-Israel operations against Iran will intensify in the coming days. Now, he also warned of continued targeting of key figures within the Iranian establishment now, as tensions rise across the region. Now, the statement comes amid fresh strikes, including an attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear facility and continued missile exchanges between both the sides. Watch this report.
Israel's defense minister said that joint US-Israeli military operations against Iran will intensify in the coming week.
השבוע עוצמת התקיפות שיבצעו צה"ל וצבא ארצות הברית נגד משטר הטרור האיראני ונגד התשתיות עליהן הוא נשען תעלה מדרגה באופן משמעותי והמערכה בהובלת נשיא ארצות הברית דונלד טראמפ וראש ממשלת ישראל בנימין נתניהו תימשך.
Defense Minister Israel Katz said that Israel would continue targeting senior figures within the Iranian regime.
אנחנו נחושים להוסיף ולהוביל את המתקפה נגד משטר הטרור האיראני, לערוף את ראשי מפקדיו ולסכל את יכולותיו האסטרטגיות עד להסרת כל איום ביטחוני מעל מדינת ישראל ומעל האינטרסים של ארצות הברית באזור.
This warning comes as no shocker as Iran had recently warned all the Gulf nations and told them to stop supporting the US. Earlier today, Iran's Natanz nuclear enrichment facility was hit in an airstrike with reports claiming that there was no radiation leakage. In Israel, fragments from an Iranian missile slammed into an empty kindergarten as the war in the Middle East enters its fourth week. In the latest, Iran has initiated its 72nd wave of Operation True Promise 4. With fresh warnings being issued, the war escalates with no clear end in sight.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, in a troubling development, Iran has struck a kindergarten in Rishon LeZion, Israel, damaging civilian infrastructure. While no casualties have been reported, the strikes comes days after a deadly attack on a school in Minab, Iran, raising serious concerns over civilians being caught in the conflict, especially children. Now, as both sides trade acquisitions, the war is increasingly impacting non-military targets. Watch this report.
In fresh wave of attacks, Iran struck a kindergarten in Israel. Windows destroyed, only rubble left behind. Such was the scene after the attacks by Iran. Luckily, in this strike, no casualties were reported.
We are here in Saturday morning. It's the weekend in Israel. Most of the people are in their homes. But you can see here the penetration of a bomb, a cluster bomb, into this kindergarten. Fortunately, there weren't any kids in this garden. But just imagine what would have happened if kids were here playing, staying during their daily routine. Once again, we see that our enemies aim their targets to civilian population. They try to kill and to impact as much as they can.
This attack comes after US-Israeli strikes on a girls' school in Minab. The strikes on Minab claimed the lives of more than 170 people. According to the reports, outdated targeting data given to CENTCOM led to the strikes on the girls' school. According to reports, the school was originally part of an adjacent Iranian base. And reports claim that this outdated data led to the strikes on the school. First, a strike on a girls' school in Iran, and now a strike on a kindergarten in Israel. The war is not only posing a threat to energy reserves and top Iranian leaders, it also now poses a threat to innocent civilians.
Well, viewers, now let's shift our focus to another top story. Now, at least 10 people were killed and dozens injured after a massive fire tore through an auto parts factory in Daejeon. Rescue teams spent the night searching through the charred wreckage after the blaze reportedly triggered by an explosion ripped through the building. Authorities say several workers are still missing as emergency crews continue rescue operations at the site. Here's the detailed report on everything we know so far.
A massive fire at an auto parts factory in Daejeon has left at least 10 people dead, 59 injured, and 4 workers missing. More than 500 firefighters, police, and emergency personnel were deployed, along with aircraft, firefighting robots, and unmanned water cannon vehicles. Authorities say the remains of 1 victim were found on the 2nd floor, while 9 others were discovered in a gym on the 3rd floor of the east building.
현재까지 연락이 되지 않던 14명 중 10분을 수습하였습니다. 전일 23시 03분 동관 2층 휴게실 인근에서 1명을 수습하여 병원으로 이송하였고, 금일 00시 19분경 동관 3층 헬스장에서 추가로 9명을 수습해 이송하였습니다.
Officials say 4 workers are still missing and are likely trapped under collapsed rubble as rescue teams prepare for debris removal following further safety inspections. 25 people suffered serious injuries while 34 others sustained minor injuries. Some victims were hurt after jumping from the building, while others suffered smoke inhalation. At least 28 people remain hospitalized, with 4 undergoing surgery for fractures and other injuries.
향후 안전진단 결과에 따라 중장비를 투입하여 위험지역까지 인명검색 범위를 확대할 예정입니다. 남아있는 4명의 조속한 구조를 위하여 모든 역량을 동원하겠습니다. 현재까지 총 인명피해는 69명으로 사망 10명, 중상 25명, 경상 34명입니다.
Search operations continue as authorities race against time to locate the remaining missing workers and determine the exact cause of the deadly explosion-triggered fire.
Well, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, after years of displacement and conflict, Kurds are returning home to Syria's Afrin, celebrating Nowruz with renewed identity and hope. The festival, once banned, is now officially recognized, marking a major political and cultural shift. Watch this report for more information.
8 years after fleeing a Turkish offensive, Abdul Rahman Omar is back in Afrin. Joining hundreds of returning Kurds, he celebrated Nowruz, the Persian New Year, for the first time since exile. From vibrant street dances to torchlit processions in the hills, celebrations carried both joy and symbolism. Afrin was captured by Turkish-backed forces in 2018, forcing thousands of Kurds to flee, and many who stayed behind reported discrimination, while others found their homes occupied. But a recent deal between Kurdish-led forces and the Syrian government has changed the ground reality, as the agreement allows displaced Kurds to return and integrate Kurdish forces into the national army. The Syrian government has also taken historic steps, recognizing Kurdish as an official language and declaring Nowruz a national holiday, which marks a stark shift from decades of repression under Assad regime.
السنة غير مثلا أول مرة بتاريخ سوريا أنه أنا ككردي فيني أحتفل، فيني أحكي بلغتي، فيني أشغل النار مثلا بمناسبة احتفالية نوروز، فيني بكرة مثلا أروح أحتفل بعيد نوروز وأنا يعني ما في خوف ما في شيء.
Meanwhile, across the border in Turkey's Diyarbakir, thousands gathered to mark Nowruz, where crowds waved Kurdish flags, danced and raised political slogans. From Syria to Turkey, Nowruz this year is more than a festival. It's a powerful statement of identity, return, and political change.
Right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Iran has launched the 72 wave of Operation True Promise 4, targeting northern and central Israeli occupied territories, and even the US Fifth Fleet using Qadr and Imad missiles. Now, in a dramatic escalation of the ongoing West Asia conflict, the IRGC also reported shooting down an Israeli F-16 fighter jet over central Iran. Meanwhile, Iran mocked US plans to lift sanctions on its oil, with Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf saying markets are effectively sold out. More on this report.
Iran has unleashed the 72nd wave of Operation True Promise 4 against US and Israel amid the ongoing West Asia war. Iran has launched Qadr and Imad missiles at northern and central Israeli occupied territories and even towards the US Fifth Fleet in an escalation of West Asia war. Meanwhile, Iran also mocked US plans to lift sanctions on Iranian oil to calm the energy market. IRGC also attacked on Israeli F-16 fighter jet over central Iran. Earlier, new Iranian Supreme Leader Mojtaba Ali Khamenei dismissed attacks in Turkey and Oman as false flag operations.
همچنین متذکر می‌شوم حملاتی که در ترکیه و عمان که هر دو با ما روابط مناسبی دارند علیه بعضی از نقاط این کشورها صورت گرفته به هیچ وجه از سوی نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی و سایر نیروهای جبهه مقاومت نبوده است. این حیله است که دشمن صهیونی با استفاده از ترفند پرچم دروغین برای ایجاد تفرقه بین جمهوری اسلامی و همسایگانش صورت می‌دهد و ممکن است در بعضی کشورهای دیگر هم اتفاق بیفتد.
Mojtaba Khamenei also warned US and said that America tried to create fear in Iran but failed to do so.
این جنگ بعد از ناامیدی دشمن از حرکت مردمی چشمگیر به نفع خودش و با این توهم صورت گرفت که اگر رأس نظام و عده‌ای از مؤثرین نظامی را به شهادت برساند، در شما مردم عزیزمان ترس و یأس ایجاد کرده، موجب ترک عرصه از سوی شما شده و از این طریق رؤیای تسلط بر ایران و سپس تجزیه آن را تحقق خواهد بخشید.
With tensions rising across the West Asia region, Iran is sending a clear message that it will resist any attempts to weaken or destabilize the country.
All right, viewers, we have another big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment. And Saudi Arabia orders Iran's military attaché and embassy staff to leave within 24 hours over repeated Iranian attacks on its territory. This is a very big development coming from Saudi. Saudi orders Iranian officials to leave. Iranian officials asked to leave within 24 hours. So there is a timeline that has been set, a timeline of just 24 hours. So within a day, all the Iranian military attaché and embassy staff has been asked to leave the country over repeated Iranian attacks on its territory. So because the entire Middle East is engulfed in the war, in the West Asian conflict, because Iran has asked all the Middle Eastern countries not to give space to the United States of America for bases or for its military presence. Now, there have been strikes even on energy infrastructure at various parts of the Middle East. Now, Saudi Arabia, because of the repeated strikes which are being conducted by Iran, which has pretty much done collateral damage to various parts. Now, Saudi Arabia has ordered Iran's military attaché and embassy staff to leave within 24 hours over repeated Iranian attacks on its territory. Coming from Saudi Arabia, an order for Iran's military attaché and embassy staff to leave within 24 hours. All right, viewers, we have another big breaking development on your television screen. The vessel Aqua Titan carrying Russian crude oil has arrived off the coast of Mangaluru. Now, these are the visuals of the ship. Now, the offloading process commenced this morning. Now, this is the ship. This is the vessel Aqua Titan, which arrived in India, docks at Mangaluru port. The vessel Aqua Titan carrying Russian crude oil. It is carrying Russian crude oil. It is a Russian oil tanker named Aqua Titan. It has reached India's Mangalore port today, that is Sunday. The ship was originally bound for China and was sailing in the South China Sea when it made a U-turn for India earlier this week. Now, this is a very big development. This is the exclusive visual of the vessel on your screen, a Russian oil tanker named Aqua Titan, which has reached India's Mangalore port or Mangaluru port. And exclusive visuals on your television screen, as you can see. The supply of energy has taken a hit since the Strait of Hormuz has been choked by the IRGC because of continuous strikes at vessels belonging to US or Israel, but allowing conditionally ships which are sort of allies for Iran, and this includes Russia and China. Now, this is a vessel, this is an oil tanker named Aqua Titan, which has reached India's Mangalore port today, that is Sunday. It was bound, as per reports, it was bound for China and was sailing in the South China Sea when it made a U-turn for India late this week. All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Netanyahu has reacted on the strikes on Arad and Dimona, southern cities of Israel, vowing to continue striking enemies.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू आलू से नहीं होगा हो गया तुम तो कमाल गिरा दो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो बोलते का गाड़ी मार
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा हो गया तुम तो कमाल गिरा दो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो बोलते का गाड़ी मार
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus will be on the West Asian conflict. Now, Iran has launched the 72nd wave of Operation True Promise 4, targeting northern and central Israeli territories. And IRGC has also reported a shooting down an Israeli. They have claimed that they have shot down an Israeli F-16 fighter jet over central Iran. We'll get you all the latest updates on what's unfolding in the West Asian conflict and a lot more. Also, the national and international stories. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Donald Trump threatens Iran that if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened within 48 hours, America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Following an attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear center, Iran launches wave of strikes on cities near Israel's nuclear research center. Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu reacted on the strikes on Arad and Dimona, southern cities of Israel, vowing to continue striking the enemy. Israel denies responsibility for attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear site. Russia calls for international assessment. Israel Defense Minister Katz vows significant escalation in strikes on Iran, says intensity to increase next week. Iranian President Pezeshkian tells PM Modi BRICS must act independently to halt aggressions against Iran. Government removes fare cap on airlines imposed in December 2025. New fares to be implemented from March 23rd. Pre-poll violence breaks out in Bengal. TMC and BJP workers clash. BJP claims TMC vandalized party office. All right, viewers, we're getting big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment. Now, Cuba announces a second nationwide power blackout in a week. Now, this is not the first time. This is the third time in the month. Now, Cuba has announced second nationwide power blackout. This is coming from Cuba. Another blackout which has been reported announces a second nationwide power blackout in a week. This is coming from Cuba. Now, the Cuban power grid collapses for second time in a week amid U.S. Oil blockade. And this, Cuba's national electric grid collapsed on Saturday for the second time in a week amid the U.S.-imposed oil blockade, officials announced, as the communist government struggles to keep the lights on for its 10 million people with the infrastructure, the disrupted infrastructure. Now, as per the reports, a total disconnection of the national electric power system occurred, and the government says that we will continue to provide updates. The state utility Union Electrica has said this on social media. Now, the incident marks the third major power outage this month, as a majority of the system went down on March 4th when a major thermoelectric generating plant failed. The power grid also went completely offline on Monday for unexplained reasons. Now, Cuba has experienced a series of major or total outages in recent years, but two total failures in the space of a week is exceptional. Now, US President Donald Trump has imposed an oil blockade on the Caribbean island after Washington deposed Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro on January 3rd, removing him from the country to face drug trafficking charges. Now, this after Venezuela is Cuba, and Donald Trump has also said that Cuba might be the next after Iran also. Now, since then, Trump has cut off Venezuelan exports to Cuba and threatened other countries with punitive tariffs if they sell oil to Cuba. So there is a punitive tariff threat by Donald Trump. Now, this is the latest that is coming in right now at this moment. Cuba announces second nationwide power blackout. All right, we have an esteemed guest with us. So we have Mr. R. Vishwanathan, former Indian diplomat, joining us to speak on the issue, on what's unfolding in that region. Sir, your comment on what's happening in Cuba, the oil crisis and the power outages. It's getting pretty much difficult for the people to survive. How long can they survive in such circumstances, sir? Your take?
Cuba has survived US bullying, domination, occupation, invasion, assassination plots, blockade for the last 120 years, since 1902. And it had become worse after the Cuban Revolution of 1959. Before the revolution, Cuba was a playground for mafias of United States. And after the revolution, after Fidel Castro, US had attempted so many assassinations, Bay of Pig invasion. So they had gone through it, and the people have most resilience, having struggled and survived all these years. This is only the latest instance. But what he's trying is, although Marco Rubio is talking about restoration of democracy in Cuba, Basically, I think Trump, the real estate billionaire, he wants to establish Trump hotels and casinos and golf resorts. He had registered his trademark in Cuba in 2008, and he had sent a team in 2013 to study the sites. So he is trying to do a deal with the Cuban regime. You do a symbolic removal of your president and hand over your hotels, your golf resorts and ports and business to American companies, just as they have done the deal with Venezuela.
But what right does America have to impose such kind of tariffs and sanctions when it comes to Cuba, Venezuela? Now, this is too much of intervention by Donald Trump in various parts of the country. Even when we speak, there is an ongoing conflict with Iran while there were talks happening. Now, is it not sort of a dictator type of an attitude when it comes to Donald Trump when he's imposing sanctions on countries, small countries like Cuba, and with no resort, no relief when it comes to importing oil? It does just produces 40% of its oil requirements, sir.
In fact, they depend on 70% of imports of oil, and 70% of food is also imported, and they need foreign exchange. And how do they get foreign exchange? Through tourism, remittances, and through the export of Cuban doctors, about 25,000 of them. Now, Marco Rubio is hitting all three. They are imposing sanctions and visa revocations on the health ministers of Jamaica and Brazil and Venezuela if they had allowed Cuban doctors to work in their countries and send money to Cuba. And they have imposed sanctions on even like when they said, Russian oil is unsanctioned for a while, but they said not to Cuba. So it's really a very pathetic situation. Cuba is struggling, and they have to do some kind of deal, agree to some of the demands of Trump. That is the only way for them to survive.
But what do you think is the U.S. agenda behind such severe, harsh steps when it comes to Cuba? And also, how long can this continue? How long can this be allowed to continue? Donald Trump got involved in Venezuela, and he took out the main leader, the top leadership of that country, and he tried for a regime change when it came to Iran. And now next target is Cuba. How many nations will be destroyed because of such an attitude, sir?
As I said in the beginning, Venezuela is only recent, but Cuba has been there suffering under United States for the last 120 years. So this is the latest. But now they are in a more precarious situation. Earlier, there was Soviet Union, which was helping Cuba out, and later, Venezuela was helping Cuba with the subsidized oil and money and so on. Even now, Mexico is sending small quantities of aid. But the other country, Brazil, the leader of South America, is afraid of sending anything because of the American sanctions. So Trump is strangulating Cuba. He will squeeze them and try to get something out like he got in Venezuela. That is the agenda.
All right, sir, but how long will it continue, and how long will Cuba really be able to sustain this time? Because definitely it has survived many such attempts, maybe in the future, but the shortages of such a kind affects the medical services and educational institutions, and various emergency situations are affected in such cases. Now, will this be a temporary issue or a long-term issue, as per your thoughts, sir?
The Cubans look at it as a temporary issue. For the next 3 years, as long as Trump is there. Earlier, you remember, Obama had done, removed some of the restrictions, and he opened communications with Cuba. In fact, the best way to change the communist regime of Cuba into democracy is open up the communications. If United States had not imposed sanctions and isolation in the last 70 years, Cuba would have become democracy on its own.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot for joining us and for sharing your insights and your detailed, in-depth analysis on what's unfolding in Cuba. Thanks a lot.
Welcome.
Well, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news that we are getting right now at this moment. Now, this is about the West Asian conflict. There is a joint statement from the leaders of UAE, United Arab Emirates, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Japan, Canada, the Republic of Korea, New Zealand, Denmark, Latvia, Slovenia, Estonia, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Romania, Bahrain, Lithuania, and Australia on the Strait of Hormuz. The statement reads, and I quote, "We condemn in the strongest terms the recent attacks by Iran on unarmed commercial vessels in the Gulf, attacks on civilian infrastructure, including oil and gas installations, and the de facto closure of the Strait of Hormuz by Iranian forces." They also said that we express our deep concern about the escalating conflict, and we call on Iran to cease immediately its threats, laying off mines, drone and missile attacks, and other attempts to block the strait of commercial shipping, and to comply with UN Security Council Resolution 2817, reads the statement. Now, this comes as a statement against Iran, a joint statement by the leaders of UAE, United Kingdom, France, and many countries. Let's move on to another top story. Now, Republic has accessed exclusive visuals from the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical oil and shipping routes. Now, caught in the middle of an escalating conflict, fires and explosions can be seen at sea, with multiple vessels caught in the crossfire, including several Indian ships still stranded in the region. Now, as tensions rise, seafarers remain trapped in dangerous waters, with many still waiting for safe passage home.
Republic has accessed fresh visuals right from the Strait of Hormuz. Fires broke out everywhere. Fresh strikes have resulted in further escalation of the war in the Strait of Hormuz. A visual from the ship shows huge blazes with plumes of smoke, which can be even seen through the darkness of the night. Around 20 Indian vessels remain stuck in the war-torn seas of the Strait of Hormuz. A chief officer of a vessel told Republic that 2 vessels of the Shipping Corporation of India have exited the strait, but they still remain stranded. Republic also spoke to the seafarers who safely came back home from the Strait of Hormuz. One of the seafarers told Republic that 2 seafarers went missing.
मैं उस टाइम सुबह 1 मार्च 2026 को सुबह 7 बजे का ऐसा मिसाइल या ड्रोन कोई देखा नहीं था, कोई कंफर्म नहीं है जो मिसाइल या ड्रोन अटैक है, बट अटैक था। तो उस टाइम हम लोग मेरा ड्यूटी स्टार्ट होने वाला था 7:30 तक, तब मैं उस टाइम बैकअप आ गया था, नॉर्मल उड़ गया था, ऐसे ही रूम पे था। तो उस टाइम इतना जोर धमाका हुआ तो उस टाइम सभी पैनिक हो गया था, डर गया था उससे। तो मैं डोर खोल के देखा, इतना स्मोक अंदर आ गया, तो फिर मैं डर के डोर क्लोज कर दिया, क्योंकि वो फायर प्रूफ डोर रहता है तो रूम के इनसाइड में कुछ स्मोक नहीं आएगा, वो बाद में आएगा, लेकिन एलिवे में फुल फैल गया था स्मोक। फिर दोबारा ओपन करके मैं मेरा मोबाइल उठाया, जैसे था ऐसी सेम सिचुएशन में मैं निकल के गया।
The FSUI secretary told Republic that more than 20,000 seafarers remain stranded.
As the government of India has already declared that around 23,000 seafarers are stranded in this Hormuz Strait along with the other Middle East part. But presently we are worrying about the seafarers who are mainly stranded at Iranian port where the battle is on. And these numbers are not feasible or not totally available with the government of India, what we believe. Because continuously we are coordinating with these seafarers apart from the other area like the Qatar, Kuwait and the Dubai where strike is also on. But again, the Iran is the most damaged area where this continuous strike is going on, and most of the seafarers are not able to communicate with their family.
While the war still escalates in the Strait of Hormuz, stranded seafarers still wait for the day when they set foot on land.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, the recent clashes in Manipur are no longer just ripples of a domestic ethnic conflict. They are unfolding against the backdrop of a major national security investigation involving foreign mercenaries and high-tech weaponry. Within days of NIA arrest of 7 foreign nationals in connection with training militants in India's northeast and Myanmar, gunfight broke out in Ukhrul. While the state was reeling from the fresh escalation, armed miscreants opened fire at residents in Imphal East. Now, are these sporadic incidents or connected? Let's find out in this full report.
Just a day after fresh gunfight broke out in Ukhrul and Tamenglong districts in Manipur between Kukis and Naga groups, similar incidents have also occurred towards Meiteis in the Pukau at Imphal's East district. Residents of Pukau and adjoining villages entered the nearby hills to collect firewood when armed assailants opened fire. Residents claim that despite being accompanied by security forces, they were targeted by suspected armed Kuki groups.
Since the ancient history, the hill is protected by the villages of this Pukau area and adjoining villages. But after the conflict and the deployment of this 133 CRPF in the hilltop of this Kampupi hill range, one of the cadre of KRA, namely Lekhau, he gave his report to the deployed Central Forces, Security Forces CRPF there, that he reported that the hill belonged to him, and he is not just a cadre of KRA but also the village chief of Sadang village under Kampupi district. So this clearly implies that just after the arrest of the 7 foreign nationals by the NIA,
witnesses claim that armed assailants were positioned roughly 500 meters away and opened fire towards the civilians. Fresh communal tensions are now brewing between the ethnic communities in the volatile region. The series of incidents coincide with the news of 7 foreign nationals arrested by the NIA over alleged militant links in Mizoram and Manipur. As reports of an international terror conspiracy begins to unfold, the question arises if the incidents are linked and part of a larger terror plot.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, at least 10 people were killed and dozens injured after a massive fire tore through an auto parts factory in Daejeon. Now, rescue teams spent the night searching through the charred wreckage after the blaze, reportedly triggered by an explosion, ripped through the building. Now, authorities say several workers are still missing as emergency crews continue rescue operations at the site. Here's a detailed report on that.
A massive fire at an auto parts factory in Daejeon has left at least 10 people dead, 59 injured and 4 workers missing. More than 500 firefighters, police and emergency personnel were deployed along with aircraft, firefighting robots and unmanned water cannon vehicles. Authorities say the remains of 1 victim were found on the 2nd floor, while 9 others were discovered in a gym on the 3rd floor of the east building.
현재까지 연락이 되지 않던 14명 중 10분을 수습하였습니다. 전일 23시 03분 동관 2층 휴게실 인근에서 1명을 수습하여 병원으로 이송하였고, 금일 00시 19분경 동관 3층 헬스장에서 추가로 9명을 수습해 이송하였습니다.
Officials say 4 workers are still missing and are likely trapped under collapsed rubble as rescue teams prepare for debris removal following further safety inspections. 25 people suffered serious injuries while 34 others sustained minor injuries. Some victims were hurt after jumping from the building, while others suffered smoke inhalation. At least 28 people remain hospitalized, with 4 undergoing surgery for fractures and other injuries.
향후 안전진단 결과에 따라 중장비를 투입하여 위험지역까지 인명검색 범위를 확대할 예정입니다. 남아있는 4명의 조속한 구조를 위하여 모든 역량을 동원하겠습니다. 현재까지 총 인명피해는 69명으로 사망 10명, 중상 25명, 경상 34명입니다.
Search operations continue as authorities race against time to locate the remaining missing workers and determine the exact cause of the deadly explosion-triggered fire.
Let's move on to another top story. Now, after years of displacement and conflict, Kurds are returning home to Syria's Afrin, celebrating Nowruz with renewed identity and hope. The festival, once banned, is now officially recognized, marking a major political and cultural shift. Watch this report.
Eight years after fleeing a Turkish offensive, Abdul Rahman Omar is back in Afrin. Joining hundreds of returning Kurds, he celebrated Nowruz, the Persian New Year, for the first time since exile. From vibrant street dances to torchlit processions in the hills, celebrations carried both joy and symbolism. Afrin was captured by Turkish-backed forces in 2018, forcing thousands of Kurds to flee, and many who stayed behind reported discrimination, while others found their homes occupied. But a recent deal between Kurdish-led forces and the Syrian government has changed the ground reality, as the agreement allows displaced Kurds to return and integrate Kurdish forces into the national army.
أنا جينا أمي زنا أو في دخن أورا في دخن شباب وقيزة كل دكشن جايا إير في دخن نقول باشة أور في خستن دو كاتن أم كهارن احتفال شيكن وإن شاء الله هنلسن ملات كرد جيوب بيروزبه.
The Syrian government has also taken historic steps recognizing Kurdish as an official language and declaring Nowruz a national holiday, which marks a stark shift from decades of repression under Assad regime.
السنة غير مثلا أول مرة بتاريخ سوريا أنه أنا ككردي فيني أحتفل، فيني أحكي بلغتي، فيني أشغل النار مثلا بمناسبة احتفالية نوروز، فيني بكرة مثلا أروح أحتفل بعيد نوروز وأنا يعني ما في خوف، ما في شيء.
Meanwhile, across the border in Turkey's Diyarbakir, thousands gathered to mark Nowruz, where crowds waved Kurdish flags, danced and raised political slogans. From Syria to Turkey, Nowruz this year is more than a festival. It's a powerful statement of identity, return, and political change.
All right, here's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Donald Trump threatens Iran that if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened within 48 hours, America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Following an attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear center, Iran launches wave of strikes on cities near Israel's nuclear research center.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कुमार गिरा नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला। चलो बोलते का गाड़ी मारता है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Now, this weekend on Republic TV, Legends brings you a closer look at Dr. Devi Shetty, a name that has steadily reshaped how healthcare is delivered across India. From building large-scale hospital networks to focusing on affordability and access, his work has touched millions of lives. What shaped his vision and what continues to drive it today? Find out this weekend only on Republic TV. Now, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Donald Trump threatens Iran that if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened within 48 hours, America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Following an attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear center, Iran launches wave of strikes on cities near Israel's nuclear research center. Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu reacted on the strikes on Arad and Dimona, southern cities of Israel, and vowed to continue strikes against enemies. Israel denies responsibility for attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear site. Russia calls for international assessment. Israel Defense Minister Katz vows significant escalation in strikes on Iran, says intensity to increase next week. Iranian President Pezeshkian tells PM Modi BRICS must act independently to halt aggressions against Iran. Government removes fare cap on airlines imposed in December 2025. New fares to be implemented from March 23rd. Pre-poll violence breaks out in Bengal. TMC and BJP workers clashed. BJP claims TMC vandalized party office. All right, viewers, we are getting another big breaking news. The vessel Aqua Titan carrying Russian crude oil has arrived off the coast of Mangaluru. Now, the offloading process commenced this morning, and these are the exclusive visuals of Aqua Titan, which has arrived. A vessel which has arrived with carrying Russian crude has reached the port, and offloading process commenced this morning. Now, these are the visuals from Mangaluru, near Mangaluru port, and the vessel has arrived. Now, this is the Russian oil tanker Aqua Titan, which has docked at Mangaluru port. Now, lot of crude oil. It consists of lot of crude oil. Now, it is Aqua Titan, the Russian crude oil tanker. It was originally en route to China and has reached India's Mangalore. Now, several Indian tankers, including Shivalik, Nanda Devi, Jaglarki, have successfully crossed the war zone and now reached India. Many vessels have started reaching India. Now, this is among many other vessels which have arrived in India amidst the ongoing West Asian conflict. South China Sea when it made a U-turn for India earlier this week. Now, earlier today also, there was a Pyxis Pioneer cargo ship carrying LPG from Netherlands, Texas and US also arrived in the new Mangalore port, and this is another ship. Now, the supply of energy has taken a hit in the recent times across the world after the closure of the Strait of Hormuz due to the ongoing tensions in the US-Israel war. Now, diplomatic efforts have paid. They have been fruitful with Iran, have ensured positive results, as Tehran has mostly allowed vessels which are moving towards India to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and Indian flagged vessels are clearly allowed, and all the vessels which they consider are not of US or Israel, of the allies of United States or Israel, are given access by Iran, by Tehran. And now this is another ship that we are getting to know has reached Mangalore port. Now, this will definitely help in boosting the energy requirements and fulfilling the energy requirements. And now it possesses more than 1.1 lakh tons of crude. Now, this is a Russian vessel, Aqua Titan, which has reached India, reached Mangalore port with Russian crude oil. This comes as a sigh of relief for India, for the Indian citizens amidst the ongoing crisis across the globe. However, India is already well placed, and the Indian ships are being allowed even while the tensions are prevailing in that region, in the Strait of Hormuz, which has become a war zone for United States of America and Tehran. Now, this is another tanker after Nanda Devi, Shivalik, Jaglarki. Now, this is exclusive visual from Republic of the new vessel, Aqua Titan. On your screen, ladies and gentlemen, very large vessel, Aqua Titan, which has reached Mangaluru port. Now, this has more than 1.1 lakh tons of crude, which is what we are getting. And it has been chartered by Mangalore Refinery and Petrochemicals Limited, and it was expected to arrive during March 21-22, and it has arrived on time. This tanker is carrying crude oil. It has crude oil, which is very important for fulfilling the requirements amidst the crisis across the globe. However, I reiterate that India is better placed even in the global crisis when it comes to supplying energy, and especially either let it be LPG or oil. India is comparatively better placed compared to other nations across the globe. Now, this is Aqua Titan, the Russian oil tanker which has reached India at the Mangalore port. On your screen, the visuals of the ship, the vessel which has docked at Mangaluru port. Now, it possesses a Russian crude oil. Now, these are the visuals of the crude oil tanker. It is a crude oil tanker that was in the ocean, and it reached India today, and it has 1.1 lakh tons of crude oil. Aqua Titan is the name of the ship. It's a Cameroon registered tanker which left a Russian port on January 18. Now, It anchored at Port Suez and departed on February 21, as per the vessel finder. Big development here, big development, and the energy requirements of India are well taken care of, even while there is an ongoing conflict in the West Asian region. Now, it's definitely a diplomatic win. And it's at a crucial juncture, the arrival of the ship was very important. And these are the visuals of the ship. It is possessing Russian crude oil. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as you remember, Russia, in its statement, said that we will be allowing nations to buy Russian oil stranded in the sea. And the purchase of Russian oil will be allowed, especially for the oil tankers that are stranded in the sea. However, the US did the same thing with Iranian oil and said that the ships which are sailing, which are at sea, will be allowed to sell oil. Now, there was a counter from Iran that we don't have any floating oil as we speak. So this also speaks about what US wants to say, and the claims and counterclaims about oil from countries which previously had sanctions, which included the Russian oil because of its ongoing war between Ukraine and Russia, and also the sanctions that were in place on Iran. And then US says that they will allow countries to purchase Iranian oil and then Russian oil, and this is the Russian oil tanker which docks at Mangaluru, These are the latest visuals of the vessel which is the Aqua Titan, which has arrived at Mangaluru port. Exclusive visuals of the vessel on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Aqua Titan arrives in India, docks at Mangaluru. The visuals are on your screen. It's a vessel carrying Russian crude oil, which has reached Mangaluru. There will be other processes which also will be done. It has arrived at the dock, and you can see clearly these are the exclusive visuals of the ship on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, coming from Mangaluru amid the ongoing conflict, amid the ongoing war between US and Iran, amidst the ongoing war, and especially in context of the Strait of Hormuz that has been choked by the IRGC. There is a virtual blockade in place in that region. Big development here of arrival of Aqua Titan carrying Russian crude oil. Now, this has reached. Now, there was a waiver given by United States of America on the Russian oil, and it was a 30-day waiver on the oil. All right, we have Abhishek with us to speak on this issue and give more details about the vessel. Abhishek, it's a very big development amid the ongoing conflict, as a sigh of relief. But put this into perspective and share more details about the vessel and the timing and where it will be undocked. And what about the fuel that it is carrying, the crude oil, the Russian crude oil? All details, Abhishek, over to you.
Shimon, with respect to the ongoing crisis in between Iran, Israel, we have very clearly seen, not only in the state of Karnataka, but throughout the country, that the commercial cylinder supply has been limited only to the healthcare sector, and many of the hotels in the state of Karnataka have already closed down due to the unavailability of the LPG commercial cylinders. On the other hand, a sign of relief definitely has arrived through the transshipment of a ship which carried some of the LPG cylinders, as well as some of the LPG supply has been docked at the Mangaluru airport. And also we've seen the crude which has been docked at the Mangaluru at this point of time, Mangaluru dockyard. To be precise, it's a Pyxis Pioneer which arrived from Texas, USA, which carried around 16,000 tons of the liquid petroleum gas, which has already been started to be unloaded and which will be supplied to various other parts of the state in the next couple of days after unboarding them and after refilling it to various other cylinders. On the other hand, we've also been informed that Oasis, another tanker which will be arriving on March 23rd, will be carrying around 1 lakh tons of crude for the MRPL, the Mangalore Refinery Petroleum Limited. On the other hand, we also have been informed that Aqua Titan, which also has 96,000 metric tons of crude, has already been docked in Mangaluru. And for the next couple of days, probably in another 7 to 8 days, the commercial supply of the cylinder throughout the state will continue to take place, not only to the Essential Management Act, not only to the hospitals, but also to the commercial establishments such as the hotels and the malls. The commercial cylinders will be supplied in the next couple of days, and probably some of the issues which have been ongoing for the last couple of days might be reduced once these cylinders will be supplied to the commercial agencies. Shivam.
Yeah, definitely. But how well placed are we comparatively as we speak to other countries? Because there immediately is not a crisis as big as other countries as we speak, Abhishek, because our supplies are being definitely, there is a limit to what supplies we have, but still arrival of such ships aid to that. Stay with us, Abhishek. We have an esteemed guest joining us to speak on this issue. We have Deepak Vora with us to speak on what's unfolding in the West Asian region about the conflict and also about the arrival of the vessel, that is the Aqua Titan. Mr. Vora, thanks for joining and sharing your valuable time, but what's your take, your initial comment on the arrival of Aqua Titan? It carries Russian crude oil, sir.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be on your amazing channel, to listen to you. You might recall that a fellow called Donald Trump had said that for 30 days India can buy Russian crude. Yeah. Nobody asked him for permission, he just said it. Well, you say whatever you want. You can say that the moon has been asked not to shine or the sun has been asked not to rise. Doesn't bother us. We are buying what we want. The fact that it has arrived without incident, it speaks volumes about the success of our diplomacy. We're also getting energy supplies from other countries. We're getting petroleum, liquefied petroleum gas. We're getting crude from wherever we can. It just basically means that all the criticism we were facing, what is the government doing? Why aren't you doing this? Why are you listening to Donald Trump? We're not listening to Donald Trump. We're doing what we want to do. And the arrival of this tanker, sir, in 52 years in diplomacy, I can tell you in a situation like this, when a country gets something like this, which it needs, it's a tribute, a testimony to its outstanding diplomacy.
But definitely, even though whether we like it or we don't, we want to take him seriously or don't, he's POTUS, he's President of the United States, and he is impacting the global oil prices because it's a war that should not have started. Like the various statements of US officials, Deepak Vora, sir, as you remember, they said that there was no imminent threat. There was no threat of a nuclear strike. They did not have the ICBMs, which was the case. And the talks were on and the war started. And now, how long can we ignore Donald Trump and the decisions he is making? And it's impacting each and everybody across the globe, sir.
I want to set something the record straight because I've been involved in this nuclear business. Iran is a member of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. You're aware of that. And the Non-Proliferation Treaty, Article 5, if I remember correctly, look, I'm getting old, I'm 75 now, my memory is not what it used to be, permits a nation that has signed it to enrich uranium for civilian purposes, which means up to 5%. But Iran itself had said that it had exceeded 60%, and which is only for nuclear weapons. And it was continuing to enrich it further till it reaches 90%. Then you can have a screwdriver with you and you can make a bomb. That is why Israel and the United States attacked. That's something to remember. There's no trust. Okay. The Iranians kept lying. The Americans didn't believe them, nobody believed them, and they decided to take them. Now, you can argue that he was on the verge of signing the agreement. They've signed many agreements, sir. Yeah. The agreement is not worth the piece of paper unless there is trust. So therefore, whether we like POTUS or not, as you've rightly said, he leads the most powerful country in the world. Why offend him? Yes. If he says that the Mahabharata, there was no war between the Kauravas and the Pandavas because I arranged a ceasefire, well, let him do it. Definitely. Why should I object to what he says? Definitely, definitely. Thanks a lot, Ambassador Vora, for joining at such a short notice and sharing your insights on what's unfolding in the West Asian region. Now, let's move on to another top story. Now, in today's talks on the US-Israel-Iran war, let's listen into this explosive R.N. Bhaskar interview where he claims one bomb is enough to finish Israel, arguing that Iran holds the upper hand in the US-Israel-Iran war. He says Israel cannot sustain a long conflict against a larger prepared Iran. Bhaskar also links the war to energy politics, alleging US involvement and warning that Iran's retaliation could shift global power, trigger instability and escalate the conflict further. Let's take a look.
When Trump says that he was not informed, that's a lie. From where did Israel get the planes? All the weapons that are used need to have US clearances in advance. These clearances were given. Trump was aware of it. Only now the whiplash is so great that he's trying to say, I didn't know anything. I didn't know anything. It must be Israel which and gives Israel a warning. Point one. Point two, to understand why Israel decided to attack the gas fields of Iran, you must understand that that the gas fields of Iran were actually supplying domestic consumers gas. So by attacking the gas fields, he thought he could inconvenience domestic consumers in Iran and actually trigger a kind of unrest within Iran itself, a kind of a regime change. Iran has been planning for this war for 20 years. It has taken into consideration every contingency plan. If they attack this, then what? If they attack that, then what? And it's hard to believe that they're not foreseeing that this facility would be attacked. And that is right at the beginning that said that if you attack our fields, we will set the entire Middle East ablaze. There's another factor that must be remembered. Both Qatar's gas as well as Iran's gas come from the same basin, which is common to both of them. This basin of gas is the largest in the world. Because the US imposed sanctions on Iran for the last 14 years, Iran could not extract more gas than what it needed for its domestic consumers because it could not export the gas. So as a result, all the gas that is available has been taken over by Qatar. Incidentally, last year, Qatar signed another agreement when Trump had visited the Middle East, another agreement worth about $25 billion, going up to about $50 billion for doubling its capacity of LNG because all the LNG was available, and that is why they did not want to lift the sanctions of Iran, no matter what happens. Why was the US interested in Qatar? Because the largest US companies are investors in Qatar. That includes Exxon, that includes Chevron, that includes ConocoPhillips, and a host of others. So when Qatar makes money, US investors make money. If US investors make money, the US makes money. When Iran attacked Exxon and literally destroyed the fields, it was doing two things. One, they're telling Qatar that you can't exploit these fields if I'm not allowed to exploit it. Two, you can't damage my fields if your fields remain intact. Since the green signal was given by the US, we are destroying these fields. And the destruction has been so massive, it'll take Qatar about 26 billion to repair these, and it may take about 1 full year. So the 20-odd billion that they got as revenues, plus the money that they got from investments which they're making in the US, they had committed themselves to an investment of $500 billion in various companies in the US from their monies that they got from oil and gas. Not oil, but mostly gas. So US loses $500 billion. It loses the revenues it gets from the oil field, from the gas fields. Iran has other gas fields which it can exploit. There'll be temporary inconvenience to its domestic consumers, but Iran has already thought of how to reroute gas from other fields onto the consumers who are using this gas field. So with the result, Iran had no choice but to destroy Exxon, because already for 14 years it could not exploit the gas fields because it was not allowed to export. And two, when you destroy my gas fields, I have to make sure that America gets a message, as well as tell the entire Arab community, the entire Middle Eastern community, you allowed America on this land. If you can't control it, then we'll have to attack your fields. There are three ways it will be stopped. First, the LNG supplies from the Middle East have stopped. Qatar was the largest supplier. The others are minor suppliers, but even those cannot go from the Hormuz Strait until they're permitted by Iran. So the Middle East is out of the LNG market to a great extent. America has LNG facilities, but who is going to sign a one-year contract or a 5-year contract with America? Because America is itself unstable. And remember, LNG, there's no spot market. There's no spot market. You have to commit yourself to at least a year's supply, because once you open an LNG tap, you can't shut it again. And so whoever supplies LNG wants a long-term contract so you can put investments and make sure that you can open the tap and get the LNG out continually. That is the reason why Europeans also have not signed up long-term contracts with America. One, it's too expensive, and two, America is unreliable. America may not benefit, but the beneficiary could be both Russia, which produces a lot of gas and oil, and the second beneficiary could be Australia. Australia wanted to develop its gas fields almost about 10 years ago. But the price is insuited because its capital costs are very high. Now, Japan, which wants LNG desperately, may sign up with Australia, which is nearer. The price will be higher, but is more reliable. So instead of going to America, expect Japan to go to Australia. Now that's India. Almost about 50% of LNG for India comes to Qatar. And LNG is crucial for fertilizers. LNG is crucial for gas consumption, for CNG. And so India is very vulnerable. Now, unfortunately, India decided to cozy up with Netanyahu just one day before the war began. India made a second mistake of not condoning the death of the Ayatollah for 4 days. Iran has not forgotten that. It was not an accident because India sent a message out to all its embassies, please do not sign any condolence book till we tell you. When they realized that the LNG supplies might get affected, they signed the condolence book. 3, when a ship, which was a guest at Vishakhapatnam, Miss Milan, the big display that they had of the naval might, when one of the ships was returning, it was shot at. It was torpedoed by an American submarine. One, that ship was not a warship. It had no arms on it. It was in international waters away from the war fields, the battlefields. And America came clandestinely, torpedoed that ship. And normally global conventions say that when you knock down a ship, it is your responsibility to surface and save the sailors and not let them drown. Your fight with the battleship, not with the people. America did not do anything. It was Sri Lanka which went and saved at least some of the ship, some of the sailors, but 80 sailors died. Not a word from India. But India did one good thing, and that was it housed the sailors from the second ship in India. But just before the war began, India made another mistake. It seized 3 oil tankers from Iran because it was sanctioned. If it was sanctioned, why did not any Middle East country seize the ships? What was the desperate need for India to go and seize the ships? So in 4 days, India could not resolve an LNG deal and could not get Iran's clearance to free 2 of its shipping corporation of India ships filled with LNG for itself. Finally, the Prime Minister spoke to the President of Iran. The matter was calmed down, and Iran said, India is a friend. We will release the 2 ships as a goodwill gesture. The ships were released, and Iran told India that please release the 3 oil tankers that you've seized. Please repatriate all the sailors that are there with you, and then we'll give you the remaining conditions. Those conditions have not been made public, but one of the conditions is that all payments will have to be made in RMB, the Chinese currency. Which means whether India likes it or not, India will now have to pay for everything in Chinese currency that makes the Chinese currency stronger and more relevant to the global economy. And this is not all. Iran also bombed Saudi Arabia and the oil facilities there. Remember, this is the largest. Reliance and Aramco were neck to neck in being the largest in the world. And last year, they signed a deal with America to double the capacity here also. And this capacity in Saudi Arabia would have been large, once again, huge numbers of American investors. So by attacking those fields, once again, a message to America, you won't make money out of Middle East till you settle with us. Iran is in the commanding position. Any settlement will have to be done with Iran's consent. Suddenly, geopolitics has changed. No longer is America top dog. No longer is Israel important. The one that calls the shots today is Iran. And that is why some people are trying to believe that there might be a nuclear attack. But remember one more thing. Ask any military expert. Iran is several times bigger than Israel. One bomb is enough to finish Israel. To finish Iran, you may need 100 bombs. Iran is not a small country. And the Iranian people are more tenacious. And it'll take them less than 15 days to take the enriched uranium and produce a bomb. So try bombing them. They'll work on the nuclear option and they'll bomb you back. Israel won't exist. You know, Kissinger in 2014 had predicted that in the next 10 years, Israel won't exist. Kissinger may be wrong by 2 years, but Israel is on the verge of extinction. It has become the world's largest assassin. It kills people, even people who are not in combat uniform. It's become the largest bomber of schools, of hospitals, of water facilities. And now Israel wants the world to think that it is the victim. It was a victim during the Nazi Germany, but today it is the aggressor, and there are victims everywhere. Look at what's happened to Gaza. And as a result, Iran has retaliated. Today, Tel Aviv looks like Gaza.
All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Government removes fare cap on airlines imposed in December 2025. New fares are to be implemented from March 23rd. Pre-poll violence breaks out in Bengal. TMC and BJP workers clash. BJP claims TMC vandalized party office.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Vice Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू अरे आलू से नहीं होगा तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम फिर गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो वो टका गाड़ी मार
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, this weekend on Republic TV, Legends brings you a closer look at Dr. Devi Shetty, a name that has steadily reshaped how healthcare is delivered across India. Now, from building large-scale hospital networks to focusing on affordability and access, his work has touched millions of lives. What shaped his vision and what continues to drive it today? Find out only on Republic TV this weekend. Now, let's start the bulletin with the headlines. Donald Trump threatens Iran that if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened within 48 hours, America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one today. First, following an attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear center, Iran launches wave of strikes on cities near Israel's nuclear research center. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reacted on the strikes on Arad and Dimona cities, the southern cities of Israel, vowing to continue striking enemies. Israel denies responsibility for attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear site. Russia calls for international assessment. Israel Defense Minister Katz vows significant escalation in strikes on Iran, says intensity to increase next week. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian tells Prime Minister Modi BRICS must act independently to halt aggressions against Iran. Now viewers, the big breaking news that we're tracking this morning is the vessel Aqua Titan carrying Russian crude oil has arrived off the coast of Mangaluru. Now the offloading process commenced this morning. These are the latest visuals, in fact, that we will show you in a short while. Exclusive visuals of damaged oil tanker Safe Sea is also what we are getting you. But in the latest, we have Aqua, in fact, the ship, Russian oil ship, in fact, docking at the Mangaluru coast. Now remember, this ship was in fact on its route to China, but it diverted and made a U-turn and in fact docked at the Mangaluru coast. This is the latest that we have. Now remember, this also comes as a global energy crisis is looming, and of course India is trying to make every effort to understand and to also fulfill the requirements of the domestic oil and gas supplies. Now this oil tanker that I'm talking about, Aqua Titan, it in fact carries 96,000 tons of Urals crude from Russia's Primorsk port, and it in fact docked at the new Mangaluru port. And it in fact also begun unloading, and these are the visuals that you see are the fresh visuals of tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Now viewers, earlier a ship was also struck, which is called Safe Sea Vishnu ship, which was hit hard by Iran. And we're tracking the new developments in this, where the Russian oil tanker named Aqua Titan, in fact, carrying 76,000 tons of crude oil from Russia's Primorsk port. In fact, this ship docked at the new Mangaluru port. Now remember viewers, this ship was originally bound for China. It is a Cameroon flagged vessel. It was chartered by Mangalore Refinery and Petrochemicals Limited, and it arrived on, in fact, in the evening at the port. It docked, and of course unloading process is going on. It carries about 90,000 tons of crude. I'm talking about the oil tanker called Aqua Titan. Now, of course, viewers, all the countries are now scouting for oil and gas from wherever possible to fulfill the demands, the domestic demands. And these are the latest developments that we are getting you, where Aqua Titan, in fact, has docked at the Mangaluru port, and the offloading process, in fact, commenced this morning. And these are the visuals that we are getting you. Exclusive visuals from the Strait of Hormuz. These are fresh exclusive visuals of tankers which are stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. Now remember viewers, earlier 3 ships arrived at India. 2 of the ships were LPG ships and 1 oil tanker ship, in fact fulfilling the demands of the domestic needs that we have here in India amid this war in West Asia. These are the exclusive visuals that we are getting you, in fact, of a ship, Safe Sea Vishnu, that were earlier attacked, that was in fact attacked earlier by Iran. These are the exclusive visuals of Safe Sea Vishnu. It was attacked. This is a US-owned tanker, in fact, that came under attack near Iraq, and it was hit by unmanned boats, is what the early findings show. But we have 2 explosive-laden unmanned boats, in fact, ramming into Safe Sea Vishnu. This is the, in fact, tanker I'm talking about. It was struck in an Iraqi seaport on Wednesday. Now, after the impact of the strike, in fact, a fiery blast took place in the vessel. You have the visuals of the damaged and the destroyed vessel on your screens, exclusive only on Republic TV. Now, remember, this is when Iran is, of course, targeting all the US assets, and not just the US assets. We have also US ships stranded in the Strait of Hormuz coming under attack by Iran. Now remember, viewers, earlier Iran clearly said that all the countries will be spared, but not the assets belonging to United States and Israel. So you have these visuals only on Republic TV showing exclusive footages of the damaged ship on your left, and on the right you have Aqua Titan docking at the Mangaluru port, delivering huge oil to India to fulfill the domestic demands. It was bound to go to China, but it took a U-turn and of course docked at the Mangaluru port. And on the left you have the visuals of the, in fact, ships stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. The damaged ship, you can see the impact and how it was damaged in the strike. And viewers, Republic TV has accessed exclusive visuals from the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical oil and shipping routes. Now caught in the middle of escalating conflict, fires and explosions can be seen at sea, with multiple vessels caught in the crossfire, including several Indian ships still stranded in the region. Now viewers, as tensions rise, seafarers also remain trapped in dangerous waters, with many still waiting for safe passage home. Here is a full report.
Republic has accessed fresh visuals right from the Strait of Hormuz. Fires broke out everywhere. Fresh strikes have resulted in further escalation of the war in the Strait of Hormuz. A visual from the ship shows huge blazes with plumes of smoke, which can be even seen through the darkness of the night. Around 20 Indian vessels remain stuck in the war-torn seas of the Strait of Hormuz. A chief officer of a vessel told Republic that 2 vessels of the Shipping Corporation of India have exited the strait, but they still remain stranded. Republic also spoke to the seafarers who safely came back home from the Strait of Hormuz. One of the seafarers told Republic that 2 seafarers went missing.
मैं उस टाइम सुबह 1 मार्च 2026 को मेरा सुबह 7 बजे का ऐसा मिसाइल या ड्रोन कोई देखा नहीं था, कोई कंफर्म नहीं है जो मिसाइल या ड्रोन अटैक है, बट अटैक था। तो उस टाइम हम लोग मेरा ड्यूटी स्टार्ट होने वाला था 7:30 तक, तब मैं उस टाइम बैकअप आ गया था, नॉर्मल उड़ गया था, ऐसे ही रूम पे था। तो उस टाइम इतना जोर धमाका हुआ तो उस टाइम सभी पैनिक हो गया था, डर गया था उससे। तो मैं डोर खोल के देखा, इतना स्मोक अंदर आ गया, तो फिर मैं डर के डोर क्लोज कर दिया, क्योंकि वो फायर प्रूफ डोर रहता है तो रूम के इनसाइड में कुछ स्मोक नहीं आएगा, वो बाद में आएगा, लेकिन एलिवे में फुल फैल गया था स्मोक। फिर दोबारा ओपन करके मैं मेरा मोबाइल उठाया, जैसे था ऐसी सेम सिचुएशन में मैं निकल के गया।
The FSUI secretary told Republic that more than 20,000 seafarers remain stranded.
As Government of India has already declared that around 23,000 seafarers are stranded in this Hormuz Strait along with the other Middle East part. But presently we are worrying about the seafarers who are mainly stranded at Iranian port where the battle is on. And these numbers are not feasible or not totally available with the Government of India, what we believe. Because continuously we are coordinating with these seafarers apart from the other area like the Qatar, Kuwait and the Dubai where strike is also on. But again, the Iran is the most damaged area where this continuous strike is going on, and most of the seafarers are not able to communicate with their family.
While the war still escalates in the Strait of Hormuz, stranded seafarers still wait for the day when they set foot on land.
Now, viewer, in some national news, we have a big breaking where a black marketing racket, in fact, of LPG cylinder was busted in Delhi. Now, 3 accused have been arrested in this particular case, while 74 cylinders have been recovered. Now, in the Mahipalpur area of Delhi is where the racket was busted. The police dismantled a major racket involved in the illegal hoarding and black marketing of LPG cylinders. Now, viewers, during this operation, 3 accused individuals were arrested and 74 gas cylinders, in fact, were recovered along with various pieces of equipment from the scene. Now, team also raided the premises located at an area in Mahipalpur where 33-year-old Krishna, 46-year-old Dinesh Sahu and 39-year-old Mithilesh, these three individuals were arrested. Now you have the visuals on your screen from the site scene where you saw three individuals being arrested and 74 LPG cylinders recovered. All right, I have my colleague Harsh live with us, joining to get us more details in this. Harsh, this is a big black marketing racket that was busted in Delhi, in Mahipalpur. Now, three arrests have been made so far. What was their modus operandi, from where they were trying to hoard and illegally secure these LPG cylinders?
Well, right. In fact, this comes as a big breaking when the Ministry of Petroleum has continued to maintain that LPG, the situation related to LPG here in India remains to be a cause of concern. Now, this is a raid that has been carried out in the southwest district of Delhi. Mahipalpur is the area where these raids were carried out, where 3 individuals have been detained and 74 LPG cylinders have been found with all of these 3 individuals who have been detained. Now, throughout the time when we have been attending the interministerial briefings here in Delhi, they have continued to maintain that district administration plays a significant role in controlling the hoarding and black marketing of LPG cylinders. In fact, thousands of raids are being carried out every day across the country. In fact, oil marketing companies are carrying out surprise inspections across different retailers and vendors to control hoarding and black marketing of LPG cylinders. This is a big raid that has been carried out by the South-West District Police of Delhi, where 3 individuals have been detained and 74 cylinders have been fetched from these individuals, along with multiple equipments that are also seized and that are now with Delhi Police. However, the exact cause of why this operation, this black marketing and hoarding was carried out here in Mahipalpur has not been cited by any official sources of Delhi Police. But this is a big raid that has been carried out, and 3 people so far has been detained, and they are with the Delhi Police and with the officials of Delhi Police at this time, where 74 cylinders have been seized.
Harsh, also trying to understand what is the background of these individuals. Were they acting in standalone capacities, or is it a part of a larger nexus that we see?
No, well, right. However, this is very early to comment on whether these individuals are linked to a bigger racket, because these raids were carried out just early this morning, and no official notification has been issued by Delhi Police at this point. But we need to understand that Petroleum Ministry has continued to maintain that LPG remains to be a cause of concern, and there is some concern in regards to liquid petroleum gas here in India, and that is exactly why multiple raids, in fact thousands of raids, are being carried out by district administrations across the country, and it is also being instructed to carry out regular inspections by oil marketing company at vendors and retailers to prevent any kind of black marketing and hoarding of LPG cylinders that can even intensify the concern which is already there considering the present situation here in India. However, what should also be noted as a consumer, it should also be noted, we would want to inform our consumers that Ministry has also continued to maintain that there is no need to panic, and at least domestic supplies of liquid petroleum gas is ensured, and constant inspections and raids are being carried out to prevent any kind of black marketing and hoarding. And at least at this point, at least at this hour, the ministry has continued to maintain that there is no...
Thank you so much. Of course, no need to panic is what the government is assuring the citizens of the country. Thank you once again. Now, viewers, shifting our focus to another big breaking news that we're tracking, a statement coming out from Japan, where Japan is saying that it could consider mine-sweeping efforts in the Strait of Hormuz if a ceasefire is reached. So this is a big breaking that we are tracking at this point in time, where Japan said that it could consider deploying its military for mine-sweeping efforts in the Strait of Hormuz, a vital artery for global oil supplies if a ceasefire is reached in the US-Israeli war on Iran. But this is a very far-fetched statement that we are seeing from Japan, because nowhere in sight is the ceasefire, but still Japanese foreign minister in fact saying on Sunday that Japan could involve itself in the mine-sweeping efforts in the Strait of Hormuz, a critical oil choke point, if a ceasefire is reached between US, Israel and Iran. Now, I would like to quote exactly what the Japanese foreign minister said. The Japanese foreign minister said that if there were to be a complete ceasefire, hypothetically speaking, then things like mine-sweeping could come up, and this is purely hypothetical, but a ceasefire, if a ceasefire in fact is established and naval mines were creating an obstacle, then Japan thinks that would be something to consider by Japan. So a big statement by Japanese foreign minister also comes on the back of the meeting that took place between Japanese Prime Minister and Donald Trump. I have my colleague Nayan joining from the newsroom. Nayan, this is a big statement by Japan. Of course, earlier we saw how countries were refusing to come and give backing to Donald Trump. But now Japan is saying that if Trump, Israel, and in fact Iran consider a ceasefire in place, then Japan could help, in fact, in the Strait of Hormuz with these mine-sweeping efforts.
That's true. In fact, Tokyo has no immediate plans to seek arrangements to allow passage through the Strait of Hormuz for the stranded vessels. But Motegi said, and adding that it was extremely important to create conditions that allow all ships to navigate through the narrow waterways and the conduit for the fifth of the world's oil refinement. You know, Hina, Japan's military actions are limited because it is bounded by the constitution. But by 2015, the security legislation allowed Japan to use its self-defense forces in overseas if an attack was included on close security partner. It threatens Japan's survival, and by no other means it's available. So in a shorter sense, you know, there is this hypothetical situation. If it arises, Japan is willing to help.
All right, Nayan, of course, we do know that Japan is also an essential partner in Quad, and earlier we saw how negative statements coming out from countries in Quad. Australia, of course, refusing to come in support with Donald Trump, but this is a diversion from that, and Japan, in fact, talking about some sort of a cordial step taken in this particular situation in West Asia war. Of course, Japan has its constitution in place, but now it can act as a defensive posture.
Yes, it can act. And in fact, Japan could consider deploying its military, like you rightly said before, for mine-sweeping at the Strait of Hormuz.
Absolutely, Nayan. Thank you so much for getting us all of these details. Now, viewers, we continue to stay on this big story for a while, where Japan, in fact, has extended a helping hand to Donald Trump, Israel and Iran, saying that if these countries come on the negotiating table and, in fact, carry out a ceasefire deal, then Japan Foreign Minister said that the country can help clear mines in the region. All right, we have another big breaking news coming in, where Iranian official on Iran's conditions for ending the imposed war says that guarantees that the war will not recur. So we have an Iranian official, in fact, saying that guarantees will be there that the war will not recur. So in fact, Iranian officials issuing conditions on the Strait of Hormuz. Now, what all conditions are we talking about? We're talking about closure of all US military bases in West Asia is what Iran is in fact asking. Also asking for full reparations to Iran by the US and Israel. And one of the other guarantee that it wants the United States to give Iran is an end by the US and Israel to all regional wars, including against all Iran-aligned groups. So this is a guarantee that Iran is in fact asking for from US and Israel. Iran is also in fact saying that there should be an implementation of a new legal system over the Strait of Hormuz. And lastly, it also talks about handing over elements of hostile media to Iran. So these are in fact strong guarantees that Iran has come out with, saying that all the US military bases in West Asia should be closed. It's a big bargain that Iran is trying to achieve here with United States and Israel, which seems to be very far-fetched right now. of course, asking for an end by the US and Israel to all the regional wars, including against all Iran-aligned groups. So we have multiple groups active, which gives its backing to Iran, including Hezbollah, Houthis. So we have these guarantees that now Iran asks United States and Israel and Iranian official talking about how, in fact, this war can be ended. Now, viewers, big changes are coming to air travel in India. The government has announced it will remove the cap on domestic flight fares starting 23rd of March, ending the temporary controls imposed during the Indigo crisis last December. More in this report. Indian passengers should brace themselves. With fare caps lifted, expect ticket prices to soar on popular routes. India is lifting temporary caps on domestic airfares starting Monday, ending controls imposed during last December's Indigo flight crisis. Airlines hit by rising costs from Iran war can now set fares freely. Passengers get ready for steeper ticket prices. The removal in cap prices comes after the airlines requested the same amid reported losses and higher operational costs. This comes as fuel prices have jumped amid the ongoing war in West Asia. In its order, Civil Aviation Ministry said that the prevailing situation has since stabilized with restoration of capacity and normalization of operations across the sector. The ministry also reiterated the airlines shall ensure that fares remain reasonable and that passenger interests are not adversely impacted. With the removal of the airfare cap, travelers' convenience and pockets may have been compromised. Now, viewers, in news from West Bengal, political tensions flared in West Bengal's Baranagar after the local BJP party office of candidate Sajal Ghosh was allegedly vandalized. The BJP has accused workers of the Mamata Banerjee government, TMC, of carrying out the attack. Now, the BJP candidate rushed to the spot as tensions escalated in the area. Now, soon after, TMC candidate Sayantika Banerjee also arrived at the location, triggering heated sloganeering between rival party workers. Now, remember, viewers, BJP supporters raised slogans against the TMC leader, chanting "Go back" as the situation grew increasingly tense. Let's have a detailed look in this report.
Pre-poll tensions are escalating in West Bengal. A fresh flashpoint in Baranagar saw BJP and TMC workers clash over campaign materials, triggering sloganeering, scuffles, and a brief road blockade. The confrontation broke out in Baranagar, where BJP alleged that TMC workers removed their hoardings outside candidate Sajal Ghosh's office and replaced them with their own. The dispute quickly spiraled, with face-offs, shouting, and minor scuffles reported between workers of both parties. BJP candidate Sajal Ghosh rushed to the spot and staged a protest, and soon after, TMC candidate Sayantika Banerjee also arrived, further intensifying the standoff. BJP supporters raised "Go Back" slogans targeting the TMC leader as both sides traded sharp accusations on the ground. TMC hit back, alleging BJP brought in outsiders who attacked their workers, including women and elderly supporters. Police and central forces, including RAF, were deployed to control the situation. No major injuries have been reported so far, but the incident underscores rising tensions ahead of the 2026 Bengal Assembly elections.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, ना लोगों का गाड़ी मार रहा है।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, with us, His Excellency, the Israeli Ambassador Reuven Azar. Thank you very much today. I've been looking forward to this conversation and to having you with us in the studio. Appreciate your joining us today. First of all, I just want to say this to you, that we have always stood against terrorism, against your country.
Thank you.
And many people think that the line that Republic has taken of late, of questioning the attacks and the humanitarian cost of the conflict, are a fundamental change as far as us not supporting the fight against terrorism that your country faces and we face. So in that, we are together in this. I wanted to add that as a preface to our conversation. So neither you should misunderstand nor viewers should misunderstand. Mr. Azar, let's start with this first. What is this going on about
Prime Minister Netanyahu. No, I have to ask you this because where is your Prime Minister? There are significant speculations about the whereabouts of Prime Minister Netanyahu. His recent cafe video, you know, by the way, you can see that cafe video out there. He's looking quite dapper in that that jacket. Has also been called a deep fake by AI chatbot Grok on X, though Netanyahu's office has dismissed rumors about him as fake news. Why this sudden conversation about where Prime Minister Netanyahu is and whether he's safe, how he is, about his health?
I think our
Where's that
enemies
coming
are trying to compensate for the losses. You know, there's a huge devastation in Iran, and they are trying to portray that the regime is holding, that actually the losing side is the Israeli side and the United States and the Gulf countries. It's ridiculous. And of course that we are standing strong. Prime Minister is full speed ahead. I met him more than once since the Modi visit. Israel is performing pretty well in this effort. We are degrading the Iranian capabilities pretty fast. We are ahead of schedule, and we're going to continue with this effort until we exhaust this effort. Either the Iranians change course, which seem pretty slim chances right now because they, sort of double down.
Yep. You didn't expect them to double down?
No, I think it's expectable. But
you didn't expect them to fight as hard?
No, look, I think that it's predictable what happened. I think what was unpredictable is the way in which they sort of hysterically started to shoot at everybody.
Was that hysteric or was that a planned escalation?
I think probably they were hoping to exert pressure on the United States and Israel through other countries, but I think that the opposite is happening because you saw the UN Security Council very firmly. By the way, it was co-sponsored by India. They condemned Iran. Okay, so the pressure is going to be on Iran, and these attempts to fire even at those that they call their friends is not going to work for them.
Okay, let me go back to the question about Prime Minister Netanyahu, because that's taken most of social media space, and we need to talk about it. Yesterday, the IRGC said, IRGC vows to pursue and kill child killer Netanyahu. So it's become very personal, hasn't it? And is he making personal public appearances in this situation?
Yeah, it is. Actually, when I was in Israel, he visited the Ashdod port. So he's continuing with his regular schedule. Of course, he's taking precautions, but things are continuing as usual in terms of his program. No doubt he has to sit in many cabinet meetings and security consultations, but rather than that, we are going ahead. The government is going to pass the budget in the coming days. There are regular things, Israelis are trying to go back to normal life as much as they can, despite the fact that there are sirens. The number of launches against Israel are reducing. So the only main thing we are dealing now is what to do with schools. So we are waiting a few more days to see how we can degrade more their launching capability. But the Prime Minister is actually performing as usual.
I have no problem with battle between combatants. We have faced it in our own country. But Ambassador, how does Israel justify the blood of children? Before we get dismissive about what happened in Menab, I want to play a video. You can see the video with me out here. This is footage shot on the ground in Menab by an Iranian journalist. It's a 30-minute documentary, the first of its kind, showing the immediate aftermath of the February 28th strike in the Shajareb Tayeb Girls' School. What you can see are destroyed books. You can see rubble. The school has come down to it. And you can see how children in their school uniforms are seen in body bags covered in blood. You can see the body bags have been lined up in the street and the imprint left in the debris, small child-sized. It's not AI. No, Mr. Ambassador, it can't be kicked down the road saying we will investigate, like Trump says. And with all due respect, the potential perpetrators of the act cannot be investigating the potential, they can't be investigating themselves.
Arnab,
this was just so terrible. And it's been widely reported that the school was fully intact and then it collapsed. And it's very sad.
It's very sad and
it's very wrong.
It's very tragic as well. Look, the loss of civilian life is something that cannot be justified, okay? And we are targeting only military targets. We don't know yet what caused.
Was this a military target?
Of course not. But we are only targeting military targets. We don't know.
You're talking about Israelis. What about the Americans?
No, I think it's also an American policy. We don't know yet what exactly happened there. It might have been someone's mistake, but it could be also an Iranian misfire, okay, of their missile defense or whatever. You know what bothers me in this context is that as much as this is a terrible thing, I haven't seen the international media, talking about the tens of thousands of innocent lives that were taken by the regime itself during the protests only a few weeks back. So, yes, it is very tragic. We should try to do the utmost.
This was triple tapped. This particular attack was triple tapped. The location was hit 3 times, and New York Times, BBC verify, NPR, CBC, CNN's own analysis have verified that this was a U.S. Tomahawk. Bellingcat has geolocated it. Snopes has confirmed the missile fragments bore the markings of Ohio-based U.S. manufacturer. 170 to 180 children.
Well, I didn't know that. Look, I think that it is very clear that if these findings are right, this was a mistake.
But how does President Trump, when asked about it, say, I'm willing to live with that? He says, I'm willing to live with 170 schoolgirls being killed. Is that appropriate?
You have to ask the President of the United States. I think that at the end of the day, this is why we should avoid wars as much as we can. We've been negotiating with Iran for the last 30 years, Arnab. These guys have sworn to destroy the state of Israel. Every bullet, every missile, every rocket that has been, any terrorist attack that has been directed towards Israel in the last 30 years emanates from this country, from this regime, from Iran, okay? They have refused time and again to engage in a conducive way to stop their campaign of terror and to actually renounce their plea to destroy us.
You're saying this,
so we are getting into this war in a situation in which we have exhausted all possible means
Ambassador, after October 7th attacks,
of avoiding
I have sat there and supported the Israelis, which I went and said there, whatever happens. And the Israelis said to us that, Arnab, if something wrong has happened, why don't we hear one word from the Iranians condemning the attack? And I said, yes, the Hamas carried out the attack, but the controller of the Hamas is Iran. Why is Iran not condemning? Equally, I ask you here today, a father told reporters in this Menab school that he received a call that his daughter had survived the first strike. Before he could reach the school, they hit the strike again and she died. Why have we not heard a word from Prime Minister Netanyahu about Menab? Would it make it difficult for him, or is he not wanting to upset the Americans, which is why he's not asking the question?
I think that in wars there are very tragic events, including this one. We should do whatever we can in order to avoid them. I think that to demand for the Prime Minister of Israel to deal with a particular event after all these people that are asking that never were self-accounted for what this regime has been doing to their own people. I haven't seen the outrage, okay? So I think that people here are.
But you can't measure. You can't measure.
You can't measure the killing of 30,000 people that are protesting in the streets. You cannot measure it. with a mistake.
But you cannot measure the mistakes that are being made now and rationalize it with what they have done earlier. It doesn't matter mistake or both sides.
This
so let me put it this way.
Is not our policy.
Have you lost your moral?
This is not our policy.
Have you lost your moral upper ground because of American actions? I'm being very clear. No. Is Israel losing the narrative battle because of the fact that you're being linked to the actions and the words and the messages of Donald Trump?
I don't think that neither Israel or the United States lost their moral grounds. I think that there are situations, that very tragic situations in wars. I think that mistakes should be minimized. Okay, but this is not the policy, neither of the United States or Israel, to kill civilians. This is the policy of Iran.
You're saying it's collateral damage?
This is the policy. Look, using terms that are inhumane or that are technical are not necessarily conducive. This is tragic because children have lost their lives, full stop. But to take and to reverse the situation and say, oh, here the Iranians, the people, this Iranian regime that has been killing their own people, have been killing people all around the world, in the Middle East, in Israel, suddenly people rush to reverse their moral compass. You cannot reverse the moral compass. They have a policy of killing civilians, and we have a policy of targeting military targets. And yes, sometimes there are mistakes.
Gandhi Hospital, Tehran, not a military target, damaged on March 1st. The IVF department was destroyed. Medical embryos had to be evacuated. 10 medical centers damaged across Iran, confirmed by Iran's own medical council head. A sports center in Lamayat, Fars province. Israel killed 12 medical workers in a strike in a medical center in South Lebanon on March 4th. Now, if these are only military targets, none of these are military targets.
There are very, very limited number of incidents that are very unfortunate and tragic, that when you compare them with thousands and thousands of other military targets that were targeted, you understand it's the exception. It's not the rule.
But where is the regime change? Prime Minister Netanyahu said on February 28th, he said, you are not our enemies and we are not your enemies. We have a common enemy, the murderous regime of the Ayatollahs that has taken you over through the oppressive forces of the Revolutionary Guards. And the message that Israel's fight is with the Iranian regime, not with the Iranian people. Has it become more about the people now, about inflicting maximum damage on the people?
Of course not. And you can see that very clearly. Because first of all, most of the economic infrastructure of Iran is intact. Okay, all the targets that we targeted are military targets, and what we are seeing is that a consistency. What we have said at the outset of this operation, we have said we are acting against two existential threats that were going to be buried underground and becoming immune. That's the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile threat, and we are giving a chance to the Iranian people to embrace their future by targeting these Basij murderous forces that have been killing them, okay? So we don't know whether there will be a change in the regime or of the regime. We are not going to invade Iran, but we want to be in a situation, because of the lessons we have learned in the past, that if we don't want to go and pound this regime time and again, it is better for the country of Iran, it is better for the region, it's better for us and for the world, that the Iranian people will embrace their future, will find the courage that they need in order to fight these people that are killing them in the streets.
Ambassador, a lot of support comes to you from India. A lot of support comes to you from the Republic Media Network, from other networks, from the people of India, because there has been a feeling in India that you have been the subject of terrorism, the target of terrorism, the target of a calculated jihad. And your government consistently has framed this, your battle, as a war against jihad. So people in India watch this and say, yes, we are with them because they are facing what we are facing, an extremist ideology. Now, many would agree that the real reason, however, that Israel went to war is stated in your own government's documents. The ballistic missile program was projected to grow, according to your documents, from 500 units to 10,000 units. That is a strategic military threat
No,
let me complete. Then you can counter me. I would argue, or rather position, that this is a strategic military threat to Israeli territory. This is a deterrence calculation. This is geopolitics. Is it really about jihad? This is not a war against an idea. This is a war because Iran was becoming too powerful, too armed, and too close to a nuclear weapon for strategic comfort of Israel. This was not because of the reasons the people of India support you, that they feel like we are the subject or the target of Lashkar-e-Toiba, Pakistan, Jaish-e-Mohammed. You have a similar problem. The worry now is because Trump has come into the picture. I'm sorry, the moment Trump comes into the picture, the way Trump positions it and Pete Hegseth positions it, not about ideology, not about people, this is about us, and increasingly the conversation becomes about oil and supply chains. So it seems, why should the people of India support you when you are fighting a geopolitical oil-based battle for control?
Israel is fighting with Iran. Israel is a democracy and will not go to war. Any government won't be accountable to go to a war that is not justifiable and doesn't remove threats on the state of Israel. It's not about geopolitics. Our intelligence has discovered, as you probably already know, that the Iranian regime had a plan by 2027 to annihilate the state of Israel using the exact tools you are mentioning now. It wasn't just a capability of geopolitical importance in order to be more secure. It had a purpose. The purpose was not invented by Israel. It was stated time and again by the leaders of Iran. There even was a square in Iran that was counting the existence of Israel down, okay? So they were actually having these three tools to exterminate us: the military nuclear program, the ballistic missile program, and the proxies. And they said they are going to use it. They had a plan to invade Israel from the south and from the north through the proxies, and then have this barrage of 20,000 ballistic missiles and be immune.
They're 1,000 kilometers away from you. They're 1,000 kilometers away from you. How would they territorially threaten you?
I can invite you. Come to Israel. Come to South Lebanon. Look at the tunnels of invasion that the Radwan forces of Hezbollah have built for years. And the only intention was to do a terrestrial invasion to Israel. These are physical evidence. This is not something theoretical, okay? And you saw the 7th of October. So the idea they had is to invade Israel, to destroy the entire infrastructure of Israel, both military and civilian, with ballistic missiles, and to stay immune through the creation of a nuclear military arsenal, okay? So this is existential for us. We had to act. We are lucky that the United States actually grasped this moment with us, and they have their own reasons. You have to ask for them, what are their reasons? But I can tell you something else.
Their reason is oil.
But I can tell you something.
Their reason is oil.
I think that this is not the only reason. I think
that's what they seem to be highlighting.
I think that we should contemplate. Those people that are interested in peace and stability in this world should have been contemplating this process in which rogue states that are energy rich are disturbing the international order by supporting drug trafficking, by supporting dictatorships, by undermining the world order. This is exactly what the Iranian regime was doing. It's not only against Israel. Look, this capability has been used against the so-called friends of Iran, okay? The Arab countries of the Gulf, they also prepared themselves for this, okay? They have been acquiring weapons to defend themselves from these barrages of missiles, and they regard this regime an enemy as well. I'll tell you another thing. If Israel wouldn't have taken action, together or not together with the United States, the shadow of this military capability would be looming on the prosperity and the development of the Gulf countries, in which 10 million Indians live. It would loom on the prospects of trade between India and the world. So by defending ourselves, what we are doing is we are giving hope not just for us, to the region, to the development, to the Indians living in the Gulf, to India, that is going to trade in trillions of dollars with the world passing through West Asia.
Now, the longer this goes, am I right in assuming that there is going to be a mutual drift within Israel and within America? People are linking it to politics. Let me first talk about US. Trump said that ending this war will be a mutual decision between him and Netanyahu. This is how he said this. But reports are that there are deep rifts in the end game. Trump wants a deal, and Netanyahu is privately arguing against any agreement. Senator Chris Van Hollen said, and I quote, that Netanyahu, quote, finally found a president stupid enough to attack Iran. Ambassador, is Israel driving the war? Many people are blaming Israel for instigating the war and using impetuous and volatile Trump to actually move on Israel's instructions.
People have been underestimating this president of the United States, and for 2 years have been saying that there is light between him and Netanyahu, or that the president of the United States is not working for his own interests. Yeah. Look, I always told my researchers, when I was in charge of political research, that when they assume that somebody are stupid, they are the stupid. Because any country, any leadership of any country works for their interest as they see them.
Right.
And nobody,
including their political
nobody
interests.
is manipulated by nobody. At the end of the day, yes, you can create a situation that sometimes small countries or big countries are being coerced by bigger countries to act in a certain way, but this is not the case here. The United States of America is the biggest power in the world. They know how to act, they know how to pursue their own interests, and they don't need Israel to influence or dictate that. I think that here we saw eye to eye for different reasons. We have our existential threats we have to remove, and I think the United States got to the conclusion that if they don't take action now, the prospects of stability in the Gulf area, in which they have been investing for many years to become prosperous, are going to be very slim. Therefore, they had to act now.
The timing was right, but now can I ask you a question which is very direct? I'm becoming more and more direct and straightforward as we carry on, because I think we must not pull back. We must not pull back. Now, one argument is that there is politics for Netanyahu as well. And I'd say this question straight to you. You know Netanyahu. I think he likes you, I'm told, very much. And therefore, you can answer the question. Trump publicly called Israel's President Herzog a disgrace for refusing to pardon Netanyahu. So he gets into politics everywhere. Netanyahu is on trial for breach of trust and fraud and other things. His own elections are in October. Foreign Policy magazine wrote, Mr. Ambassador, that Netanyahu has longed to do this for 40 years and that the timing of the war is driven by electoral windows, not by genuine security threats. So the question would be that how much of this is about Iran's nuclear program and how much of it is about Netanyahu's political survival?
People that are writing in such a way are not aware.
Foreign policy is quite respected, magazine.
Yeah, well, you know, they can be quite respected, but they ignore reality. Because in the reality of the state of Israel, no government can go to war without the support of the people and the security establishment. Because we have only one army, we have several security apparatuses, and we act according also the recommendations of the professional people. So we cannot choose the timing of a war out of a political consideration in the democratic system that we have. So it's ridiculous. Now, regarding your first question, look, this has not been the first time there has been interference of the United States in Israeli politics. Sometimes the interference has been more indirect. Sometimes the interference has been more direct.
Interference of politics.
No doubt, yes. No doubt that President Trump has his own style.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you comfortable with that?
That can make people very uncomfortable sometimes. And at the end of the day, Israel and all the mechanisms in Israel will act according to Israeli law, including the President of Israel.
Yeah, but you know, U.S. seems to be doing things on its own and expecting everybody to come through. For example,
is it the first time?
Well, it's becoming more and more obvious.
Well,
I mean, isn't it supposed to be a relationship of equals? Are Israel and the U.S. not considered to be equal? Why should Israel be considered to be a junior partner to the U.S.?
Well, first of all, we are a junior partner, if you like it or not. Okay, let's face reality. But the other thing is that the United States...
Including in decision-making?
No. When it comes to our internal processes, we are going to act according to Israeli law. I told you that.
When the U.S.
But I want to tell you something else. Look, I want to tell you something else. Since 1945, when the United States established the New World Order as we knew it, the United States was having its way on many things. Okay, so some people may decide that this is a bad thing. Other people think this is a good thing because they promoted freedom and democracy all over the world. And now we are in a new situation in which the echelons of this world order, which are not functional in several aspects from the point of view of the United States, are being challenged as well by the United States. So this is something that we are looking at. Everybody has to analyze the reason why this is happening.
Did the US ask you, for example, just confirming, because I feel our viewers must know who's driving this, US or Israel. Now, US has already carried out major strikes on Iran's Kharg Island, destroyed a number of military targets, and now Trump wants to take over the island, which handles 90% of the oil imports, oil exports, I'm sorry. Does that indicate an escalation from Israel and the US or the US? Secondly, Trump says that US CENTCOM has obliterated the targets. I'm going to take over the oil infrastructure. Who will control that oil infrastructure, US or Israel? Because, you see, Trump's approach is no longer about regime change, about changing and making the lives of the people of Iran better, and that's where he's making a mistake. He started with regime change, and then Pete Hegseth said 4 days later, I don't care about institutions, I don't care about people, I don't care about democracy, I just need to win. And he's increasingly making it about oil. See, where so far, Ambassador, I don't know if I'm making the point you clearly enough, but so far the support for Israel from India was, I come to it, we have a common problem of terrorism that is given a semi-religious connotation. Now this conversation becoming about oil and
Can I
oil
answer
and
you?
coil. Yes, you can ask me anything you want, sir. Yes, sir.
If Israel or the United States were interested in just defeating Iran and don't caring about the Iranian people, we would already have destroyed the entire civilian infrastructure of Iran, including their oil facilities.
You could not have,
so
because they would
why,
have hit you back as well equally.
No, they hit us back with all of what they have already, okay? So they couldn't hit us back even harder, okay? So they are targeting civilians from day one. This is not questionable. So we didn't do that, and the United States didn't do that, because we have the hope to get the Iranian people to embrace this moment and take the future in their own hands.
They're not doing, but they're not doing that.
First of all, they are not doing it because right now they were asked, actually, to stay in their homes.
By whom?
By the United States and by Israel, okay?
So you're saying you have a remote control button and
no, we don't have a remote control. What I said is that what we are intending to do, maybe we'll fail, but I'm telling our intentions.
Why you saying maybe we will fail? Why that self-doubt?
You asked what our policy is. I'm telling you our policy, what it is.
May I ask you even more direct question?
No, may I tell you?
Yes,
let me answer first, okay?
Yeah, go on.
So I told you that our policy was to keep the civilian infrastructure because of the hope we have that the Iranians will embrace the future. This might happen, this might not happen. That's what I meant with the word failure, okay? Now, when you look at, you asked about Kharg Island.
Yes.
Kharg Island is the place from which the Iranian regime exports all its oil and gets all the income for their military machinery, okay? We could have hit that on day one and destroy the income of Iran for the next decade, okay? We didn't do it because we want that to be saved for the future of Iran.
Yes.
But if the Iranian regime doesn't change course, if we see at the end of the day that this asset will continue serving the regime, then the United States will have to decide what to do with it. Either to take over it or to destroy it. It will be their decision.
Would that be an admission that the regime change strategy failed? Because you don't see regime change happening, so you destroy everything.
It depends. I think that if the United States decides to take over Kharg Island, at the end of the day, this will take a major income capability from the regime. It will debilitate the regime, and I think it will give a boost to those Iranians that want to topple the regime. Okay, so if the Americans decide to destroy the place,
it would be hurting the people.
If the Americans will decide to destroy the place, then you can maybe get to the conclusion that they have given up the hope
of regime change.
So
may I ask you this?
I hope I answered your question.
Yes and no, but can I follow up with that?
Please.
See, this is a great opportunity, and viewers see, at one point one may feel that I'm going a little deeper and more direct, but I appreciate the ambassador coming up and answering all the questions. That's what I like about Israeli diplomats. You know, the point is, ambassador, there are persistent reports that the end game is different for Netanyahu and the end game is different for Trump. See, can I give my own unfiltered view? I think Benjamin Netanyahu is a far more strategic leader than Donald Trump. One, Benjamin Netanyahu has seen far more of ups and downs in politics than Donald Trump. Benjamin Netanyahu is not given to making statements on social media morning, day and night. And there are reports of, because of they're different people. You may say they are great friends, but all leaders who are friends may be different. Yeah. There are reports that the end game is different, that Netanyahu wants a complete regime change. He wants an elimination of what he feels would be regional influence of Iran, which is a threat to Israel. Trump is pushing for negotiations because Trump is wanting an exit, a face saver, because Trump is not interested in the region. Trump is not interested entirely in your problem. So that's my view. Trump is using your problem for his own negotiation. So there are reports that Netanyahu has requested urgent talks with Zelensky on interceptor drone technology, despite Trump's public rejection of Ukraine's offers to assist the US with anti-drone defenses. Does this pursuit of alternate alliances signal a drift in approach between Israel and America?
You remind me, many Israelis are not, because we are asking ourselves every morning, noon and afternoon and evening, whether there is a gap between us and the United States. Because for us, the United States is a very important partner.
But there would be.
Look, we don't know yet. What we know is that we are in sync, okay? That Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump are in sync more than anybody imagined in Israel. It might change in the future. What we are seeing now in the context of this conflict is that we have two options here. One option is that the Iranian regime will change course, will blink. Right now we are not seeing it. And the other one will be that at some point we will exhaust our military effort, okay? And it won't necessarily conclude with a political or diplomatic outcome, okay? And then at least we will have a situation in which Iran is debilitated dramatically, in which we and the area is are free of these threats, at least for the foreseeable future. And then we'll see what happens with the people. This can take years. This not necessarily will happen in 1 day or 2 days. It is very clear that this regime has been debilitated. This is what we wanted to achieve. I think we will achieve that. And whether the United States will go elsewhere or will alter its goal or its interest, it remains to be seen. Let's be patient.
Ambassador, do you believe there are other parties behind this? You know, the kind of pointed attacks that have happened, the quick strategy immediately in the aftermath of Ayatollah Khomeini's being killed, of expanding the scale of the conflict. And particularly, I found that the pointed strike on Cyprus and the British base, and the very clear strategy of trying to expand the zone of conflict, it couldn't have been done without having people behind who are interested in expanding the zone of the conflict. And the obvious questions have been towards Russia and China. What is their game in this?
It's a good question. Look, I'm not an analyst.
We should be frank with it, because I have often said that China is funding the Hamas indirectly. You know, I said that after October 7th. And therefore, you can't play on both sides. And therefore, I would request a clear view on this. Because if they are vested in this, then this is a different game.
Well, first of all, we don't have enough information regarding what exactly, to what extent they are vested in this or not. What we have seen very clearly is that Iranians are getting at least parts, ingredients, products for their industry from different countries, including China and Russia. Okay. So we are concerned of that. We have presented this concern to the relevant countries time and again. I haven't been, let's say, made aware of a direct intervention of those countries in the planning of the Iranian counterattack, if that is your question.
I'm saying that, are they behind this?
It's a good.
China.
I don't think so. Behind what?
Behind the.
I think we have to be more specific. Okay?
Behind the.
I think the Iranians.
Behind the nature of the attacks.
Look, in my experience as a diplomat, I can tell you the following. Okay. I think that for many years, countries like China and others have been contemplating the possibility of capitalizing their interests in Iran, because Iran is a very rich country. And time and again, they have been disappointed after they signed very vast agreements with the Iranian regime, and they never invested a dime there because they knew, and we told them, that your investment is going to go down to the drain with this regime. Okay? So you have to take this into proportion. If you would have seen in the last 30 years investments of tens of billions of dollars of the Chinese in Iran, then I would say, you're probably right. They're trying to defend their assets. But the fact that they refrain from doing that tells you something about how much they trust the Iranians' regime judgment.
Is Netanyahu in touch with the Chinese or the Russians?
We are in touch all the time with countries around the world, including with Russia and China. Of course, we have a dialogue with them. You have a dialogue with them.
We have a dialogue with them. Every country will have a dialogue in this. But now, Ambassador, was this miscalculated? You see, is this a repeat of 2003 WMD, which turned out to be a hoax? The Pentagon briefed Congress the day after the strikes that the US had no intelligence that Iran was planning a preemptive strike. Iran's own ambassador called it a totally stupid decision that betrayed Gulf nations mid-negotiation. You don't need to accept that. But Oman's foreign minister said he was dismissed, that active and serious negotiations were not again undermined. Ambassador, if there was no immediate threat, no congressional authorization, and diplomacy was actively progressing, by what legal standard was this justified? Eventually, this will have to be a question. The postscript will be written. This question will be asked more aggressively.
Okay. So first of all, this is a completely different situation from the situation in 2003 because there isn't a ground invasion of Iran.
Not yet.
Okay. Well, I don't think there's going to be a ground invasion.
Can there be?
I don't think so. Now, we don't have an intention of doing that. I don't think the United States is that business. That has been very clearly stated by the United States. You might have limited actions that have to do with special forces or taking over this place or the other place, but I don't think that the full invasion is in the cards, number one. Number two, look, we know what we have in hands because we invested billions of dollars just to know what's happening in Iran, because we understood the deepness of the threat that is coming from Iran.
Right.
It's really an existential threat, and therefore we know positively, first of all, that before the June attack, the Iranians decided to break out to a nuclear weapon. And we know now that before this attack, the Iranians were going immune, were digging themselves deeper into the mountain in order to be able to produce nuclear weapons and be able to produce ballistic missiles. We took action. Now, people might not believe it. It's their problem. We have the evidence because we wouldn't have taken action because we cannot allow ourselves to take action and be accountable to our own people when it comes to this. We have intelligence agencies that had presented this intelligence to our decision makers and also to the leaders of the opposition in Israel, okay? And we have seen also the leaders of the opposition in Israel supporting this action, okay? So we are here in a very clear situation. Now, when it comes to negotiations, with all due respect to the Omanis, the Iranians have been doing a mockery of negotiations time and again. Not only now.
Why would you? There is a narrative going on.
Not only now.
That you fooled them into the negotiations. When they were signing in, they were back on the plane, and the Iranian foreign minister was getting ready to announce you backstabbed them and
the Iranians have been cheating the international community for decades now. They've joined the IAEA. They cheated on the safeguards agreement. They had undeclared activities. They developed a military nuclear program. All of that has been exposed.
Do you think Iran has nuclear warheads?
All of that
do you think Iran has nuclear warheads today? Is that a thought in your mind?
No, of course not. We prevented that. We prevented Iran from having nuclear warheads. That's why they don't have them. If we wouldn't have taken action, first of all, to impede them from acquiring the technology. We fought for this for the last 30 years. People are blaming Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Israeli government for saying time and again that Iranians are about to acquire nuclear weapons. And and they said, you called wolf time and again. But the reason they didn't acquire it is because we impeded that. We, the Mossad did that, the Air Force did that, our diplomatic efforts did that, the coalition of countries that we coalesced with did that. We put pressure on Iran, we put economic sanctions on Iran. That's the reason they don't have nuclear weapons.
Ambassador, now the most important question I must see, people are watching across India.
Yeah.
And with all the respect to you, sir, this is not a war between three countries. It is not Israel, Iran, America war. This affects all of us. Why are people watching Republic these days? They're watching more and more news. And the only question I get asked, how long? How long? Cafes are cooking coffee with firewood in parts of our country. We don't want that. Ambassador, let me put this question. Let me put a timeline to you. This is my last question. February 28th, war begins. Khamenei killed, 40 top Iranian officials eliminated. Your own IDF spokesperson told CNN yesterday, and I quote, "We are ready in coordination with US allies with plans through at least the Jewish holiday of Passover about 3 weeks from now, and we have deeper plans for even 3 weeks before that." Now, if I take that timeline, then people get concerned and people will say, what's going on? We're looking at a minimum of 6 weeks from today. Taking this war to early May at the earliest, there's going to be chaos, meaning 6 more weeks from today. 10,000 bombs have been dropped. 4,000 to 5,000 Iranian soldiers have been killed. You say 70% of Iran's ballistic missile units are disabled. Yet Iran fired 7 missile salvos just yesterday. Ambassador, by your own military's admission, this war started on February 28th. It is now March 16th, and you are planning for May. At what point does ahead of schedule start sounding like a plan with no finish line? Well, there has to be a finish line in this, sir, because you can have an Iran-Iraq war go on for 8 years because it's an Iran-Iraq war. It's not a war that affects, cafes in New Delhi, right? And supply chains in Indonesia. Isn't it your obligation, sir, as a responsible nation, an ambassador of a responsible nation, to give a timeline to finish this and not just pass it on to Iran?
Well, whatever I can say at this point,
yes,
Arnab, is that we said at the outset this will take a few weeks, okay? And this is what is happening. I cannot put a deadline on when we're going to end because this is an operational consideration that has to do with many outcomes that are still...
If it goes to May, it's going to be bad.
That is not clear yet. But I want to tell you something else. I want to tell you that if we would have allowed Iran to develop these capabilities that we are denying them now, the shadow of this threat over the Gulf will be such that the prospects of development of the Gulf, of development even of India, would be undermined substantially. And yes, people have to be patient. I think that there is suffering, there are repercussions, but the outcome at the end of the day, when we free the world from these threats, is going to be that we will be able to be more stable, that we will be able to engage in economic activity, free from this looming threat that is coming from this rogue state that has been terrorizing us for decades now.
Right.
Okay?
One thought, does ideology matter anymore? In a world where, now you will not like this next point, which I'm going to say, is because Pakistan is a country, you have always said, your country has said, your Prime Minister has said, your leaders have said that there are 2 countries which are a danger with the bomb. One has it and one doesn't have it yet. That's why we're stopping Iran. And that first country is Pakistan. Isn't Pakistan effectively on your side by providing security assistance to the Saudis at the drop of a button? Is therefore not to the Saudis? They have a mutual military support agreement. Didn't it make you uncomfortable?
Did you see the support? Have you seen any support?
I have seen a meeting between the Saudis and Asif Munir.
So afraid from a meeting?
Not afraid at all from a meeting. I'm asking you a question in the context of the Saudis having a military agreement with Pakistan.
The Pakistanis have been having relations with countries in the Arab world in the past, including with our enemies. Okay? This is something that we've been contemplating for a long period of time. I haven't seen right now, with all due respect, the Pakistani army coming to the defense of Saudi Arabia against Iran.
Not openly.
Okay. Look, at the end of the day, the truth continues to be exactly what you said. There is one rogue state that already has nuclear weapons. You don't want to have a second one. It's very clear. Very clear. We have a chance of expanding the Abraham Accords. We have a chance of creating an area in which countries can cooperate, like we are doing now, in defending the skies of the region. We can have a situation in which West Asia becomes part of this Indian scheme of global cooperation immediately after all these agreements were signed between India and the rest of the world. This was a very courageous step that shows how confident India is looking forward, because you are the fastest growing economy in the world. We want to engage with that. We cannot engage with that when Iran is trying to destroy us. every bit of the way. And therefore, what we're doing now is going to be very conducive to the interests of not only Israel, the region, the world, I think India as well.
Reuven Azar, I am glad that you answered a lot of the questions. I would have been happier if you'd been able to give a broad timeline, but I can understand the way things are going. It's difficult. We can only pray and hope that this ends fast, because this period of uncertainty affects us all. I thank you very much. You've been candid. You've been straightforward. I must say fairly aggressive and feisty, but I don't expect any less. Thank you, Ambassador, for joining me. Thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। नहीं तो फोन तो करा जी। अरे अनुसर नहीं होगा। हो गया। ये तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला। चलो वो तेरा गाड़ी मारवा। चला हो 10 भाई ठीक है ना हम बात करेंगे कहीं और हम लेके चल क्या हुआ ठीक है ना भैया बोलेंगे आप करिए काम गैस बाकी गाड़ी जा ही रहा है कौन सा गाड़ी नहीं जा रहा है गाड़ी तो 4 बजे निकला हुआ है आप पता है लोग ये FFCCS मतलब फाउंड्री फॉर कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी वहाँ लिखा हुआ है भैया ना फोटो ले लेता हूँ उसका। नहीं है आज के लिए केवल है, कल गाड़ी आ जाएगा उससे खत्म। अभी तो राकेश आया था। हाँ राकेश आया था, बोला भाई कोई दिक्कत नहीं यार, तुम दूसरा बाइक चलाना चला, मुलाकात हुई थी राकेश। हाँ बोला भाई बाइक से हमारा दोनों बाइक में कोई दिक्कत नहीं। तो पीछे दिक्कत है, यहाँ जो कोर कंपनी मेंबर है वो HEC के एम्प्लॉई है, बाहरी व्यक्ति नहीं रहते हैं यहाँ पे। बोलो 60 रुपये लाएगा, 50 रुपये लाएगा, करेगा बोलो से ना, फिर कोई बात नहीं।
गाड़ी का बिल
गाड़ी का बात कर लीजिए भाई वहाँ पे। हाँ कहाँ लीजिएगा, कब ला के दीजिएगा? नहीं वो नैनो कट है अभी, नैनो कट अभी वो भी माल बंद हो गया है आना, 19 किलो का जो माल है वो भी आना बंद हो गया अभी। अभी मिलेगा 19 की जगह ही मिलेगा, नैनो कट मिलेगा थोड़ा उसका स्टैंडर्ड थोड़ा ज़्यादा वही मिलेगा। क्या कुछ चाहिए?
And if you look at the oil sector as a whole, since oil is a very important commodity for the global economy, and since India is so heavily dependent on oil from, that region, 60% of crude oil that we purchase comes from the Persian Gulf area. Therefore, Strait of Hormuz becomes very, very important for us. However, my own sense is that, price of oil may go up, crude oil may go up, maybe $80 per barrel, maybe $85 per barrel, for short term, maybe 8 days, 9 days, 6 days or 10 days and so forth.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से, MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरी राजा।
राजा और मसाला।
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. The price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Vice Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं हम। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू। अनुसरण होगा तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला गाड़ी माता चला हो ठीक है ना हम बात करेंगे कहीं चल क्या हुआ
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Vice Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तुमचा कुणाल केला नीचे अजून गाडी पूर्ण होला त्याला गोटे का गाडी माकळा
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and we're breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. It's a Sunday, but the news does not stop here on Republic TV. We'll tell you what's happening and the top headlines. Let's get started. Top headlines that we're tracking right now. Government removes the fare cap on airlines imposed in December 2025. New fares to be implemented from March 23rd. LPG cylinder black marketing racket busted in Delhi. 3 accused arrested, 74 cylinders removed. Japan could consider deploying its military for mine sweeping in the Strait of Hormuz, a vital artery for global supplies if a ceasefire is reached. The US-Israeli war on Iran. The vessel Aqua Titan carrying Russian crude oil has arrived off the coast of Mangaluru. The offloading process commenced this morning. Trump threatens Iran that if the Strait of Hormuz is not open within 48 hours, America will hit and finish off their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Following an attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear center, Iran launches wave of strikes on the city's nearest nuclear research center. Israel denies responsibility for an attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear site. Russia calls for international assessment. Iranian President Peshkian tells PLO the BRICS must act independently to halt aggression against Iran. Getting you some breaking news coming in from Assam. The All India Trinamool Congress has now announced the second list of candidates. Let's go ahead and tell you what is happening. Big breaking news coming in from Assam. All India Trinamool Congress announces a second list of candidates for the upcoming Assam Assembly election 2026. And coming just after the TMC announced the first list of candidates just a day ago on Saturday. The first list was out. The first list, they have named 17 nominees across key constituencies in the state. The party said the list was finalized under the guidance and inspiration of its chairperson and West Bengal CM Mamta Banerjee. So second list out today. We're getting these big breaking news which is coming in from Assam. TMC declares 7 candidates. TMC announces the second list of candidates for election in Assam, and new list of the candidates is out. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We are being joined by Aniruddha. Aniruddha, a very good afternoon to you. We see that the second list of the candidates has been released by the All India Trinamool Congress. Who is in the second list?
Yes, Divangi, the Trinamool Congress has announced its second list today, and very interestingly, one particular candidate, Sherman Ali, who had resigned from the Congress. He was earlier also when the assembly session was on. In the last assembly session, he was under suspension from the Congress party. Then he had joined the Raijor Dal. However, as day before yesterday, the final agreement, or you can say the memorandum of understanding between the Raijor Dal and the Congress party was signed, and they had decided to fight this election under the alliance led by the Congress. The Raijor Dal has declined a ticket to Sherman Ali from Mandia, and today, in a surprising twist, Sherman Ali was featured as a candidate in the Trinamool Congress's list. Trinamool is willing a lot of candidates this time in the Assam Legislative Assembly elections, though the Trinamool Congress doesn't have any concrete base in the state politics here in Assam. They are trying to play a disruptive role, you can say. They are not part of any alliance, be it the India Alliance or the NDF for that matter here in Assam. And however, they are aiming to contest in not less than 30 seats in this upcoming Assam Legislative Assembly elections. And also, the star campaigners list of the Trinamool Congress has been was made public day before yesterday, and there also we have seen that Mamta Banerjee, Abhishek Banerjee, all are coming to the state to campaign for the upcoming elections. So yes, the Trinamool Congress, which has made inroads in the neighboring state of Meghalaya, is also eyeing this time to make some inroad or at least progress in the vote percentage here in the state of Assam.
All right, well, thank you for getting us those details, Aniruddha. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. So let's move ahead to some of the big updates from West Bengal. The workers' meeting has been called by Mamta Banerjee on 22nd March. The meeting will be held today around 7 p.m. in Chetla. The meeting will be chaired by Mamta Banerjee and Firhad Hakim Subrato Bakshi, all of them present in that meeting, which is expected later on. TMC workers' meeting will be held today itself. And some of those leaders will be present at that meeting. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. We will, of course, try to go ahead to our colleague in a short while from now to understand what could be the agenda of that meeting. But coming in the backdrop of the elections, which are not too far away, and a lot of meetings are being called, a lot of leaders will be attending that meeting. Even though it's a weekend, we see that all these political parties are extremely active, given the fact that the elections are not too far away. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic, especially when we talk about the meetings which are happening all across political lines. Getting you some updates coming in. Ulfa has claimed that 5 RPG shells were fired at the Assam commando camp located around the Jagun OP of Lekhapani police station in the Tinsukia district. So we're getting these updates coming in here. More updates coming in for you, Republic TV. The outfit further claims that out of the 5 shells, 4 exploded inside the camp. The condition of the 4 Jawans injured in this incident is currently improving. Sources from Assam Medical College and Hospital have confirmed that all 4 are now out of danger. Ulfa is firing 5 RPG shells at Assam police camp. Ulfa firing at Assam police camp. We're getting these updates coming in. Some of these personnel, from what we understand, are recovering, and the condition of the 4 Jawans is improving. 1 Jawan sustained about 40% burn injuries and also has a fracture in his left hand. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. The other 3 have not suffered any serious injuries after receiving initial treatment in the casualty department. All 4 will be shifted to the surgery department after some time. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. And we're getting these updates coming in as Ulfa's fired 5 RPG shells at Assam police camp. All right, let's go across to Anil, who's joining us. Anil, I'm coming across to you. If this help our viewers understand what the latest is, what are we learning of?
Yes, the brand outfit Alpha Independent has fired 5 RPG shells to the Assam Police Commando camp in Jagun of Assam Tinsukia district, and 4 of the Jawans sustained injuries and they have been shifted to Assam Medical College in Dibrugarh. And as we have learned that one of the Jawan has sustained 40% of burn injury, but the other 3 Jawans are said to be in safe condition in Assam Medical College and they are undergoing the treatment. But meanwhile, the Alpha Independent has claimed the responsibility of such attack on the camp, and they have claimed that they were maintaining restraint since 2021, and they have not performed any kind of insurgency activities in the state. But the recent development is that the Assam government, after the 2021, they have countersigned the Alpha, and they attacked the Alpha militants and in different times, and that is why they have warned the government that they will, if the government continues to attack them and do the operation against the Ulfa activities, then they will continue to launch such type of activities and they will continue to attack the security forces in this recent times.
All right. Okay. Anil, also we would like to know a little bit more about any action which has been taken, because of course this is very serious. Do we know anything about, because Ulfa has claimed this themselves. They have themselves claimed that they fired shells at the Assam police camp. What are the authorities doing about this? Any action?
Yeah, the security forces and the Assam police has started the search operation. They have started the investigation. In fact, the entire area has been cordoned off by the police and security forces. But still, the government and district administration has not given any official statement as of now. So we are unable to know their activities right now. But as we have seen that security forces has started their operation, and the area is such that the police and security forces cannot make any counter attack instantly. That is why they have not issued any official statement at this moment.
All right, well, thank you for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more, Anil, as we keep getting our viewers more updates. Let's move ahead, viewers. Piyush Goyal, the election in charge of the state, to come to Chennai tomorrow to finalize the NDA seat sharing following the talks of TTV, Dinakar, EPS and Ramadas with Amit Shah. And the signing process between National Democratic ally parties will be finalized and announced tomorrow publicly. Big updates coming in here. Piyush Goyal to finalize NDA seat sharing for polls. Goyal to visit Chennai tomorrow. News alert coming in. Election season is around the corner. A lot of elections expected next month in April, when multiple states go to polls, and we see that all the parties are extremely busy holding meetings. The seat sharing meetings especially are very important between allies. So Piyush Goyal to finalize the seat sharing tomorrow itself. He'll be in Chennai tomorrow, and the visit is coming after TTV, Dinakar and EPS talks. So Union Minister Piyush Goyal to visit Chennai tomorrow. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV, and coming in the backdrop of the elections, which are not too far away. When we talk about Tamil Nadu elections, things are really heating up with seat-sharing talks, and all parties putting up their, preparing to put the best foot forward before those polls, which we will be seeing next month. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Union Minister Piyush Goyal will be visiting Chennai tomorrow. We will be going to our reporters in a short while from now, but Piyush Goyal all ready to visit Chennai tomorrow. Tomorrow is his visit, and this is coming in the backdrop of the seat sharing, NDA seat sharing pact. All right, let's move ahead. We're getting some more updates coming in. We are getting some breaking news. Puducherry BJP MLA Sai Sarvanan resigns from the party ahead of the elections. He says supporters and followers yesterday protested in Puducherry BJP office for not giving him another opportunity to contest in the upcoming elections. The Puducherry BJP list for contestants were released yesterday, and with his name not being there on the list for contesting as MLA in the elections, BJP MLA Sai Sarvanan has submitted his resignation from the party. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Let's tell you exactly what is happening in this case. A lot of movements, I repeat, a lot of movements can be seen. BJP MLA resigns from the party. This is a huge update coming in on Republic. This is just ahead of the elections. Just yesterday, BJP announced its candidates for the upcoming Puducherry Assembly polls. And there was a lot of surprise among party rank, with notable exclusions such as Sai Sarvanan. And post that, Sai Sarvanan has resigned. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. BJP MLA resigns from the party before the elections after the BJP revealed its list of candidates for the Puducherry Assembly election slated for April 9, creating a buzz within political circles. The Central Election Committee of the BJP has finalized the second list of candidates for the Puducherry elections, which are not too far away. BJP has fielded a couple of candidates. Those names are there on your screen. As you can see, those names are there on your screen. BJP has finalized the second list of candidates after releasing the first list for the Puducherry Assembly elections slated for April 9, creating a buzz within political circles. And now the second list is out. BJP has finalized the second list of candidates. And like we told you that Sai Sarvanan Kumar had just resigned from the party because he was excluded. He was excluded in the first list. Now the second list is out. The second list is out, and some of the key names there are on your screens. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. We see that BJP has fielded multiple multiple names. BJP has finalized second list of candidates after the first list was finalized yesterday. This is for the Puducherry Assembly polls. All right, let's talk about the DMK. The DMK wants to contest in 170 seats minimum, just like in 2021. So there is a reason. There is continuous talks over seat sharing and issues with ally parties on limited number of seats to be given to other parties. Let's go back to what is happening when it comes to DMK Tamil Nadu elections. DMK wants to contest in 170 seats in the election. Source-based information coming in. Very important, because what we see is all these parties, they all are trying to talk to their allies and get a seat sharing formula which works for everybody. Now, according to the sources, just like 2021, the DMK this time wants 170 seats ahead of elections. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV as a seat sharing formula is being finalized. And there's a big stalemate already. We see there's a big stalemate in the DMK CPI-M seat sharing. And there has been a lot of delay in finalizing seat sharing. The seat sharing talks have stalled again and again because both the allies, DMK, CPI-M, trying to finalize the candidates. And sources said DMK wants to contest in 170 seats in elections. We're getting big breaking news coming in on Republic TV, and as we head towards the elections, on your screen you can see the source-based information coming in on the DMK seat sharing formula. Getting some big breaking news coming in. One person is killed in a suspected anti-tank missile attack in the northern border community in Israel, and this is a big update coming in. Now we shift our focus to the escalating situation when it comes to the situation in the Middle East. One person has been killed in a suspected anti-tank missile attack in the northern border community of Negev. The Megan David Adom ambulance service says 2 vehicles caught fire and a body was pulled from one. The IDF is investigating the apparent Hezbollah attack from Lebanon. So big updates coming in here. 2 vehicles caught fire in a suspected tank attack. This is the latest update that we're getting for you when it comes to what is happening in the Middle East. IDF investigating this case. Israel is saying 1 person killed in an anti-tank missile attack. Israel at the receiving end of the missiles and drones which are fired towards it from Iran's side. So that is something that we've been seeing continuously as Iran continues to retaliate against Israel. Getting some more updates coming in. The foreign ministers of Iran and Oman are having a phone call discussing the next move that they need to make, coming in the backdrop of the US-Israeli aggressions on Iran. So more updates coming in here. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Foreign ministers of Iran and Oman holding a phone call, holding a conversation with each other, talking about the latest developments of the US-Israeli aggression on Iran. So back-to-back updates coming in here. Arakchi and Badr holding these talks, condemning the Israeli attacks on Iran. Israel is firing towards Iran, and Iran continues to retaliate against Israel. So that is not stopping. The foreign ministers of Iran and Oman holding a telephonic conversation, specifically, speaking about how to manage the latest escalation. So Arakchi and Badr, both of them holding these talks as they condemn the Israeli attacks on Iran. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers, on the conflict that we are seeing. Trump, on the other hand, it said the US will finish off Iran's power plants if Strait of Hormuz does not open before the 48-hour deadline. President Trump saying US will finish off these power plants if the Strait of Hormuz is not open. Iran warning it will retaliate against all US-linked energy infrastructure in the Middle East if its power plants are attacked. Getting some breaking news coming. Iran oil minister is saying no challenges in securing fuel and the enemy sought to create suffering for citizens by targeting infrastructure. So getting these updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. Iran oil minister, no challenges in securing fuel. A very important update because we just told you a short while back that Donald Trump has given a warning to Iran that US will finish off Iran's power plant if Strait of Hormuz does not open before 48-hour deadline. More than 100 people have been injured already in the latest strikes on southern Israel. And we're getting these updates coming in. Let's go ahead to the next set of breaking updates that we're getting for our viewers. Today evening, we're expecting more developments in the evening, specifically when it comes to Prime Minister Modi chairing a high-level meeting today with senior ministers. The meeting is being held to review situation related to petroleum, crude, power and fertilizer sectors in view of the evolving West Asia situation. A focus is on ensuring uninterrupted supply, stable logistics and efficient distribution across the country. The government is taking proactive steps to safeguard energy security and maintain adequate availability, continuous monitoring of global developments to protect consumer and industry interests. PM to chair a high-level meet with senior leaders. Big updates coming in here. PM to chair a high-level meet with senior leaders. So this meeting will be held today evening and to review the situation. The situation specifically when we talk about energy. So petroleum, crude, power and fertilizer sectors in view of the evolving West Asia situation. The focus is on ensuring uninterrupted supply of stable logistics. I really want to go across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, is joining us. Okay, high-level meet on petroleum, crude oil, energy. Abhishek, very important meet given the fact that there is a big hit to the energy supply, not just here in India, but all over the world due to the West Asia situation.
Well, yes, we have seen that panning out in front of our eyes while the crude situation and consequently the petroleum product situation remains stable. There are concerns and worries on the front of LPG, particularly cylinders, and the commercial sector gas supply. Prime Minister has been leading from the front in terms of engaging with his counterparts in the geography. He's been speaking to heads of state and governments in all the Gulf countries. Last evening, he spoke to the president of Iran, Masoud Pezeshkian, for the second time. And yet, the fact of the matter is that because of the choke at Strait of Hormuz and also because of the destruction of the energy infrastructure and the consequent shutdown of processing plants in countries like Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, etc., even Saudi Arabia for that matter, supplies are disrupted, not just for India, for the rest of the world. So, of course, the situation has to be tackled. And while the government has been doing whatever it can on the diplomacy front and in terms of securing the supplies, the fact is that there is no supply. So, I think the Prime Minister is going to have apart from the fact that those interministerial meetings and consequent interministerial briefings have been happening daily, Prime Minister himself has been, as I said, has been directly involved in the negotiations and to make sure that the supplies remain as less affected as possible. We are hopefully going to see more decisions being taken, some critical decisions being taken insofar as the situation is concerned. So, Prime Minister is going to be chairing this high-level meeting along with senior ministers and bureaucrats of the respective ministries with all the details to brief the decision-making body.
That's right. Well, thank you, Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, getting us the latest on this important meeting by the Prime Minister in the evening. Taking a short break. Do not go anywhere, viewers. We'll be right back. A vessel, Aqua Titan, carrying Russian crude oil, has arrived off the coast of Mangaluru. And the offloading process commenced this morning. Stay tuned. We are live and breaking.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है. ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू. आलू से नहीं होगा. हो गया. तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे. अजून पण गाडीला पूर्ण होला. त्याला बोलते का गाडी मागवा.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा मसाला.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से.
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है. ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be on the top national stories and also on the international stories. We will be sharing you all the minute-to-minute updates on what's unfolding in the West Asian region, minute-to-minute updates on the latest statements by senior leaders from across the globe, because it's, as we speak, it's a conflict zone, the Strait of Hormuz. Now, various statements have come for that and a lot more. We'll also be discussing the elections that are about to happen, the elections of 4 states and 1 union territory. The names of candidates, the list of candidates are being declared at many states which are about to go to polls. We'll get you all the details of each and every breaking story. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. PM is set to chair a high-level meeting today evening to review the evolving situation as a result of the war in West Asia. Government removes fare cap on airlines imposed in December 2025. New fares to be implemented from March 23rd. LPG cylinder black marketing racket busted. In Delhi, 3 accused arrested, 74 cylinders recovered. The vessel Aqua Titan carrying Russian crude oil has arrived off the coast of Mangalore. All right, viewers, now let's begin with the first top story. Now, the Iran war is escalating further, ladies and gentlemen, with fresh strikes now targeting key nuclear infrastructure. We are talking about Natanz, ladies and gentlemen. The Natanz uranium enrichment facility was hit in a US-Israel attack. And even as concerns grow over repeated strikes near sensitive nuclear sites. This comes days after a strike near the Bushehr nuclear plant and follows earlier attacks linked to the widening conflict. Here's the report on everything we know so far.
Iran claims the US and Israel carried out a fresh strike on the Natanz uranium enrichment facility earlier today. Iranian authorities say no radioactive leak has been reported and there is no danger to residents nearby. Natanz is located about 220 kilometers southeast of Tehran and remains a key uranium enrichment site. Natanz remains a critical site as it houses thousands of advanced centrifuges used to enrich uranium, which is utilized for civilian energy and nuclear weapons. The facility has been repeatedly targeted, including during the earlier Israel-Iran conflict and ongoing fighting. The latest attack comes days after a projectile struck near Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. The strike hit a structure just 350 meters from the reactor, though no damage to the reactor or radiation leak was reported. The incident has triggered global concern with warnings over the risks of strikes near nuclear facilities. These developments also come after the Diego Garcia strike, marking a further escalation in the conflict. With repeated strikes on nuclear-linked sites, the conflict is entering a more dangerous phase. As attacks expand to sensitive nuclear-linked locations, concerns over escalation and safety risks are growing rapidly with no signs of de-escalation.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz has signaled a major escalation in the ongoing conflict, saying joint US-Israel operations against Iran will intensify in the coming days. Now, he also warned of continued targeting of key figures within the Iranian establishment, now as tensions rise across the region. Now, the statement comes amid fresh strikes, including an attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear facility and continued missile exchanges between both the sides. Watch this exclusive report.
Israel's defense minister said that joint US-Israeli military operations against Iran will intensify in the coming week.
השבוע עוצמת התקיפות שיבצעו צה"ל וצבא ארצות הברית נגד משטר הטרור האיראני ונגד התשתיות עליהן הוא נשען תעלה מדרגה באופן משמעותי והמערכה בהובלת נשיא ארצות הברית דונלד טראמפ וראש ממשלת ישראל בנימין נתניהו תימשך.
Defense Minister Israel Katz said that Israel would continue targeting senior figures within the Iranian regime.
אנחנו נחושים להוסיף ולהוביל את המתקפה נגד משטר הטרור האיראני, לערוף את ראשי מפקדיו ולסכל את יכולותיו האסטרטגיות עד להסרת כל איום ביטחוני מעל מדינת ישראל ומעל האינטרסים של ארצות הברית באזור.
This warning comes as no shocker as Iran had recently warned all the Gulf nations and told them to stop supporting the US. Earlier today, Iran's Natanz nuclear enrichment facility was hit in an airstrike with reports claiming that there was no radiation leakage. In Israel, fragments from an Iranian missile slammed into an empty kindergarten as the war in the Middle East enters its fourth week. In the latest, Iran has initiated its 72nd wave of Operation True Promise 4. With fresh warnings being issued, the war escalates with no clear end in sight.
All All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, big changes are coming to air travel in India. Now, the government has announced it will remove the cap on domestic flight fares starting from March 23rd, ending the temporary controls imposed during the Indigo crisis last December. More in this special report.
Indian passengers should brace themselves. With fare caps lifted, expect ticket prices to soar on popular routes. India is lifting temporary caps on domestic airfares starting Monday, ending controls imposed during last December's Indigo flight crisis. Airlines hit by rising costs from Iran war can now set fares freely. Passengers get ready for steeper ticket prices. The removal in cap prices comes after the airlines requested the same amid reported losses and higher operational costs. This comes as fuel prices have jumped amid the ongoing war in West Asia. In its order, Civil Aviation Ministry said that the prevailing situation has since stabilized with restoration of capacity and normalization of operations across the sector. The ministry also reiterated the airlines shall ensure that fares remain reasonable and that passenger interests are not adversely impacted. With the removal of the airfare cap, travelers' convenience and pockets may have been compromised.
All right, viewers, let's move on to another big breaking news that we are getting right now at this moment. And ladies and gentlemen, this is very big because Iranian army spokesman has said that we have successfully used advanced drones in an attack on Ben Gurion Airport. Iranian army says the Arash-2 drones used in the attack on Ben Gurion Airport have a range of 2,000 kilometers. Big development, big news from the West Asian conflict. Iran says Arash-2 drones used to target the Ben Gurion Airport. Now, these are the visuals of Tel Aviv also on your screens, as you can see, of the Ben Gurion Airport, which was targeted as per the claims. They are saying that we have used the drones which have a range of 2,000 kilometers, Arash-2 drones in this attack. Now, Iranian army spokesperson has made a big claim that advanced drones were used to target the Ben Gurion Airport. Now, Israel's primary international gateway was attacked as per Iran, as per the IRGC. They are claiming that we used the Arash-2 drone, which has a range of 2,000 kilometers, and we have the precision strike capability to hit Israel hard. Now, first on Republic, on your television screen, exclusive visuals of the attack, also the latest news also on your screen. This is the attack by Iran on Ben Gurion Airport, and this is an attack by Iran on Israel. Latest development, this is Israel's largest and busiest airport, which, as per the claim of Iran, was attacked by Iran, by the drones, with a capacity, with a range of 2,000 kilometers. Now, this means the tensions will rise further, and the tensions will escalate further because there have been many waves of attack from both the sides. Neither side is backing down. Neither is Israel backing down. Neither is Iran backing down. And even now, this time, IRGC is responsible for conducting an attack even 4,000 kilometers away. So they have the capability. Even in the early morning, we gave you the news that IRGC is using 4,000 kilometer range missiles. This was something which was also confirmed by IDF, that IDF said that they have become a concern for the entire globe. All right, viewers, we have a lot of breaking news for you. We have another big breaking news coming in right now at this moment. Iran, on envoy to International Maritime Organization, says foreign vessels can still pass through Strait of Hormuz with coordination from Iranian government for security and safety arrangements. He said that international obligations must be accompanied by respect for Iran's territorial integrity and rights. He added that Iran is ready to cooperate with the IMO and countries to improve maritime safety and protect seafarers. The Strait of Hormuz is only closed to Iran's enemies. So they have reiterated. This was said by Mousavi, and adding that the US and Israel's war was at the root of the current situation, what is happening in Strait of Hormuz as we speak. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very big development, and because the primary concern for the world is the Strait of Hormuz, and now Iran says that ships can use Hormuz after speaking to Tehran. So you speak to Tehran first, speak to Iran first, and then we'll let you a safe passage from that location. But enemy ships will not be allowed. Iran has reiterated its stance on the Strait of Hormuz, and especially they are going to allow vessels which are friendly, which have good relations with Iran. You can coordinate with Iran and let your vessels pass through that location. Iran has said that foreign ships can go through Hormuz. There will be no issue in that, but they are saying vessels can pass through Strait of Hormuz. Ships can use Hormuz after speaking to Tehran. So you have to keep Tehran in loop if you are traveling in the Strait of Hormuz. This is the latest and biggest breaking news that we are getting right now at this movement. All right, viewers, nice. Tensions are escalating even further. Now, this is a big breaking development here that UK has sent a nuclear-powered submarine positioned in Arabian Sea. Amid the regional tensions, the nuclear-powered British submarine HMS Anson has arrived in the Arabian Sea. Now, according to a UK tabloid, amid the US threat to escalate its military operations against Iran, this will be deployed and has been deployed in the Arabian Sea. The submarine left the Australian city of Perth on March 6th and is believed to be taking position in the northern Arabian Sea, an area near the Strait of Hormuz. This is a nuclear-powered submarine, ladies and gentlemen. HMS Anson is fitted with Tomahawk missiles, Block 4 land attack missiles with a range of 1,600 kilometers, or that is 1,000 miles, and Spearfish heavyweight torpedoes. The report noted, now the arrival of the vessel in the Middle East region also comes as UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer agreed to allow the US to use British military bases to launch attacks on Iranian targets. So this is the UK entry using a nuclear-powered submarine, a nuke-powered submarine, which can sustain there for a very long period of time because it runs on nuclear energy. This is a nuclear-powered submarine, HMS Anson, sent to Arabian Sea, very close to Strait of Hormuz. So tensions are escalating further, and the UK has made its stance clear that it is with the United States of America. Because in the beginning, you remember, ladies and gentlemen, RAF Akrotiri was attacked because UK initially gave a base to US because US was pushing UK to give a base, to give a place for launching ships, for launching aircrafts. Now, UK has also become an enemy for IRGC as of now. Now, this is the latest submarine HMS Anson to be sent to Arabian Sea, which has been sent. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big news that we are getting as of now. Aqua Titan, a vessel carrying Russian crude oil, has reached Mangaluru port, and now the operations to unload are to begin in the early hours. Now, after they're carrying several tons of crude oil, the ship made a U-turn towards India. It was en route, as per the latest reports, to China, and which was originally en route to China. This comes after the United States has issued a temporary general license on Thursday, allowing the sale of Russian crude oil already stranded at sea as of March 12. Now, India's diplomatic efforts with Iran are ensuring positive results as Tehran allowed Indian-flagged vessels to sail through the Hormuz, easing some pressure on the supply of crude oil and gas to the country. This is the latest development, ladies and gentlemen.
A Russian oil tanker, Aqua Titan, reached India's Mangaluru port on Sunday, March 22nd. Aqua Titan is carrying several tons of crude oil. Analyst says the ship is a part of the dark fleet and is mostly controlled by the Russian state. The cargo contains 96,000 to 110,000 tons, which is approximately 7.7 lakh barrels of crude oil. The operations to unload began in the early hours of Sunday. The ship was originally bound for China and was sailing in the South China Sea when it made a U-turn for India. Earlier today, Pyxis Pioneer, a cargo ship carrying liquefied petroleum gas from Netherlands and Texas in the US, also arrived at the Mangaluru port. Dakshina Kannada MP Brijesh Chauta, in a social media post, said the arrival indicated the port's growing significance. Aqua Titan is the fifth ship carrying energy supplies that docks in India's port since the war in West Asia broke out on the 28th of February. This in turn is a testament to India's diplomatic finesse, which has ensured positive results. Several Indian tankers, including the Shivalik, the Nanda Devi and Jug Ladki, have successfully crossed the war zone despite the attacks and reached India. India imports about 88% of its crude oil, 50% of natural gas and 60% of LPG. As Hormuz lies captured by Iran, with Trump threatening Tehran with a 48-hour deadline, the situation is expected to only worsen before it settles down.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, tensions have erupted in Mathura after the death of a well-known cow protector, that is Chandrasekhar Farsewale Baba. According to police, Chandrasekhar was allegedly run over by a vehicle while chasing suspected cattle smugglers in the early hours of Saturday. The incident has triggered massive protests, with supporters gathering in large numbers and police resorting to a lathi charge to control the situation. Our correspondent brings you this report from the ground. Take a look.
Massive tensions erupted in Mathura after renowned Gau Rakshak Chandrasekhar died in a suspected hit-and-run incident. Chandrasekhar, popularly known as Farsewale Baba, was allegedly pursuing a group of cattle smugglers when a vehicle ran him over, killing him on the spot. According to Uttar Pradesh police, the incident took place around 4 a.m. when Chandrasekhar was chasing suspected smugglers.
Upon receiving an information that some people are smuggling cow in a truck, the Farsewale Baba reached the highway and tried to stop that truck in the morning at 4 a.m. itself. He was checking the truck while another truck came from behind which bore a Rajasthan number and hit the Baba, because of which he died at the spot.
Soon after the news spread, large crowds gathered in protest, demanding strict action against those responsible.
Followers who gathered here claiming that the Baba was killed by some cow smugglers. Apart from that, the police has claimed that the truck which was intercepted by the Baba, there was no cows in that truck, and apart from this, there were grocery products present at the truck. However, the police has claimed that this is not a murder, but rather this is an accident.
Authorities also carried out a lathi charge to disperse the crowd as tensions escalated at the site.
They are protesting against the arrest of the 40 people which have been done by the police, as there was a stone pelting incident earlier this morning at the highway between the followers of the Baba and the police administration.
Meanwhile, hundreds of supporters gathered to pay their last respects to the Gau Rakshak as security was tightened across the area. Police say that an investigation is underway to determine the exact sequence of events and identify those responsible, even as tensions remain high in Mathura following the death of Farsewale Baba.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are getting at this moment. Now, a power outage has struck the entire island of Cuba. A second nationwide blackout in less than just a week as its grid struggled under a US oil blockade. Take a look at this special report.
Cuba's power sector is under a massive strain. A third nationwide outage on the Caribbean country. Outage caused by US oil blockade to the nation. Trump in January warned tariffs on any country giving oil to Cuba. No oil has been imported to the island since 9th of January this year. Cuba's ally Nicolas Maduro has already been ousted by Donald Trump. Not just the power sector, the energy crisis in Cuba is also impacting the nation's airline operations, impacting the tourism sector of the country. Cubans face daily blackouts of up to 15 hours in Havana. In interiors of the island, outages can exceed 40 hours. All this as there is an imminent threat of what Donald Trump calls friendly takeover of Cuba.
All right, viewers, let's move on to another top story. Now, big changes are coming to air travel in India. The government has announced it will remove the cap on domestic flight fares starting March 23rd, ending the temporary controls imposed during the Indigo crisis last December. Watch this special report for more information.
Indian passengers should brace themselves. With fare caps lifted, expect ticket prices to soar on popular routes. India is lifting temporary caps on domestic airfares starting Monday, ending controls imposed during last December's Indigo flight crisis. Airlines hit by rising costs from Iran war can now set fares freely. Passengers get ready for steeper ticket prices. The removal in cap prices comes after the airlines requested the same amid reported losses and higher operational costs. This comes as fuel prices have jumped amid the ongoing war in West Asia. In its order, Civil Aviation Ministry said that the prevailing situation has since stabilized with restoration of capacity and normalization of operations across the sector. The ministry also reiterated the airlines shall ensure that fares remain reasonable and that passenger interests are not adversely impacted. With the removal of the airfare cap, travelers' convenience and pockets may have been compromised.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it's a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा? तुमको कुमार गिरा दो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, चलो गोटे का गाड़ी मारवा।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
ड्राई फ्रूट और दो ही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं हम। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुमको कमाल किया तो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, चलो बोलते का गाड़ी मारता है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Shraddha Mitra. Now, viewers, Government of India has removed the fare caps on airlines. The changes will come into effect from tomorrow. That's 23rd March. We'll get you all the details. But first up, let's take a look at the headlines at this hour. Government removes the fare cap on airlines imposed in December 2025. And new fares are to be implemented from March 23rd. The vessel Aqua Titan carrying Russian crude oil has now arrived off the coast of Bengaluru. The offloading process commenced this morning. Donald Trump threatens Iran if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened within 48 hours. America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Israel denies responsibility for the attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear site. Russia calls for international assessment. Following an attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear center, Iran launches wave of strikes on cities near Israel's nuclear research center. Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian tells Prime Minister Modi BRICS must act independently to halt aggression against Iran. All right, viewers, our top focus at this hour. Now, the Government of India has removed airfare caps on domestic flights after the airline's request. Now, the changes will come into effect from tomorrow. That's 23rd March. We're looking at a possible rise in the prices of air tickets all across the country. But of course, this comes right after there were changes introduced by the government. Now, there was a cap introduced following the crisis imposed by mass cancellations that took place in December last year. There was Indigo crisis, which led the government to impose the fare caps. And now we are looking at the removal of the caps. The government has cited that aviation industry, in fact, its operations have now stabilized, which is why they will be going for the removal of airfare caps. Now, my colleague Harsha has been closely tracking the story, joins me with more details on this. Harsha, tell us, what is the immediate impact we are staring at right now when these changes come into come into effect tomorrow.
Tomorrow, that means there will be the unrestricted surge of the price of the tickets, which will be seen the major sector. Like till now, the Delhi to Mumbai or Delhi to Bengaluru prices were from 6,000 till 5,500. But now, what we will witness and the passengers will mainly witness is that the surge will be from 20,000 to 18,000, amounting to the routes, which will be based on the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 cities. Now, as you very well know, there's a duopoly. Air India and Indigo together constitute of 90% domestic route. So we'll see the impact of the airspace closure in the Gulf and the Persia and the Middle East will have a direct impact on the pricing of the ticket, which will be imposed from tomorrow. To understand and to give a view to our all viewers that on 6 December 2025, when the Indigo crisis the world and the country witnessed at that time, there was a disruption in the aviation industry, and that was the reason at that time we saw Air India and Akasa and SpiceJet levying heavy prices in the tickets, which was cost to the passengers. And also passengers went on suffering during that period. The caps were introduced during that particular time, that 500 kilometer, 1,000 kilometer until 2,000 kilometer ranges have to levy a particular amount. But with the fare caps being removed, there will be unrestricted surging of the ticket prices, which we will see since tomorrow. It will have a heavy and huge impact on the passengers who book their domestic flights, and not only domestically but internationally also. It will impact the passengers the most, because now we'll see the flight tickets ranging from 10,000 and it can go above to 40,000 depending on the peak season as well. As we very well know, there will be summer vacations from the May month, and after April there will be heavy tickets which will be booked depending on the festivals, depending on the summer occasions, and that's the time when the airlines will be earning a lot of money through the surging in the ticket prices to the passengers. And also this was a recommendation and the ask by the Federation of Indian Airlines, which constitutes of Air India, Indigo, and SpiceJet officials were continuously requesting the government that there is right now is the fuel charge tax, which is more than globally in India, which constitutes 40% to the airline costing, which airline has to pay to the government. And to cover the losses, there should be the capping which should be removed from the airlines. The fare capping should be removed, and government has now agreed to their demand, which clearly says that the ministry will monitor the airfare, but it can't control the commercial interest of the airline as far as it could have been controlled during the capping situation. Now caps are not there, which clearly means the passengers will be bound to pay more for the flights which they were earlier paying, let's say 5,000, 6,000 or 8,000 rupees. They could be now paying the differentiation from 18,000 to 20,000, and it could go above till 40,000 to 50,000, which we saw in the month of December during the Indigo crisis. So we will have to wait and watch exactly how the government, Ministry of Civil Aviation and regulatory body is going to monitor and keep an eye on the aviation sector, on the airlines, that whether they will cause any more disruption during the peak season with the fares being increased in the major sectors. But this will get to know from tomorrow only when it will have an impact, because this entire order will come in act from tomorrow. The order was passed yesterday late at night, and the relaxation, the relief was given to airlines by removing the fare cap, but it really is not in the benefit of the passengers who will be now bound to pay the surged prices of the tickets after now the caps have been removed. Back to
Right,
you.
Ashka, we'll have to, of course, monitor that. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us all those details. Now, viewers, to take this conversation further, I'm also being joined by Dr. Vandana Singh, Chairperson, Aviation Cargo, Federation of Aviation Industry in India, as well as Captain C.S. Randhawa, President, Federation of Indian Pilots. Thank you to both of you for joining us on Republic. Dr. Vandana, coming first to you. Now, we have seen due to the crisis in West Asia, airlines have been incurring losses. They have to take a longer routes, they have to reroute their flights, and also the price of aviation turbine has increased, the oil. So I want to ask you, will that losses will now get transferred to the prices of flights as the changes come in from tomorrow?
Firstly, thank you for having me on your show. And as you rightfully put, we are living in times of war.
Yes.
When there is one war happening, there's another parallel war happening. So this is not changing at all. As far as the fuel pricing is concerned, the ATF pricing is concerned, the total West Asia crisis impact is concerned, we all know that that fare is being anyway passed to the customer, to the passenger, to the end client. The end user is facing the brunt in any way. Whether you call it ancillary fares or whether you call a base fare that's been expanded, it is going out from the pockets of the common man. It is not going out from the airline. The airline always has that methodology where they balance the supply and demand on one side, and on the other side, they know exactly how and where to really increase the fare. Now, right from the time you get on a flight, which is you get off a car, right from there to the time you were to check in, you are being charged for everything, whether it's a priority check-in, whether it's a priority boarding, whether it's an excess baggage, whether it's a seat allocation. And I'm not talking about the 60% opening of the standard seats that has opened up, because 40% is still there. So nobody is giving, sort of a free space for emergency exit space or extra legroom space, or for that matter, the premium space or the business or the first. So 40% was open. Just the 60% had the opening here. And obviously, the airline will pass it to the end customers. So when we talk about who is bearing the brunt, it is definitely the passenger. When it comes to what we now need to see with this coming in, we really need to see what is the government going to do? What is the watchdog going to do? Is this monitoring going to happen real time? This is the question from my side.
I think that's a valid concern, Dr. Vandana. I want to ask Captain C.S. Randhawa also on this. He's present with us. So that government has already said, they will make sure that there's a real-time monitoring of the changes that come in the fare prices, and also they will see if there is requirement of the fare caps to be imposed. Again, they will do so as well. But are those safeguards enough to ensure that customers do not end up paying a higher price right now, Captain?
See, first and foremost thing, what I would like to add, what Vandana has just said, just 2 days back, the government has given a rebate of seat fares for 60% of the seats, and the fares not to be charged on those seats. Now, within 2 days, now in my earlier interviews, I have clearly said that the government has not ensured that there will be cap on the fares.
Right.
Offshore. Within 48 hours of announcing the previous one, they have now uncapped the fares. The fares are going to surge. It will be 15,000, 20,000 between Delhi, Bombay, one of the most important sectors. Now, the reason is given as that the airfares were capped because of the crisis which happened in December. This was not the opportune time to lift the fares. And if the fares are lifted, 92% of the aviation in India is controlled by Air India and by Indigo. So now once the fares are uncapped, this will lead to a spike of fares. Secondly, now the Gulf crisis has caused the crude oil to be more expensive. What has the government done? Has the government given any rebate whatsoever? The taxation on the fuel in India is very high. Not even 1% has been, rebate has been granted by the government towards the ATF or towards the other fuel charges. Now, this is the time that the government has to ensure that the fallout does not come on the citizens of the country. They are not doing so.
Right.
They are passing everything onto the citizens of the country. They are like a post office, They are just what is happening. They just put the impact, but they are not ready to pitch in and reduce the taxes on the fuel. Put the fuel in under the GST. We've been saying it since how long? But nothing is being done by the government. And lastly, the motto of the government is Aam Aadmi Udaan Bhare. which is again contradicting themselves. When their motto was to promote Udan and make sure that the citizens of the country fly, on the other hand, you are making sure they don't fly. So this is contradicting themselves. So I feel that the government, this is not the opportune time that they have uncapped the fares.
All right, Captain C.S. Randhawa and Dr. Vandana, do continue to stay with us on the broadcast now. Republic here is the voice of the people. We also have some live callers with us. We're getting the response of the people because they are going to be impacted by this directly as the changes come in from tomorrow. And also a request to anyone who's watching us, do send us your response, do call us and tell us what do you feel about these changes. Now, right now, I'm being joined by Rajiv, who's calling us from Chennai. Rajiv, do tell us, what do you feel about these changes?
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, Rajiv. Go ahead.
See, the government, what did they give preference to the airlines for 6 months? They never did anything. After that, they started demanding in so many ways by harassing passengers, delaying the flights. Then these people never came down. But later on, within a few weeks, they accepted to the request of the airline, stating that pilots can do any number of landings. Okay? Indigo does not give food. Air India gives food. You hike the fare. On what basis the ministry is doing? Ask them. Explanation. Media must ask. Why this increase in right? Okay, I want to give a small information. The BCCI funds, they do not pay tax at all. Why they take tax from the passengers who are traveling? BCC is a sports authority. They don't pay tax, whereas the defense personnel pays tax.
Right, Rajiv, we hear you and thank you so much for sharing your opinion on this, and we do hope that your voice reaches government as well. And now, viewers, just a small request to anyone who's calling us and connecting with us live to keep your television set on mute. Now I'm being joined by Mahadevan from Chennai as well. Hello, Mahadevan. Do tell us, what do you feel about these changes?
Well, fact of the matter is, it is a matter like stealing from Peter and paying Paul. At one given point of time, the government said that we are going to remove all the... Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. You know, at one given point of time, they said that we are going to, impose... or remove all the kind of, seat allocations, etc. And the airlines, started shouting foul. And suddenly, within a matter of 48 hours, they said, okay, now the capping is gone. So enjoy yourselves. And this is exactly where the airlines had hinted that when you are going to remove the seat costings, we are going to increase the fares, and that the government has given them on a platter. This is, absolutely ridiculous. There is no need to build so many airports, to reach out to so many people. Such a large geographically country, like we need to have people who would understand what exactly the people need. Because all the private airlines, today there is no government airlines, all the private airlines are funded by the banks. The banks do not have the money of their own. It is all the people's money. The aircraft which are being purchased are purchased by the people's money. And then you are fleecing the people also. This is quite something very, very ridiculous. Very ridiculous.
Right, Mahadevan, this is also what Republic is questioning the duopoly of airlines and the way they have been able to blackmail the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Thank you, Mahadevan, for joining us. Now, viewers, our guests also continue to remain with us, Dr. Vandana as well as the Captain C.S. Randhawa, and we'll take all of these questions with them as well. But just a caller first, Rajiv now joins us from New Delhi. Rajiv Bhardwaj, please go ahead, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, you are. Please go ahead.
Actually, the title, what I've seen here, say no to airlines blackmailing. So, in my personal capacity, how can I say no to the blackmailing? Suppose if I have to fly from Delhi to Kolkata and they are charging me, say, 30,000 rupees, and all the airlines are charging the same, so I will be compelled to buy the tickets for that because when I have to go, I have to go. So we have been, cornered from all sides. And if they are charging the equal amount of money, all the airlines, what can I do? So how can I say no to airlines? So government should interfere and just settle this thing. Otherwise, they will be charging as per their wishes. They will be blackmailing us, right?
All right, Rajiv, thank you so much for calling us and sharing your opinion on this. Now, Captain C.S. Randhawa, coming to you. We have seen people are not happy with these changes, and the major concern that government said that operations have been stabilized, but we are right now in the time of crisis.
This is the time of crisis with the Iran war, which is continuing, and the crude oil prices are rising.
Exactly.
Now, there is no relief given by the government of India, whether in terms of reducing the taxation and GST, which I just now said, and secondly, to make the air travel more easier for the citizens, it is pertinent to keep the fares capped and not to uncap them at this juncture, which they had done. So if you've seen what crisis happened in December 2025, where Indigo had almost paralyzed the whole country,
right,
in the air travel, right? And the fares went to 30,000, 40,000 rupees. The same case is going to continue now with the holiday season coming on, or the festival season when it's on. You'll find there'll be spike in the fares, which you will not be able to control. Now, I fail to understand that why should the government at this juncture take such a step when already the public has been already having increase in the prices of commodities. Everything has started, the prices have started increasing because of the impact on the fuel. And if you, today's paper, if you read all the electronics, gadgets and all, whatever rebate they had given for GST, people have started hiking up under the garb of fuel increase. So I would say that the Federation of Indian Airlines, which is pursuing the interests of the airlines and not thinking about the citizens of the country. Now, you will get views from any citizen of the country that it is going to become unaffordable to travel. But in cases where the people have to travel, they'll be left with no choice but to travel and pay a very high fare.
Right, so it will be, a big pinch, a big hole for them in their pockets right now when we are looking at other sectors also getting impacted. Now, Dr. Vandana, coming to you, as Captain was also raising the point that why now? Do you think it's the pressure, the duopoly of the two airlines, Indigo, Air India, which, dominate about 90% of the market? Do you think it's their pressure which has led the Civil Aviation Ministry to now take this step?
I would like to state here that firstly, the government should not come under any pressure. If the government has the metal, the so-called metal, Aviation Ministry and the watchdog saying there that, we have all the mechanisms in place, we will define the thresholds, we know how to enforce it, then first and foremost, the government should not have been bullied into this. Yes, there is some sort of bullying over there, but then they could have easily said no. Because in a country like ours, I believe there has to be capping because there is no discipline, there is no self-regulation, there is no professionalism. Look at the way the situation is in Dubai right now, and look at the way the government has taken care, the airlines have taken care of each and every passenger over there, from hotel to each and everything taken care of. And look at the situation over here. I'm even surprised that Indigo got away with a fine of 20,000 crore, which was nothing compared to the way the passengers have suffered. Capping was brought in a country like ours where there is no discipline as we speak, and we see the watchdog actually 50% of its strength not being there, no experts there, nothing over there. How can they even allow this to happen? There has to be capping. It is a must, because then there's going to be no Hawaii chappal to Hawaii jahaz, or like Captain Randhawa said, Ode Desh ka aam nagrik. Ye to hone se raha. And the affordability gap is going to widen, ma'am. It's going to totally widen.
Right.
So a person who actually wants to go Delhi, Mumbai may have no choice, but may even consider, well, taking a train and saving the fare, because this is ridiculous. In a country like ours, I repeat, there has to be capping. They have to avoid this abuse of dominance. And this is nothing but abuse of dominance again. You cannot on one side say 60% seats are getting open, the standard seats, and on the other side, because yesterday itself I was on a couple of channels, and then on the other side, I had this gut feeling that something worse is going to happen, and here it comes that they remove the capping of the domestic. Very bad timing. It is definitely not looking at route optimization. It's the other way. And more than anything, you're looking at peak period exploitation. Everything is going to go for a 6 again. And believe you me, capping will come back suddenly. This is going to be next.
All right, you call it a bad timing. And Dr. Vandana and Captain, please continue to stay with us. Republic's campaign continues. We're getting so many calls and responses at this time. This time getting a call from Bengaluru. Nagraj, in fact, joins us live on broadcast. Nagraj, do tell us, what do you feel about these changes?
I feel the government has done the right job. The reason was, the reason is, the oil prices is going to increase due to the war. And the airline has to, they have to sustain their business. For that, if the government has a cap, the business will fall down. Market has to decide the price. And there should be competition, I agree. But at the same time, too many restrictions will kill the business. Government might have thought of all this and remove the cap. And this cap can be put at any time in future. But due to this war, the government has taken care that the cap has to be removed. So it is the right move. This is how the business has to flourish in India. Because too much restrictions on this will definitely kill the business.
All right. I take your point. You say that it is the right move, and if required, the caps can be imposed again. Thank you for sharing your opinion. And I'm also being joined by a caller from Ahmedabad. Akhil Shah now joins us. Akhil, go ahead. Hello, Akhil, can you hear us? All right, we'll try and connect with Akhil there. We also have another caller joining us from Chennai. Kalyan joins us. Kalyan, go ahead, please. All right, do we have Sujay on a line from Bengaluru joining us? Sujay, please go ahead. All right, there is some technical glitch that we're facing right now. We'll try and connect with our callers in just a short while now. From viewers, we're getting mixed view as well. There are callers who are also calling this move by the government some as right and something as needed right now as well. All right, with that, we come to the end of this discussion. Dr. Vandana Singh and Captain C.S. Randhawa, thank you to both of you for joining us and for this fruitful discussion on these changes. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on Republic. Thank you, ma'am. And now, viewers, coming up on the other side, we'll get you more details on how Iran, in fact, is coming under attack while Israel denies responsibility for the attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear site, and Russia, meanwhile, calls for international assessment. All right, Iran retaliates to attacks by US and Israel, launches another wave of ballistic missiles towards Israeli cities.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंटू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला ना लोगों का गाड़ी में चला।
Hello viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Domestic fares will get more costlier. That is right. Bad news coming in for passengers. One of the top stories we're tracking here. We're also tracking what is happening in the Middle East conflict. All this and much more coming right up. But the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines we're tracking right now. Government removes fare cap on airlines imposed in December 2025. New fares to be implemented from March 23rd. LPG cylinder black marketing racket busted in Delhi. 3 accused arrested, 74 cylinders recovered. Japan could consider deploying its military for mine sweeping in the Strait of Hormuz, a vital artery for global oil supplies if a ceasefire is reached in the US-Israeli war on Iran. The vessel Aqua Titan carrying Russian crude oil has arrived off the coast of Mangaluru. The offloading process commenced this morning. President Trump threatens Iran that if the Strait of Hormuz is not opening within 48 hours, America will hit and finish off their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Following an attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear center, Iran launches wave of strikes on sites near Israel's nuclear research center. Israel denies responsibility for attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear site. Russia calls for international assessment. Iranian President Peshkian tells PM Modi that BRICS must act independently to halt aggression against Iran. All right, viewers, getting some breaking news coming in from West Bengal, where we're learning there's some violence reported in the Bhangar area. Big updates coming in here. This is clashes breaking out between TMC and the ISF in the Bhangar constituency. TMC versus ISF clash over wall writing. Stone pelting has been reported in Bhangar. Central force deployed in Bhangar. Fresh pre-poll violence erupts in West Bengal. Viewers, back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Not the first time. Every time before election, we see pre-poll and even sometimes post-poll violence. Latest coming in, clashes have been reported in the Bhangar constituency. Fresh violence being reported, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in. Already the ECS plan to make sure that central forces are deployed in Bengal after the April 29 polls. That arrangement has already been made to make sure that violence does not get out of hand when the polls actually happen in West Bengal in a month's time approximately. So fresh pre-poll violence has already erupted in West Bengal. The latest update we're getting for our viewers is that the clashes broke out between the TMC and the ISF in the Bhangar constituency. TMC versus ISF clash over wall writing. Stone pelting has also been reported in Bhangar. Central force deployed in Bhangar. So back-to-back updates coming in here on the pre-poll violence, which already has been reported from West Bengal. Now, the post-poll arrangements have already been made, but pre-poll violence has erupted in West Bengal. The Election Commission, remember, is already very cautious about post-poll violence, which we see every time in the West Bengal polls. And we'll see back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. But what we see is a pre-poll, I repeat, a pre-poll incident, violence incident, which is coming in from West Bengal. And this is coming in the backdrop of the Election Commission, which is very vigilant this time around and has made heavy security arrangements during the polls, which are upcoming. Aqua Titan, a vessel carrying Russian crude oil, has reached Mangaluru on Saturday. Now, the operation to unload is underway. It began early in the morning today after carrying many tons of crude oil. The ship made a U-turn towards India, which was originally on its way to China. Let's take a look at this report as we tell you more about the latest coming in.
A Russian oil tanker, Aqua Titan, reached India's Mangaluru port on Sunday, March 22nd. Aqua Titan is carrying several tons of crude oil. Analyst says the ship is a part of the dark fleet and is mostly controlled by the Russian state. The cargo contains 96,000 to 110,000 tons, which is approximately 7.7 lakh barrels of crude oil. The operations to unload began in the early hours of Sunday. The ship was originally bound for China and was sailing in the South China Sea when it made a U-turn for India. Earlier today, Pyxis Pioneer, a cargo ship carrying liquefied petroleum gas from Netherlands and Texas in the US, also arrived at the Mangaluru port. Dakshina Kannada MP Brijesh Chauta, in a social media post, said the arrival indicated the port's growing significance. Aqua Titan is the fifth ship carrying energy supplies that docks in India's port since the war in West Asia broke out on the 28th of February. This in turn is a testament to India's diplomatic finesse, which has ensured positive results. Several Indian tankers, including the Shivalik, the Nanda Devi and Jug Ladki, have successfully crossed the war zone despite the attacks and reached India. India imports about 88% of its crude oil, 50% of natural gas and 60% of LPG. As Hormuz lies captured by Iran, with Trump threatening Tehran with a 48-hour deadline, the situation is expected to only worsen before it settles down.
All right, viewers, getting you some updates coming in now. President Trump has made a statement on the Strait of Hormuz and said that he is giving Iran 48 hours, I repeat, 48 hours to make a decision to open up the Strait of Hormuz. So this is a big update coming in here on Republic TV. Strait of Hormuz becoming one of those very key passages, which Iran has taken hostage almost. This is big update. The threat says, and I quote here, President Trump says if Iran does not fully open without the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and finish off their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Okay, so this is a threat coming in from President Trump to Iran. Okay, let's go straight across to Adam Scott Bellows, CEO, Israel Innovation Fund, joining us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you for joining us here, Adam Scott Bellows, Mr. Bellows. Yeah, we can see you. We can see you. Welcome to Republic TV. And you're in Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv, we know, is being hit by Iranian missiles and drones. The situation is escalating. Iran is not backing down. However, President Trump has given a warning to Iran, giving them 48 hours to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Do you think President Trump is serious this time around with this threat?
I think that President Trump is usually 100% serious with every single threat that he gives. If I were President Trump, I would have just hit the power plant. I wouldn't have. Sorry, we just got an alert for another rocket attack. That's why my screen froze for a second. I'm very confused as to why he hasn't already hit these power plants immediately. It would have been a first sight target for me. I'm a little confused as to why he's publicly threatening them and not just do that. But President Trump has a way of doing things that not everybody understands at any given moment in time when he's doing things, but he always has a very good reason to do it. To answer your question, I think that every threat that Trump has made good on. He's not like President Obama, who creates false red lines.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Bellows, you know, what is Iran? Okay, we know what Iran is doing. Iran is not backing down. Iran is cornered but not giving up. However, Iran is targeting Israel. We have seen in Tel Aviv, we have seen in various parts of Israel, there has been massive destruction due to Iranian missiles and attacks.
No, there has not been massive destruction. That is an overstatement. I'm sorry.
All right. Okay, what is Israel doing about this? Because what is Israel's end game now? How are they dealing with Iran?
Regime change. Israel's end game is regime change.
Okay. All right. Let's talk a little bit more about Israel. And we have seen that Iran is not backing down when it comes to the US and Israel airstrikes on Iran. Now, there's also a question of energy and oil. The entire globe is facing the repercussion of the oil and energy hubs which are taken by hostage by Iran. So what is next, Mr. Bellows, on that front?
I mean, I think that we're dealing with a very short-term problem given the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the rise of oil prices. In addition to that, we've also seen a number of places now begin to turn to America for their oil and for their oil production. We've also seen a movement going from crude to refined oil, which is a huge change in the industry as well. And I think that everybody's hurting right now and acting like it's the end of the world. But let's face it, this war has gone on for 3 weeks. Maybe it'll go on for another 8 maximum. And that's a pretty short amount of time for a regime change like this for such a large country with such a large army.
Yes, Mr. Bellows, Israel has said it launched a wave of strikes on the Iranian capital overnight, according to the reports. Could you tell a little bit more about these strikes which have been from Israel towards Iran? Multiple strikes have been launched towards Iran.
The Israelis and the Americans have pummeled the Iranian cities and the Iranian infrastructure, and well, really not the Iranian, the Islamic Republic's, strategic spots. I think that needs to be made very clear. Israel has not targeted one civilian site. They have been targeting the regime's most important strategic sites, and it's why the regime has had the top of their country's leadership replaced multiple times since the start of this war. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Scott Bellows, CEO Israel Innovation Fund, live from Tel Aviv, joining us here on Republic TV and helping us decode the evolving situation in the Middle East. Thank you, Mr. Bellows, for joining us here. We're getting more updates. A power outage struck the entire island of Cuba, a second nationwide blackout in less than a week as its grid struggles under a U.S. oil blockade. Take a look at this report as we get you the latest.
Cuba's power sector is under a massive strain. A third nationwide outage on the Caribbean country. Outage caused by US oil blockade to the nation. Trump in January warned tariffs on any country giving oil to Cuba. No oil has been imported to the island since 9th of January this year. Cuba's ally Nicolas Maduro has already been ousted by Donald Trump. Not just the power sector, the energy crisis in Cuba is also impacting the nation's airline operations, impacting the tourism sector of the country. Cubans face daily blackouts of up to 15 hours in Havana. In interiors of the island, outages can exceed 40 hours. All this as there is an imminent threat of what Donald Trump calls friendly takeover of Cuba.
Some breaking news coming in. The Ministry of Interior of Qatar has now released a statement regarding the search and rescue operations following the helicopter crash in the country's territorial waters. Ministry of Interior has announced that within the framework of the ongoing search and rescue operations for the missing persons following the helicopter crash in the state's territorial waters, search efforts have resulted in finding 6 out of 7 who were on board. The death of those who were found has been confirmed, while specialized teams continued their intensive operation to find the last missing person. Ministry of Interior extends its deepest condolences and sincere sympathy to the families of the deceased, praying to Almighty God to grant them His vast mercy and admit them into the spacious paradise and give their families and loved ones patience and solace. Getting you more updates coming in, viewers. We're taking Japan could in fact consider deploying its military for minesweeping in the Strait of Hormuz, a vital artillery for global oil supplies if a ceasefire is reached in the US-Israeli war on Iran. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing. Destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तुमचा कुणाल केला नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला कुठे का गाडी मागवा
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing. Destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तुमचा कुणाल केला नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला कुठे का गाडी मागवा
Welcome back, viewers. Big changes are coming to air travel in India, but it's bad news for passengers. The government has announced it will remove the cap on domestic flight fares starting March 23rd, ending the temporary controls imposed during the Indigo crisis last December. More in this report, as airfares are due to get more expensive.
Indian passengers should brace themselves. With fare caps lifted, expect ticket prices to soar on popular routes. India is lifting temporary caps on domestic airfares starting Monday, ending controls imposed during last December's Indigo flight crisis. Airlines hit by rising costs from Iran war can now set fares freely. Passengers get ready for steeper ticket prices. The removal in cap prices comes after the airlines requested the same amid reported losses and higher operational costs. This comes as fuel prices have jumped amid the ongoing war in West Asia. In its order, Civil Aviation Ministry said that the prevailing situation has since stabilized with restoration of capacity and normalization of operations across the sector. The ministry also reiterated the airlines shall ensure that fares remain reasonable and that passenger interests are not adversely impacted. With the removal of the airfare cap, travelers' convenience and pockets may have been compromised.
Getting some big breaking news coming in. We're getting big breaking news. IDF has released a footage from Home Front Command activity at the impact site in Arad. IDF has also released a video statement from the Chief of Staff of the Home Front Command on the subject. Getting these reactions coming in, IDF releases videos and pictures of the Arad attack. We have that statement coming in. Let's go ahead and play them out.
Here behind me we can see the point, the exact location where the missile
hit in Arad. And here we can see the buildings that got the hit. Once again, the Iranian enemy aims its missiles into civilian population centers. We have many dozens of people that got injured severely here in the middle of the evening. This is the beginning of a new week in Israel. We just started it. We hope to have a good week, but we have one hit in Dimona, the second hit in Arad, many injured, and now we are in the middle of the search and rescue operation. Here behind me we can see the point, the exact location where the missile hit in Arad. And here we can see the buildings that got the hit. Once again, the Iranian enemy aims its missiles into civilian population centers. We have many dozens of people that got injured severely here in the middle of the evening. This is the beginning of a new week in Israel. We just started it. We hope to have a good week, but we have one hit in Dimona, the second hit in Arad, many injured, and now we are in the middle of the search and rescue operation.
Breaking news coming in, viewers. We're getting another big breaking news from Israel. One person is killed in a suspected anti-tank missile attack. The northern border community of Misgavam. Another ambulance service says 2 vehicles caught fire and a body was pulled from one. IDF is investigating the apparent Hezbollah attack from Lebanon. 2 vehicles caught in that situation. Getting you these pictures first on Republic TV of the latest which we are getting. And remember that Iran already has vowed that they will continue striking Israel. 1 killed in this suspected anti-tank missile attack. Iran has warned it will retaliate against all US-linked energy infrastructure in the Middle East. So Iran continuing to strike in Israel. 1 killed in a suspected anti-tank missile attack. Israel, on the other hand, saying it launched a wave of strikes on the Iranian capital overnight. So escalation continues and the situation still looks tense in the Middle East. Getting you these latest updates on Republic TV. Remember that already we have seen that Iran has warned of retaliation. President Trump, on the other hand, says the US will finish off any Iranian power plant if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened before a 48-hour deadline, which is a waterway very vital for the global oil shipping. So the Iran war continues to escalate. Fresh strikes continue. 2 vehicles caught fire in the missile attack. We'll keep an eye on all the big updates which are coming in on Republic TV. And taking a short break. Do not go anywhere, viewers. We'll be right back. Much more coming up on the other side as we track the latest coming in from the Middle East conflict. Trump warns that the Strait of Hormuz should be open within 48 hours, or Trump will take major action against Iran. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellent Vice Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे हैं मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तुमचा कुणाला केला नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला कुठे का गाडी मागवा चला हो
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Is scheduled to hold a high-level meeting this evening with top ministers to discuss the evolving situation in West Asia war. Government removes a fare cap on airlines imposed in December 2025. A new fares to be implemented from March 23rd. Iran's latest statement regarding Hormuz says foreign ships can use the strait after coordinating with Tehran, but waters remain closed for enemy vessels. The vessel Aqua Titan carrying a Russian crude oil has arrived off the coast of Bengaluru. The offloading process commenced this morning. Donald Trump threatens Iran that if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened within 48 hours, America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Following an attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear center, Iran launches wave of strikes on cities of Arab countries near Israel's nuclear research center. Welcome viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, our top focus at this hour. Our breaking news coming to life from the state of West Bengal. This is where violence is broken out in West Bengal's Bhangar area. Now clashes broke out between TMC and ISF in the Bhangar constituency. There were clashes reported over a wall writing. Now stone pelting was also reported in Bhangar. As of now, a central force has been now deployed in the Bhangar constituency to ensure that there is a law and order in the area. Now we're getting you visuals, in fact, where the clashes were reported between the TMC workers and ISF. We're looking at an incident of pre-poll violence already breaking out in West Bengal as the state is now set to hold assembly elections. It's going to be held in two phases, 23rd and 29th April. 2 phases of voting, and 4th May is when we're expecting the results. And just ahead of those assembly elections, we are looking at several incidents of pre-poll violence. This one coming to light from Bhangar, where TMC workers clashed with the ISF. Now, these clashes between ISF and TMC broke out over some wall writing, and then suddenly it escalated. Stone pelting was reported. As of now, central forces have now been deployed in the area to ensure that no untoward incidents take place. Further, we're looking at ramping up of security in the Bhangar constituency right after there were clashes between TMC and ISF. All right, viewers, getting you the security situation from Bhangar. This is where security has now been ramped up as central forces have now been deployed right after there were clashes reported between TMC and ISF. The incident was triggered over some wall writing. It escalated suddenly, and there was stone pelted from both the sides, leading to violent clashes. And now central forces have now been deployed in Bhangar constituency to ensure that there is a law and order in the state. There is peace on the site. Now we are shifting focus to another breaking news. We're getting in, and now the deputy spokesperson of Islamic Emirates says that just this morning, force of Pakistani military regime fired mortar shells at Nari district in Kunar province, as a result of which one civilian was martyred and one woman was wounded. According to Hamdullah Faithrat, the forces of this regime also opened fire on a vehicle carrying civilians in Shekin district of Paktika province, but fortunately the occupants of the vehicle escaped unharmed. So we are looking at Pakistan violating a ceasefire again. Remember, not the first time. There were several allegations made by Taliban yesterday as well about Pakistan violating ceasefire, and this time again several incidents from this morning have come to light. Pakistani forces fired mortar shells at a Nari district in Kunar province. One civilian was killed as a result. All right, my colleague Ishan now joins me. Ishan, you've been closely tracking this conflict between Afghanistan and Pakistan. This morning again, we're looking at violation of the ceasefire from Islamabad this side. Give us the latest details about these incidents.
The incident occurred in the between Pakistan and Afghanistan, wherein there was shells and mortar firing by Pakistan and bombing. Now, this has caused injuries and has martyred 2 people, and this death of 2 people has been protested by the Islamic Republic spokesperson. He has stated in his statement, he has clearly stated that this flagrant violation was targeted again at civilian sites and has caused great distress to the people of Afghanistan. Now, the pattern of bombings are continued, and Pakistan recently had bombed a school in Afghanistan also, which was greatly condemned by the international community at large, and this conflict seems to be escalating. The entire premise of this escalation of this conflict has been that Pakistan has been stating that Afghanistan is providing shelter to terrorists operating cross-border from Afghanistan into Pakistan, and this porous border has been the great cause of conflict. The Durand line that was created by the British when they left is not acceptable either to Pakistan or to Afghanistan, and this has been the greatest contention since the Islamic Republic has taken control of Afghanistan. Now, this escalation has been growing, and day by day we are seeing that the common people of Afghanistan and Pakistan are suffering. This cross-border terrorism has been affecting Pakistani forces, and there have been a lot of targeted killings of Pakistani forces, and all the blame by the Pakistani government has been put on the Afghanistan Taliban. Now, the Afghanistan Taliban has claimed a lot of responsibility, and Pakistan says that Afghanistan Taliban has close links with the Pakistani Taliban, and this nexus has been creating disturbance in Pakistan, and as a retaliation, Pakistan is bombing into the Afghanistani regions and causing this this mayhem. Back to you.
So much for joining us, and we'll continue to track these escalations taking place along the Durand line. And now, viewers, moving on to another news we're getting at this hour as far as the US-Iran war is concerned. Now, let's listen into this explosive Arun Bhaskar interview, wherein he claims one bomb is enough to finish Israel, arguing that Iran holds the upper hand in the US-Israel-Iran war. He says Israel cannot sustain a long conflict against a larger and prepared Iran. Bhaskar also links at the war to energy politics, alleging a US involvement and warning that Iran's retaliation could shift global power, trigger instability and escalate the conflict further. Let's take a listen.
When Trump says that he was not informed, that's a lie. From where did Israel get the planes? All the weapons that are used need to have US clearances in advance. These clearances were given. Trump was aware of it. Only now the whiplash is so great that he's trying to say, I didn't know anything. I didn't know anything. It must be Israel which did it, and gives Israel a warning. Point one. Point two, to understand why Israel decided to attack the gas fields of Iran, you must understand that the gas fields of Iran were actually supplying domestic consumers gas. So by attacking the gas fields, he thought he could inconvenience domestic consumers in Iran and actually trigger a kind of unrest within Iran itself, a kind of a regime change. Iran has been planning for this war for 20 years. It has taken into consideration every contingency plan. If they attack this, then what? If they attack that, then what? And it's hard to believe that they're not foreseeing that this facility would be attacked. And that is right at the beginning that said that if you attack our fields, we will set the entire Middle East ablaze. There's another factor that must be remembered. Both Qatar's gas as well as Iran's gas come from the same basin, which is common to both of them. This basin of gas is the largest in the world. Because the US imposed sanctions on Iran for the last 14 years, Iran could not extract more gas than what it needed for its domestic consumers because it could not export the gas. So as a result, all the gas that is available has been taken over by Qatar. Incidentally, last year, Qatar signed another agreement when Trump had visited the Middle East, another agreement worth about $25 billion, going up to about $50 billion for doubling its capacity of LNG, because all the LNG was available, and that is why they did not want to lift the sanctions of Iran, no matter what happens. Why was the US interested in Qatar? Because the largest US companies are investors in Qatar. That includes Exxon, that includes Chevron, that includes ConocoPhillips, and a host of others. So when Qatar makes money, US investors make money. If US investors make money, the US makes money. When Iran attacked Exxon and literally destroyed the fields, it was doing two things. One, they're telling Qatar that you can't exploit these fields if I'm not allowed to exploit it. Two, you can't damage my fields if your fields remain intact. Since the green signal was given by the US, we are destroying these fields. And the destruction has been so massive, it'll take Qatar about $26 billion to repair these, and it may take about one full year. So the 20-odd billion that they got as revenues, plus the money that they got from investments which they're making in the US, they had committed themselves to an investment of $500 billion in various companies in the US from their monies that they got from oil and gas. Not oil, but mostly gas. So US loses $500 billion. It loses the revenues it gets from the oil field, from the gas fields. Iran has other gas fields which it can exploit. There'll be a temporary inconvenience to its domestic consumers, but Iran has already thought of how to reroute gas from other fields onto the consumers who are using this gas field. So with the result, Iran had no choice but to destroy Exxon, because already for 14 years it could not exploit the gas fields because it was not allowed to export. And two, when you destroy my gas fields, I have to make sure that America gets a message, as well as tell the entire Arab community, the entire Middle Eastern community, you allowed America on this land. If you can't control it, then we'll have to attack your fields. There are three ways it will be stopped. First, the LNG supplies from the Middle East have stopped. Qatar was the largest supplier. The others are minor suppliers, but even those cannot go from the Hormuz Strait until they're permitted by Iran. So the Middle East is out of the LNG market to a great extent. America has LNG facilities, but who is going to sign a one-year contract or a 5-year contract with America? Because America is itself unstable. And remember, LNG, there's no spot market. There's no spot market. You have to commit yourself to at least a year's supply, because once you open an LNG tap, you can't shut it again. And so whoever supplies LNG wants a long-term contract so you can put investments and make sure that you can open the tap and get the LNG out continually. That is the reason why Europeans also have not signed up long-term contracts with America. One, it's too expensive, and two, America is unreliable. America may not benefit, but the beneficiary could be both Russia, which produces a lot of gas and oil, and the second beneficiary could be Australia. Australia wanted to develop its gas fields almost about 10 years ago, but the prices ensued because its capital costs are very high. Now, Japan, which wants LNG desperately, may sign up with Australia, which is nearer. The price will be higher, but is more reliable. So instead of going to America, expect Japan to go to Australia. Now that's India. Almost about 50% of LNG for India comes to Qatar. And LNG is crucial for fertilizers. LNG is crucial for gas consumption, for CNG. And so India is very vulnerable. Now, unfortunately, India decided to cozy up with Netanyahu just one day before the war began. India made a second mistake of not condoning the death of the Ayatollah for 4 days. Iran has not forgotten that. It was not an accident, because India sent a message out to all its embassies, please do not sign any condolence book till we tell you. When they realized that the LNG supplies might get affected, they signed the condolence book. 3, when a ship, which was a guest at Visakhapatnam, Miss Milan, the big display that they had of the naval might, when one of the ships was returning, it was shot at. It was torpedoed by an American submarine. One, that ship was not a warship. It had no arms on it. It was in international waters, away from the war fields, the battlefields. And America came clandestinely, torpedoed that ship. And normally, global conventions say that when you knock down a ship, it is your responsibility to surface and save the sailors and not let them drown. Your fight with the battleship, not with the people. America did not do anything. It was Sri Lanka which went and saved at least some of the ship, some of the sailors, but 80 sailors died. Not a word from India. But India did one good thing, and that was it housed the sailors from the second ship in India. But just before the war began, India made another mistake. It seized 3 oil tankers from Iran because it was sanctioned. If it was sanctioned, why did not any Middle East country seize the ships? What was the desperate need for India to go and seize the ships? So in 4 days, India could not resolve an LNG deal and could not get Iran's clearance to free 2 of its shipping corporation of India ships filled with LNG for itself. Finally, the Prime Minister spoke to the President of Iran. The matter was calmed down, and Iran said, India is a friend. We will release the 2 ships as a goodwill gesture. The ships were released, and Iran told India that please release the 3 oil tankers that you've seized. Please repatriate all the sailors that are there with you, and then we'll give you the remaining conditions. Those conditions have not been made public, but one of the conditions is that all payments will have to be made in RMB, the Chinese currency. Which means whether India likes it or not, India will now have to pay for everything in Chinese currency that makes the Chinese currency stronger and more relevant to the global economy. And this is not all. Iran also bombed Saudi Arabia and the oil facilities there. Remember, this is the largest. Reliance and Aramco were neck to neck in being the largest in the world. And last year, they signed a deal with America to double the capacity here also. And this capacity in Saudi Arabia would have been large, once again, huge numbers of American investors. So by attacking those fields, once again, a message to America, you won't make money out of Middle East till you settle with us. Iran is in the commanding position. Any settlement will have to be done with Iran's consent. Suddenly, geopolitics has changed. No longer is America top dog. No longer is Israel important. The one that calls the shots today is Iran. And that is why some people are trying to believe that there might be a nuclear attack. But remember one more thing. Ask any military expert. Iran is several times bigger than Israel. One bomb is enough to finish Israel. To finish Iran, you may need 100 bombs. Iran is not a small country. And the Iranian people are more tenacious. And it'll take them less than 15 days to take the enriched uranium and produce a bomb. So try bombing them. They'll work on the nuclear option and they'll bomb you back. Israel won't exist. You know, Kissinger in 2014 had predicted that in the next 10 years, Israel won't exist. Kissinger may be wrong by 2 years, but Israel is on the verge of extinction. It has become the world's largest assassin. It kills people, even people who are not in combat uniform. It's become the largest bomber of schools, of hospitals, of water facilities. And now Israel wants the world to think that it is the victim. It was a victim during the Nazi Germany, but today it is the aggressor, and there are victims everywhere. Look at what's happened to Gaza. And as a result, Iran has retaliated. Today, Tel Aviv looks like Gaza.
So we're getting some more breaking news from the war in West Asia. Now, the Ministry of Interior, Qatar, has released a statement regarding the search and rescue operations following the helicopter crash in the country's territorial waters. The ministry now announces that within the framework of the ongoing search and rescue ops for the missing persons following the helicopter crash in the state's territorial waters, search efforts have now resulted in finding 6 out of 7 who were on board. Now, the death of those who were found has been confirmed, while the specialized teams continue their extensive operations to find the last missing person. The ministry also extends its deepest condolences and sincere sympathy to the family of the deceased, praying to Almighty God to grant them mercy, admit them into their spacious paradise, and give their families and loved ones patience and solace. So we're getting this latest statements from Qatar. 6 have been killed and 1 injured, while the search for another one is still continuing. This is according to the latest statement released by Qatar's Interior Ministry. This comes after there was a chopper crash reported in its territorial waters, and this had prompted the search and rescue operations, and now the statement being released. All right, viewers, getting one more breaking news. A big claim now being made by Iranian army, which claims that they have targeted an F-15 fighter jet belonging to the enemy near Hormuz Islands. We're looking at another F-15 jet now being targeted over Strait of Hormuz, which has become a flashpoint in this war. We're getting you visuals of the targeting of F-15 jet by Iran as well. On your screen, you can see how it has been targeted. The jet, which you can see in the center of your screen, inside the yellow box. All right, viewers, that's the video on your screen showing you how another F-15 jet has now been targeted by Iran. Now, these are developments. We're getting you these developments as and when they happen. Iran now has claimed that they have targeted another F-15 fighter jet belonging to the enemy countries. And now remember, this took place near the Strait of Hormuz, which has become a flashpoint. IRGC still claims complete control over it. Donald Trump has issued a 48-hour deadline, and we're still looking at more and more escalations coming near the Strait of Hormuz. The latest one being an F-15 jet on Iran's target, and this is in fact the visual of that F-15 getting targeted by Iran. All right, viewers, getting another breaking news, and now this time Iran has issued a stern warning to UAE. This is over the oil refineries. It says will retaliate 2 strikes coming in from within UAE. So it is a stern warning that's now been issued by Tehran regarding the attacks that are coming on its way using Emirates soil. Now, we have seen Tehran by in time making accusations that if all the Gulf countries, if they allow US to use their soil to launch attacks against Iran, Tehran will retaliate. And now reiterating its warning to Emirates, Iran says it will attack UAE if it allows access to US to attack Iran sites. So we're looking at tit-for-tat attacks now escalating in West Asia. Iran's latest warning against United Arab Emirates, saying if it allows US more access to its bases and to launch attacks against Iran, Iran here will retaliate. So certainly Gulf countries now getting roped into this conflict more and more.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. ما در این جنگ به دنبال رویکرد امنیت پایدار در قبال کشور و ملت خود هستیم. شما دنبال راه فرار هستید، چون شروع تهاجمتان در مسیر حماقت و خودکشی بود. ایران امروز نه تنها در دفاع از خود، بلکه برای امنیت منطقه و مسلمانان می جنگد. ایران در تنگه هرمز بزرگی می کند. تمرکز ما برای تضمین امنیت سرزمین خود و منطقه معطوف شده و حالا نتیجه را ببینید. با زبان اقتدارمان با شما حرف میزنیم. ایران خالق بستر امنیت در منطقه است و از رشادت ملت و نیروهای مسلح میتوان شاهنامه ها نوشت. شما امروز اعتبار و جایگاهی در منطقه ندارید. اقتدار هوشمندانه نیروهای مسلح و آسمان بالای سرتان در اختیار ماست. این را ثابت کرده ایم. زیرساخت‌هایمان را بزنید، زیرساخت‌های مهمتر و بیشتری از شما را میزنیم. ما همچنان قدرتمندیم و قدرتمند خواهیم ماند. باذن الله و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
All right, viewers, another breaking news coming in. Massive explosions have now been heard in Tel Aviv. We're getting you visuals, in fact, in a short while from now. We'll show you the exact moment of Iranian missiles hitting Tel Aviv cities. Now, viewers, for the past 1 week, we have seen more and more attacks coming in from Iranian side on civilian targets. And those are the latest visuals on your screen showing you the attacks which have now taken place in Tel Aviv. Iranian missiles, in fact, have now been hitting several civilian targets in the cities, and as you can see, the debris on the ground. This is the aftermath of an attack in Tel Aviv right after Iranian missile hit several targets. Now, it's a breaking news. We're still awaiting more details about the damage caused and if there have been any casualties in this attack. But those are the visuals on your screen showing you the latest attack carried out by Iranian missiles hitting Tel Aviv. All right, viewers, so that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thank you so much for watching. And coming up on the other side, Prime Minister Modi is scheduled to hold a high-level meeting this evening with top ministers to discuss the evolving situation in West Asia.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तुमचा कुणाल केला नीचे अजून गाडी पूर्ण होला त्याला कुठे गाडी मारला
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तुमचा कुणाल केला नीचे अजून गाडी पूर्ण होला त्याला कुठे गाडी मारला
Dr. Neog, I'll just start with you. Do you think that AI is something that, is it something that we can say is, one size fits all? Or is it something that has its own relevance and resonance differently?
So when you talk about AI, so AI is building a machine or software that can solve problems like how human does. Like there's some kind of intelligence should be there. Now, I work in the area of computer vision. There's one of the area where actually we work with how an AI can find out information from, let's say, videos and images. And that's very important because, for example, let's say there's a CCTV camera and we want to find out some activities that is suspicious activity. So for that, some kind of intelligence need to come into picture. Now, similar to that, we have worked with, people are working with speech. People are working with medical data, right? And when you talk about AI, this is not actually one single model. There are different models. They are fine-tuned for different verticals. For example, you take it for healthcare, you take it for agriculture, you take it for education. All of them has different kind of requirements. And with the data available in all these domains, an AI model can be trained. And being a faculty, being a professor in IIT Guwahati, we do the research. We build the models, we train the models. Once these models are trained, then they will be applied in some application areas, And as I said, there are different verticals. So there are different AI models, they are trained on different data. But one thing that is common is a math, and that's what we do when we do research on AI. Yeah.
And Dr. Sarkar, we talk about traditional teaching and when AI is introduced. So what impact does it have as far as the educators are concerned? Does it make it somewhere obsolete? Because there's a lot of talk about, how do you really have this, a relationship that can be, more inclusive, a human-AI connect. But when you talk about teaching, how does it impact that and teachers?
Yeah, first of all, good evening to you and thankful to invite me on this conclave. Yeah, regarding that AI in the teaching, in the positive vibes, if you think, it helps the students and it helps the faculty also. Because there are so many concepts is there, which you may have, it's like that you may have to spend a lots of time. So based on that, with the help of that AI and all, you can solve it faster. But in that negative means the ethics, I will not tell the negative, the ethics that one should have that ethics means it should not be like that you don't know anything and you directly have been to the AI and you are asking to the tools that this is the things I want and after that you are copying that and you are showing to the others that I know this. So that ethics should not be. There should be a human interactions. So it should be like that means that AI tool should not be replaced by the textbook.
You feel that, does it open up new areas to touch upon when AI is introduced for different roles? What areas could it open up for the professors, for the teachers, for the faculties?
These days, a lot of resources are available online. So for example, when I teach the BTech students, they come with a lot of already, they have watched videos, they learned the concept. So as a teacher, our responsibility becomes how we can keep them engaged in the era of AI. So in my case, for example, when I teach, I usually show some, live coding when I teach about AI, because I teach them what is AI and data science. So I have to renovate myself. I cannot simply ask them to write an essay, because I know if I ask them, they will use some kind of tool. So the assessment, how we do, that also has to be improvised. So the way of teaching, the way of assessing them, and has to be really changed. For example, we have certain courses where you have to do online test. So in that case, you have to introduce some online proctoring, where when they are in front of the camera, we have to use an AI that can tell whether they are actually looking at some other devices. Sometimes we can also see the reflection of those devices on their eye. So that kind of AI also being used. So because of AI, we cannot say that we can stop AI, and we don't want to stop AI because it is doing a lot of good things. Now we have to adapt ourselves with this AI. So the way of assessment has to be changed, and the way we teach has to be changed. And for coding, for example, these days AI is doing most of the coding, right? So we cannot stop it. So we just have to grow ourselves and adapt ourselves. Yeah.
So AI cannot scold, an AI teacher cannot scold or punish the students. I think that will be something really for the students. But it cannot mentor, can it? I think
no, actually, that's what I was saying, that mentor means we can't say, because we have to develop them. We are the developers. AI has not developed us. So it's a hot cake topic actually. So many people used to say that one, whether the AI will take job or something like that. We, the developer, has developed AI. Okay? But one thing is that, if you don't know the technology, then you will be lagging behind. You should know that one.
So training becomes very important.
Yes, you must have to know whatever your department is. Let it be your engineers, let it be your BA, BSc, medical, whatever the department you have. Now the AI and the technology has added in all the fields. And if you're lagging behind of the technology with your specific department, then definitely you are lagging behind. So you must know the technologies and all.
So do you feel that there is some skill gap as far as training is concerned? Because understanding the technology to use it for the best, that will be the ultimate goal, I think, right now.
So AI is one of the most rapidly growing, area. Being an AI faculty, it's even for me hard to keep track of the advancements happening every day. But having said that, we already have a lot of we can envision. We have so many areas to improve. Like you talk about healthcare, as I said, healthcare, agriculture, education. There are a lot of advancement from government side, that we do projects that can help, for example, in the Northeast to the people, right, with the advancement of AI, right? And for that means whether it's an education, whether it's schools, whether it's colleges, AI education is coming. Now, first of all, yes, we all want that people are trained in AI. But at the same time, we also have to have, people who can teach it. Right. One example I want to give you. When we talk about AI model, there's a process known as training of the AI model with data. Just like how we humans learn in our life by learning from a lot of experiences, this AI model also learn from experiences. But these are not experiences we experience. This is something called data. If we show, 100 images of dogs and 100 images of cat, the model will be able to learn, and if I give a new image of cat or dog, that whether it's a cat or dog. So it requires data, right? So to build the AI education in Northeast or any place actually, we require infrastructure. That infrastructure will include computing resources. We have all heard about GPUs. These are used for training AI models. These are computers, special computers. We require people who are trained on AI we have to train the trainers so that they can go ahead and train the next generation of the AI people. And we also, when we do research on AI, we require funding. So there has to be funding also, so that AI projects will go forward and all. So but we all agree, I think sir will also agree that we need to train our new generation with AI. And I think now we have a lot of steps that even from high school, AI education is coming in. I think this is very important, so that the new jobs are coming in.
Yeah, for primary.
I want one add with our friend. There is a sector, actually it depends on that where you work. Yes, as a IITians, the IIT, MIT, Stanford University, yes, those people, they may say that there may not be that much of gap. But if you go to that, some tier 2 organization, tier 3 organizations, or some private sectors and all, so definitely there is a gap because so many organizations are there that the students are a little bit lagging behind that. They require AI excellence lab. So many organizations they are giving, but nowadays that so many the companies and all, they have started coming and start there opening their labs and all. And as for the NEP course also, if you feel that as for the NEP course, which is multiple entry and multiple exit, and which is something like that where you should know the multiple skills. You should be skill oriented. Yes, we should be skill oriented, but if you think about that infrastructures, rather than the IITs, NITs and all, the infrastructures of most of that private universities and all, it's coming up. I'm not saying that it's zero, it's nil. But yeah, we are lagging behind a little bit. There is a gap. There should be, it should be.
In fact, in the recent years, if I talk about past 1 or 2 years, there has been multi-crore investment as far as AI is concerned in Northeast. And we talk about, even primary schools, there is a Get, Set, Learn AI curricula for schools also. IIT Guwahati is playing a major role in, partnering with institutions. So what has been the response as far as the institutions is concerned, and what is the support like?
Last year, there's a textbook came on AI for class 11. So I was one of the authors who wrote the book. So that was one of the start. It's a good start because then after the book was released, then actually around, I think 50 to 60 schools have adopted that book and now they're teaching AI. And a lot of teachers from there actually came to IIT Guwahati and we trained them that, what kind of exercises they should give, what kind of concept they should teach and how to teach. So this way we often try to outreach to other institutes, colleges, where they are very willing to introduce AI to their curriculum because they have seen the importance of connecting to the previous question, there's a skill gap, how we can train the new generation, right? And many times, beyond that as well, school children, they often visit to IIT Guwahati, for example, and we also have, we'll try to bring in a lot of different schools from whole Assam, and you know, give them some short courses so that they can learn about AI. So this kind of activities are going on, but these are like, you know, in small scale. But I think in bigger scale, again, as Sir has already mentioned, it's not only about IIT. We have state universities, you know, state colleges, all they have to come together. You know, they have to exchange their ideas. They have to exchange their resources. For example, if IIT Guwahati has, let's say, a supercomputer, can other institute can access, right? Or some other institute has some other resources, manpower, like students for internships. Can they, you know, exchange them and do some projects? So this kind of exchange has to happen across the whole state. One institute is not enough. So I think this way we can create an ecosystem that can help improving and moving the generation towards the AI.
What is the role really like when it comes to AI and reaching to the rural areas?
Actually, I think in IIT Guwahati, not only from our School of Data Science and AI, there are many other departments who are actively working towards giving solutions to practical problems that people of Northeast have, right? Whether it's on grassroots level, even I know there are some the mechanical department, they had a solution to how to, for the handloom industry, right? Because they've seen some problems, why do things by hand, where you can use a machine, right? And this has been going on for a long time. And today we're talking about AI. So AI is nothing but one of the technologies, right? So the old problems that we are doing, now with AI, you can do it even further more efficiently. So many of the departments who have been active in some of these kind of solutions, now they are introducing AI on top of that, and that is really helping things to be done. Right? So that way, whether it's rural projects or, you know, for example, there are projects on water, how you can give pure water, how you can clean water efficiently, or you can talk about precision agriculture, where, you know, how you can put some sensors on the paddy field and, you know, predict about when to do the irrigation, when to do the, you know, other activities, when to plant the seed. So those kind of projects are going on. Yeah.
And Dr. Sarkar, what is your assessment of the, you know, the courses that are available, the accessibility of AI in education, or rather AI education, if I could say?
Yeah, that regarding the courses and all, yeah, definitely because of AI only now the students from the remote area and all, they have got an expert, means they have got an exposure. So due to that some tools and all, wherever you are, that in the 24/7 you can access that your course era and all, wherever it is because of this AI and all, that the technology whatever. So you can say that one, for example, till now, if you compare with an other state, if I'll think that one, just if I'll consider that computer science and engineering, for that computer science and engineering, if in the Guwahati, if you think, the students, those who are in that, for example, they are in the 7, 8 SEM, they want to do some one advanced courses and all. So it is there, but it's very rare. Means they have to, there's some only specific institute are there who are giving that courses and all. But because of this AI and all, they should not think now. Means it's, if you compare with a Bangalore, with a Pune, with a Hyderabad and all, the IT, that one state and all. So we are not lagging behind. Now, due to that AI and all, they can also do that course, the online course and all, and they can also compete, and we can also compete with another state peoples and all. And it's not like that we are from Northeast, we are lagging behind and all. No, it's not like that. So due to that AI, due to the technologies, we are also coming forward. But one thing is that just as I'm not a right person, but the thing is that as the students used to expect that, always they used to say that one, sir, what is that placement? What is our placement and all regarding that? That's a very important aspect. So placement and all, if they have to get placed, after that they used to go to that, after completing their engineering and all, they used to go to that Bangalore. So many people are there, our Assam peoples, they are working the Microsoft, they are working in that Google and all. But why not that they are working the Microsoft and Google from to the other country, to the other state? Why not they are working, they are coming back to our Assam? And like in so many startup companies.
So what's lacking? What's lacking?
Yeah. Huh?
What is lacking there?
we are lacking that once. It is something like that some industry, some IT industry, more IT industry, like a semiconductor has come, it's a very good one. Like that, more IT industry we want, so that our students, they will work, they will stay here and they will work they will work. So like that, startup company, like medicals and all, in every sectors we can see that we need not require to go to the outside the state. So many opportunity we have, and we are the rich, means like a natural and all, we have lots of things. So in that IT sector and all, whatever the students they are, after completion their engineering and all, they are planning, sir, now I have to go to Bangalore, or now I have to go to Delhi, or shall I go to Hyderabad or something. That is the things. That means most of the company belongs to those states. So if at least some few companies are there in our Northeast, at least in our Northeast, so that our students will work here, and our so many homesick people are also there. So that's it. Thank you.
And Dr. Nayok, how has been the expansion of AI application, if you see, in the state? As we're talking about education, but if you go beyond that, we've seen that there are AI-driven, there's a lot of AI application in airports across several cities in the country, or for that matter, and in terms of education we've talked about, in offices in general, the use of AI in daily life. What has been done and what can be done to, in fact, promote that for the greater good in the state of Assam and Northeast in general, especially in terms of connectivity also?
So when you talk about AI models, India was not at the frontier. It came from the Western countries, like US, Europe, right? But now we are making ourselves capable by a lot of government fundings coming on, and we are building our infrastructure. So one of the biggest problem that usually we have is that we cannot simply copy a model of US and use it in India. Not only that, even we cannot copy the AI model from one country, one state in India to the other state. Let's take an example of agriculture. The agriculture pattern, the crops in Punjab is very different what we do in Northeast. We have even zoom cultivation, which is done on hills, right? So you cannot simply train an AI model, which is trained on the data from Punjab, and use it in Northeast. So we have to build our indigenous AI models. That's very, very important. Now, if we want to focus on Northeast, any AI model can be built only when we have data, right? So we have to create an infrastructure where we put enough sensors in locations. Maybe we can start with some pilot projects across Northeast, where we define some pilot projects where we pick up some very prominent problems and put on some researchers to do the initial phase of research. During this phase, we'll be able to test whether that solution is feasible or not. We have to customize those solutions for our problems. So, for example, in Assam, if we want to do want to use some AI model for, say, precision farming, which I just mentioned that it's figuring out using AI how we can figure out when to do the irrigation, when to do the fertilizers we have to put. So if we want to do it, then we can figure out that should we do pick some areas like hilly areas, right, where it will be very challenging. So for that, what kind of requirements are there, right? So precision farming is one of the areas where I think that Assam is required, because Assam, for example, rice is one of the major crops. So we can pick rice and some areas in Assam where we can test some AI models, and then we can scale it up once it works. So that's one of the ideas. Now you said beyond education, so agriculture is one area, then healthcare. So in healthcare, for example, one of the very prominent, kind of disease or something we have is cancer. So there are a lot of initiatives that are going on right now in Assam itself, where can we detect cancers just from very low-cost devices, camera devices. Like, for example, can I use smartphone, take a picture of my mouth, and assess whether someone has an oral cancer or not, right? Now, for that, again, we require indigenous data. So for that, the hospitals and the institutes, academic institutes, whether it's a private or national institutes, they have to come together. Data will be coming from the hospitals. Academic institutions will be developing the AI model. And then once the solution is built, that can be given to ultimately the people who will be implementing it, maybe the government, or some agencies, we can use this tool and start implementing and see how much successful it is. So this way, we have to figure out some problems first and then apply the AI models in this.
A quick closing comment from you, Dr. Sarkar, about what is your vision for the expansion of AI in education? Where do you see it really reaching today with the goals that India has as far as AI, being a leader in AI is concerned? If you talk about, the future of AI, if you can talk about Northeast and also in general in education field, how India can be, one of the leaders as far as, using AI is concerned in education, and also if you want to say about beyond education.
Okay. So just before that, what I have told you, ma'am, that futures of AI means even if you go to that foreign, whatever, that in everywhere, we the Indians are number one, actually, in that IT field, that not only now, that in the IT field, if you go to that, in that any company, anywhere, you will find out the Indians. And you will find out the Northeast peoples also, that anywhere. So if you give that little bit, focus is giving, if you give little bit more focus on that IT field, in that technologies, in that AI technologies and all, we can be the number one. That we can be that number one. And as a Northeast, again, when it comes to the Northeast means, sometimes we are lagging behind that. For example, suppose if I will take just in 2006, when I was in Bangalore working in that, under the VTU, Israel Technical University, at that time only, what they have done, their valuations, everything they have made as centralized, and it was digitalized on 2006. Now, there's from last 5 years, you can say that, with the Northeast people, we have digitalized all those. In 2026, in 2006 it was there, and we have started now. So sometimes we are a little bit lagging behind, and if we give little bit focus on that technology, means the main thing is that whatever we are doing, we have to make an awareness to the people. The people must get aware that yes, this is the things which is happening. For example, a farmer also. Now the farmer knows that it's something like that. Now earlier it was not like that. The farmer has to suicide because the farmer has sold their paddy and all of a very less amount and all. Now the farmer knows what is the price. What is the price is going on which price, what is the cost I have to sell. This is the awareness the farmer has got. That is because of that technologies. So if the technology will increase, it will helpful to all the sectors and will definitely be in the good positions.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen, Dr. Barua and Dr. Neog, for joining us for this very, very, I think, educative conversation, I would say, on AI. Thank you so much for joining us here.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो तुम्हारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. The price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू
नहीं तो तुम तो करेगा
अरे आलू से नहीं होगा तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो बोलते का गाड़ी मार चला हो
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू
नहीं तो तुम तो करेगा
अरे आलू से नहीं होगा तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो बोलते का गाड़ी मार चला हो ठीक है ना हम बात करेंगे
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
local people who said that they're upset that they couldn't get to the shelters because Orthodox Israelis, Orthodox Jews were using them.
This is private shelters owned by the owners of the building, only 8 families. I think everybody agree to go down 4 floors in 10 minutes. Everyone can do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's mine.
PM Modi is scheduled to hold a high-level meeting this evening with top ministers to discuss the evolving situation in the West Asia war. Government removes the fare cap on airlines imposed in December. New fares to be implemented from March 23rd. Iran's latest statement regarding Hormuz says foreign ships can use the strait after coordinating with Tehran, but the waters remain closed for enemy vessels. Vessel Aqua Titan carrying Russian crude oil has arrived off the coast of Mangaluru. The offloading process commenced this morning. Donald Trump threatens Iran that if the Strait of Hormuz is not open within 48 hours, America will hit and finish off their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Following an attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear center, Iran launches wave of strikes on cities of the Arad near Israel's nuclear research center. Getting you top of this coming in, I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting the latest powerful explosions heard in Tel Aviv. The moment one of the Iranian missiles hit Tel Aviv, we have got that. Let's break this big story that we are getting for you because escalation continues all across the Middle East region. Latest update is massive explosions have been heard in Israel's Tel Aviv once again. So attacks continue, and Iran has vowed retaliation. Iran is not de-escalating the situation. Let's put out those latest pictures that we are getting for you right now on Republic TV. Iranian missiles have once again hit Tel Aviv, causing a lot of damage there as per the visuals that we're getting for you on Republic TV. And these are reports coming in of powerful explosions heard in Tel Aviv the moment one of the Iranian missiles have hit Tel Aviv. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Iran has warned it will retaliate against all US-linked energy infrastructure in the Middle East if its power plants are attacked. Simultaneously, we see Israel has launched a wave of strikes on the Iranian capital overnight. So back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. And Israel is being hit by Iranian missiles, specifically Arad was hit by an Iranian missile late at night. A lot of people have been injured, so a lot of updates coming in here. Okay, getting you some of breaking news coming in. G7 nations have issued a statement on the West Asia war. Joint statement has been issued. G7 joint statement says ready to take necessary measures to support global energy supplies. G7 joint statement, we call for the immediate and unconditional stoppage of all attacks launched by the Iranian regime. Call for immediate stoppage of attacks by Iran. G7 joint statement out. This is the update that you're getting first on Republic TV. A joint statement on the West Asia war. The G7 nations coming out in unison and saying they will take whatever measures are needed to support global energy supplies, which have been hit due to the escalating such situation when it comes to Iran. We call for the immediate and unconditional stoppage of all attacks launched by the Iranian regime. Getting more updates coming in, viewers. Republic has accessed exclusive footage from the Strait of Hormuz of a ship which was struck by Iran and it's slowly sinking. Take a look at this report as we keep getting you the latest.
The war over the Strait of Hormuz is escalating by the minute. Trump on one hand claims that if the Strait of Hormuz does not open in the next 48 hours, Iran will face extreme attacks. Iran maintains that the strait is only closed to vessels of United States and its allies. It adds that other nations may navigate the waters after communicating and coordinating with Tehran. In response to that, Iran has warned extreme retaliatory attacks, especially on the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Republic TV has accessed exclusive footage from the Strait of Hormuz. A ship in the strait which was struck by Iran and is slowly sinking. In another footage accessed by Republic TV, visuals from the ship show huge blaze with plumes of smoke which can be even seen through the darkness of night. Republic TV also spoke with the seafarers who safely came back home from the strait. One of the seafarers told Republic TV that 2 seafarers went missing.
7 बजे तक 7-1 या 2 ऐसे कुछ होगा 7 बजे तक 2 मिसाइल अटैक हुआ था उसमें सडनली मतलब एक मिसाइल अटैक हुआ मैं बेड से गिर गया नीचे इतना जोरदार धमाका हुआ मैं बेड से नीचे गिर गया फिर सेकंड 2 या 3 सेकंड या 5 सेकंड के बाद सेकंड अटैक हुआ था जब मैं मेरा केबिन का डोर ओपन किया तो मैं देख रहा हूँ एकोमोडेशन का अंदर पूरा ब्लैक है और लाइट तो ऑलरेडी चला गया था ब्लैक आउट हो गया था स्मोक अंदर इतना भरा है कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है मेरा मतलब साइड में ही बहुत बंदा चिल्ला रहा है लेकिन मैं कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है जो क्या है क्या नहीं है
The FSUI secretary told Republic TV that more than 20,000 seafarers remain stranded.
We have already raised this flag with our Honorable Prime Minister and wrote 2 letters by informing them that more over 23,000 seafarers, Indian seafarers who all are working on the national flag as well as on the foreign flag are stranded within the conflict zone. These 2 people have already explained what are the situation, what fear they faced during the time of war. The war was started on 28th and on 1st early morning 7 o'clock their vessel was hit by either drone or the rocket launcher. The situation of the seafarers are not that good. What I have told in what I have expressed in my letter.
While the war continues to escalate in the Strait of Hormuz, stranded seafarers still wait for the day when they set foot on land.
Iranian army has made some claims targeting an F-15 fighter jet belonging to the enemy. This is what is happening. Let's take you through the latest coming in. Iranian army has made this claim. We put out that claim which has been made targeting an F-15 fighter jet belonging to the enemy near the Hormuz Island. Targeting F-15 fighter jet over the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is saying this. I just want to also tell our viewers that President Trump has made a statement on the Strait of Hormuz. He said that President Trump has said he will finish off Iran's power plants if the Strait of Hormuz does not open before the 48-hour deadline. President Trump has said US will finish off these power plants if the Strait of Hormuz does not open before a 48-hour deadline. And Iran has warned it will retaliate against all US-linked energy infrastructure in the Middle East if its power plants are attacked. Simultaneously, Iran is claiming targeting F-15 fighter jet over the Strait of Hormuz. Putting out those pictures coming in for you as well. They are targeting multiple, I repeat, multiple fighter jets. Iran not backing down. Getting you some more breaking news coming in. Iranian foreign ministers are holding talks with the European Union Vice President. Iranian foreign ministry is saying Arakchi and the other leaders discussed escalation in the region and its repercussions on regional stability and international security. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Iranian foreign minister holds talks with the European Union Vice President Callas, and Iranian foreign ministry says Arakchi and Callas discussed the escalation in the region and the repercussions on regional stability and international security. So many telephonic conversations are being held between different leaders. And viewers, Aqua Titan is a vessel carrying Russian crude oil. It's reached Mangaluru on Saturday. The operations to unload are beginning. It happened early today after carrying several tons of crude oil. The ship made a U-turn towards India, which was originally on its way to China. This comes after the US has issued a temporary general license on Thursday, allowing the sale of Russian crude oil already stranded at sea as of March 12. India's diplomatic efforts with Iran are ensuring positive results as Tehran allowed India-flagged vessels to sail through the Hormuz, easing some pressure on the supply of crude oil and gas to the country. Take a look.
A Russian oil tanker, Aqua Titan, reached India's Mangaluru port on Sunday, March 22nd. Aqua Titan is carrying several tons of crude oil. Analyst says the ship is a part of the dark fleet and is mostly controlled by the Russian state. The cargo contains 96,000 to 110,000 tons, which is approximately 7.7 lakh barrels of crude oil. The operations to unload began in the early hours of Sunday. The ship was originally bound for China and was sailing in the South China Sea when it made a U-turn for India. Earlier today, Pyxis Pioneer, a cargo ship carrying liquefied petroleum gas from Netherlands and Texas in the US, also arrived at the Mangaluru port. Dakshina Kannada MP Brijesh Chauta, in a social media post, said the arrival indicated the port's growing significance. Aqua Titan is the fifth ship carrying energy supplies that docks in India's port since the war in West Asia broke out on the 28th of February. This in turn is a testament to India's diplomatic finesse, which has ensured positive results. Several Indian tankers, including the Shivalik, the Nanda Devi and Jagladki, have successfully crossed the war zone despite the attacks and reached India. India imports about 88% of its crude oil, 50% of natural gas and 60% of LPG. As Hormuz lies captured by Iran, with Trump threatening Tehran with a 48-hour deadline, the situation is expected to only worsen before it settles down.
A power outage has struck the entire island of Cuba, a second nationwide blackout in less than a week, as its grid struggles under a very tough US oil blockade. Take a look at this report as we tell you the latest coming in from Cuba.
Cuba's power sector is under a massive strain. A third nationwide outage on the Caribbean country. Outage caused by US oil blockade to the nation. Trump in January warned tariffs on any country giving oil to Cuba. No oil has been imported to the island since 9th of January this year. Cuba's ally Nicolas Maduro has already been ousted by Donald Trump. Not just the power sector, the energy crisis in Cuba is also impacting the nation's airline operations, impacting the tourism sector of the country. Cubans face daily blackouts of up to 15 hours in Havana. In interiors of the island, outages can exceed 40 hours. All this as there is an imminent threat of what Donald Trump calls friendly takeover of Cuba.
And big changes are coming to air travel in India. The government has announced it will remove the cap on domestic flight fares starting from March 23rd, ending the temporary controls imposed during the Indigo crisis last December, meaning that the airfares are going to go up and higher. More in this report.
Indian passengers should brace themselves. With fare caps lifted, expect ticket prices to soar on popular routes. India is lifting temporary caps on domestic airfares starting Monday, ending controls imposed during last December's Indigo flight crisis. Airlines hit by rising costs from Iran war can now set fares freely. Passengers get ready for steeper ticket prices. The removal in cap prices comes after the airlines requested the same amid reported losses and higher operational costs. This comes as fuel prices have jumped amid the ongoing war in West Asia. In its order, Civil Aviation Ministry said that the prevailing situation has since stabilized with restoration of capacity and normalization of operations across the sector. The ministry also reiterated the airlines shall ensure that fares remain reasonable and that passenger interests are not adversely impacted. With the removal of the airfare cap, travelers' convenience and pockets may have been compromised.
Israel's defense minister has now signaled a major escalation in the ongoing conflict, saying that joint US-Israel operations against Iran will intensify in the coming days. He also warned of continued targeting of key figures with the Iranian establishment as tensions rise across the region. The statement comes amid fresh strikes, including an attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear facility and continued missile exchanges between both the sides. Take a look.
Israel's defense minister said that joint US-Israeli military operations against Iran will intensify in the coming week.
השבוע עוצמת התקיפות שיבצעו צה"ל וצבא ארצות הברית נגד משטר הטרור האיראני ונגד התשתיות עליהן הוא נשען תעלה מדרגה באופן משמעותי והמערכה בהובלת נשיא ארצות הברית דונלד טראמפ וראש ממשלת ישראל בנימין נתניהו תימשך.
Defense Minister Israel Katz said that Israel would continue targeting senior figures within the Iranian regime.
אנחנו נחושים להוסיף ולהוביל את המתקפה נגד משטר הטרור האיראני, לערוף את ראשי מפקדיו ולסכל את יכולותיו האסטרטגיות עד להסרת כל איום ביטחוני מעל מדינת ישראל ומעל האינטרסים של ארצות הברית באזור.
This warning comes as no shocker as Iran had recently warned all the Gulf nations and told them to stop supporting the US. Earlier today, Iran's Natanz nuclear enrichment facility was hit in an airstrike with reports claiming that there was no radiation leakage. In Israel, fragments from an Iranian missile slammed into an empty kindergarten as the war in the Middle East enters its fourth week. In the latest, Iran has initiated its 72nd wave of Operation True Promise 4. With fresh warnings being issued, the war escalates with no clear end in sight.
Okay, some breaking news is coming in, viewers. Breaking news coming in. Israeli Defense Minister has announced plans to destroy the Litani River bridges. Israeli Defense Minister said that Prime Minister Netanyahu and I have ordered the IDF to immediately destroy all these bridges over the Litani River that are used for terrorist activities in order to prevent the passage of Hezbollah terrorists and weapons south. And in addition to this, to accelerate the destruction of Lebanese homes in the contact villages in order to thwart threats to Israeli communities in accordance with the Beit Hanun and Rafah models in Gaza. Israel orders the destruction of these areas and escalates the campaign against the Hezbollah. So Israel is fighting another war. Another front has opened up between Israel and Hezbollah, specifically in Lebanon. Israel orders destruction of bridges.
ראש הממשלה בנימין נתניהו ואני הורינו לצה"ל להשמיד באופן מיידי את כל הקשרים מעל לנהר הליטני שמשמשים לפעילות טרור. וזאת כדי למנוע מעבר של מחבלי חיזבאללה ונשק דרומה, ובנוסף לכך להאיץ את הרס הבתים הלבנונים בכפרי המגע כדי לסכל איומים על היישובים הישראלים בהתאם למודל בית חנון ורפיח בעזה. ראש הממשלה בנימין נתניהו ואני הורינו לצה"ל להשמיד באופן מיידי את כל הקשרים מעל לנהר הליטני שמשמשים לפעילות טרור. וזאת כדי למנוע מעבר של מחבלי חיזבאללה ונשק דרומה, ובנוסף לכך להאיץ את הרס הבתים הלבנונים בכפרי המגע כדי לסכל איומים על היישובים הישראלים בהתאם למודל בית חנון ורפיח בעזה.
Okay, so putting out those information on your screen, Israel escalates the campaign against Hezbollah. So Defense Minister of Israel announced plans to destroy the Litani River bridges. And Israel Defense Minister said Prime Minister Netanyahu and I have ordered the IDF to immediately destroy all these bridges over that river that are used for terrorist activities in order to prevent the passage of Hezbollah terrorists and weapons south. And in addition to this, to accelerate the destruction of Lebanese homes in contact in order to thwart threats to Israeli communities in accordance with the Beit Hanun and Rafah models in Gaza. Okay, let's move ahead. Getting some more updates coming in. Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu says Iran is proving it can strike Europe with missiles means it's time for all allies to fully join the war. Time for all allies to join the war. Netanyahu's call for the allies to come in, very clearly saying that the time has come for all to join the war against Iran. So big statement which has come in from the Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Coming in the backdrop of Israel launching a wave of strikes on the Iranian capital overnight. And simultaneously, Iran has been striking southern Israel. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV as both Iran and Israel are striking each other. Okay, let's go to Ishita, who's joining us live from our newsroom. Ishita, coming across to you. You know, this is a big statement which is coming from Netanyahu. Time for all allies to join the war against Iran. However, we have seen in the past that not all allies of Israel and US are keen on joining in fully.
Right, of course, Shivangi, it's a big clarion call that is coming from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Now says it is an existential crisis for Israel. And now remember, this comes after there was a strike conducted by Iran on Diego Garcia. It's an island in Indian Ocean about 4,000 kilometers from Iran's territory. So essentially signaling that, you know, not just the Gulf countries, not just the Gulf capitals, but also European capitals are now within the missile range of Iran. And after that attack, we have seen extensive attacks taking place on southern Israel. Arad was hit. There was an attack near Dimona, which is Israel's nuclear site. So attacks are increasing from Iran's side. And right now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has come out to saying that this is not just the war of Israel and the US, but in fact, all of entire Europe, along with Gulf countries. It has called on the European allies to come and unite at this point against Iran's aggression. Remember, there was a message that Iran sent with a strike on Diego Garcia, and it seems that that message has now been received with Israeli Prime Minister coming out and calling for all the allies to unite at this point against Iran. But the big question is, how will the allies respond to it? Because we have seen earlier, Donald Trump also made these calls to European allies, come out and help us in securing a Strait of Hormuz. But there was a very muted response that came in from European side. None, in fact, committed to building that coalition to secure Hormuz. So we'll have to wait and see what will be the response from European allies on this call by the Israeli Prime Minister. But of course, a big escalation as now Netanyahu calls for allies, for European allies to come together and unite against Iran's aggression. Back to you, Shivangi.
All right. Well, you know, I want to stay with you, Ishita, you know, because we have been covering the story for the past few weeks now. We also see that a lot of people, a lot of experts, observers, analysts think that Netanyahu and Trump are not on the same page because Trump's goal and the achievement that he wants from the war keeps changing. He keeps changing his goalpost again and again. So that's also one of the questions which have been raised as the war continues.
Right, of course, Shivangi, we have seen Donald Trump go back and forth on his statements regarding the war in West Asia. We have seen he earlier said he's looking to wind down the war in West Asia. But at the same time, we have seen that more and more troops are now coming to West Asia. These are US Marines which are set to enter the war in West Asia. So there is a lot of mixed signals which are being sent by Donald Trump regarding the war in West Asia. And of course, the rift that you mentioned regarding Trump and Netanyahu, we
have seen, despite both the leaders saying they're on same front as far as the war is concerned, Donald Trump did come out and saying that when Israel attacked several gas sites in Iran, Donald Trump was not aware of those attacks. So we have seen that rift growing, and amid those rift, we're now looking at this clarion call by the Israeli Prime Minister.
All right, so Netanyahu says it's time for all the allies to join in, but will they join in? That is the question. Thank you, Ishita, for getting us those details. Taking a short break right now, viewers. Coming up on the other side, we'll put our focus on some of the other stories that we are tracking. So viewers, we see that PM Modi is also to hold a high-level meeting this evening with top ministers to discuss the evolving situation in West Asia war. So that's one of the top stories we're tracking here. Stay tuned as we keep getting you the latest. And Iran's latest statement regarding Hormuz says foreign ships can use the strait after coordinating with Iran, but the waters remain closed for enemy vessels.